that Majlis gets a seat at the table with Ukraine all the time. President Zelensky, for the first time, I think during Eid this year, has celebrated Eid with the Muslim soldiers in the front line. He congratulated the head of Majlis, who's now in exile in Kiev, actually, who goes to many international events with him, even at the first Arab League summit that's happened in early May, I believe. President Zelensky traveled there with the head of Majlis to draw attention to the problems of the Muslims, the Crimean Tatar community in Ukraine, and how they're being, again, deported from their own land. So I have no doubt that restored. Of course, there is hope amongst those people because they've been deported by Stalin once in 1946, and they've all returned to Crimea, and they've seen culture and religion and just peaceful, normal, beautiful life on the most wonderful Black Sea. So I'm sure that the history, your comment about us facing these casualties and horrors every day, but still being optimistic, we don't have any other choice, Johannes. Otherwise, well, what, we just lay down and die? What is the other point? I mean, I'm facing the fact that my brother is fighting somewhere in Donbass right now, and every day for the last year. And I have no choice but to stay optimistic and hope that when he returns from the front line, I will finally get to see him and I will get to meet my niece, who was born in January 2023, whom I've never seen and whom he's seen only twice in the last year. And those things, every Ukrainian has a story like that. Every Ukrainian has a family member who's either at risk or has already died, or they're just hoping that everything will be okay and we will return to our homes and go back to our lives. Otherwise, what is the point of fighting this war if we don't have that hope?
Thanks a lot. Actually, I recently got banned for 7 days from Twitter by ending one of my tweets with not Slava Ukraini, but Smert Moskalian. I really get so angry. I really get so angry, and then they banned me. So if you don't want to get banned, don't do that.
Johannes. Thank you indeed. I was a bit angry today as well.
I think that attitude, right? There is no other choice. This is what has to be done, and it being taken as stoically and as determinedly as it is I think it's something that should be seen, but be appreciated by many more people than it is.
We can only hope for that. Yes.
If it really was, I don't think there would be this kind of stagnation that is far too often seen in times and contexts when it really shouldn't.
That is very true. Yes.
Lexicon, question?
Yeah, and maybe you don't want to jump around topics. I've been listening as much as I could over the last couple hours, and I wanted to ask something about the Zaporizhzhia plant. Can I just ask about that?
Mm-hmm.
If you could do it quite condensedly, that'd be greatly appreciated.
I wanted to ask if you're aware, there's probably initiatives to try to gather opinion to demand that a demilitarized zone or a peacekeeping or whatever, that the Zaporizhzhia plant be protected, because clearly everybody who advocates will advocate. Ukraine will agree. The only one who won't agree is Russia, which would make clear their objective to not be peaceful. But are there initiatives? I'm just wondering what I can jump onto. Do we need to initiate it? If we're initiating it, who do we talk with? Are you aware of moves in that direction? And we thought Putin, he won't invade, he invades, etc. He won't blow the dam, he blows it. He won't torture, he tortures. He won't blow Zaporizhzhia, he will. So I'm asking about that.
Yes, Lexicon, thank you. Sadly, Putin has no red lines. he doesn't. He will go as far as he is allowed to go. And the saddest thing in this war is that the West, the international community that stands for human rights and international rules-based order, doesn't have the red lines either. It's just insane and unthinkable that even this humanitarian disaster was not a red line that they've crossed. That the missile landing in Poland was not a red line. I mean, I could go on, but when it comes to Zaporizhzhia power plant, Ukraine tried to initiate, and that's why they brought, I believe, last time is Rossi, if I'm not mistaken, the International Atomic Agency had reviewed the plant many times. I think their delegation is still there observing. The nuclear power plant is under the occupiers' control, so Russia controls it with Ukrainian staff still operating it. It's now been transferred into Rosatom grid, and Rosatom is the Russian state-owned nuclear enterprise that runs now Ukrainian nuclear power plant as well as all of theirs. This is one of the very few state-owned Russian enterprises that has not been sanctioned by the West, and even in the latest round of sanctions that was aimed to close all the loopholes and stop Russia from evading sanctions, it did not get sanctioned, which is very sad again. But it seems that International Atomic Agency does not do bold moves. They have not reacted to the demolition of Kakhovka Dam. The reservoirs, which are fed by the water from Kakhovka reservoir, it's still okay. It will have all of the water, the cooling water, and the water to run the turbines to power Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant for some time. So I think the situation there is safe. But we cannot possibly exclude the fact that Russia can perform the same terrorist act on Zaporizhzhia as it did on Kakhovka Dam. And Dolman, I agree with you that for them it was either or, and they took the route of perhaps least possible consequences and repercussions that they would counteroffensive. And we can see that stringent battle now in the East. I do not put it past them to actually target Enerhodar. And many people from around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the territories that are getting controlled by Ukraine, I know that they are now being strongly urged to evacuate. So Ukraine is sadly preparing for the worst.
I think the other part of what Lexicon was asking was about an international this or that, any solution to it.
Can I explain a little?
I think I get it, but the real question is, you need to get Russians to agree to it, right? That's
But
the crux of the problem.
Before that, my question is action oriented. Do we attempt to launch an initiative to call for a force to go in to neutralize the place? And if there's an initiative that way and we can find out about it, we should jump on and support it. If not, we should attempt to launch one. And my point there is that there can be nobody opposing this idea. Allies and all right-thinking people in the world. If you oppose it, you'd be useful idiots or you're Russia. And the only reason you could have to oppose it if you're Russia is that you want to do something with it that a neutral place could not, that a neutral party holding on to it would not allow. So I think
third parties with the Russian military.
No.
You said to clear them out.
I'm just saying that what I think is for its demonstrative value or its what do you call it? For educational value, I think we need to launch an initiative or join anyone that exists to call for the neutralization, that the place be that all parties step away and allow IAEA and supporting countries, whatever formula we find is most fetching, most alluring, and that we call for such an initiative. It's the action of the call that's most important, mobilizing people to support the call, because every time Russia rejects such a call, it merely demonstrates that Russia has nefarious intentions with respect to that plant. So I'm saying that to do the education, we need to either join or try ourselves to launch with allies an initiative to make this call.
Yeah,
Is that
I absolutely understand what you're saying, Lexicon. The problem is that Ukrainian did launch that initiative. That's why President Zelensky got Rossi into Ukraine. The negotiations or their interference in deliberately into the nuclear power plant. They were there. They examined the state of the plant when it was first captured by the Russians. There is an agreement and a statement in place where, you know, some bullet points that they've put together that both parties agreed to not shell the plant, to not launch missiles around it, to not store any weapons inside of the nuclear power plant. That has been violated, even because there was proof online with videos from the employers of the nuclear power plant releasing secret videos where Russia was storing something highly suspicious that looked like artillery pieces in the nuclear power plant. They're shelling it all the time. They're controlling it now administratively. So there's just not much that Ukraine can do. We've made so many calls, and you know, there is a mechanism or this protocol in place that unfortunately, as you rightly say, Russia just does not abide by, or it just does not comply. And we know that no matter what agreement is in place, they will violate it at the first opportunity that they deem plausible, whenever they need to escalate the situation even further. So if the international community wants to jump on and, you know, initiate even within their countries to urge their governments to get involved more, to pressure the International Atomic Agency to do something more, that would of course be great. I think from our side as Ukraine, we've honestly done everything we could, and you know, this was one of those issues that we kept talking about so loudly and so many times, and yet it just got ignored because I think it's too difficult of an issue to solve.
And fundamentally, it is getting the IAEA there in the first place that was exactly the sort of initiative. But it could only go so far because of the obstinacy of the Russians, who don't want to simply go away. And I don't think that's going to be changing anytime soon, Lexicon.
Yeah, Grossi either won't or can't. I know he feels that if he says too much, he gets thrown out. But the point is, we can see now that IAEA will not lead such a call. They will not act boldly. They may be miscalculating, maybe not. At any rate, it seems to me that the action of the Russia blowing up the dam can, if it can do one positive thing, it is cause us to show the world, all right, this is the next step. All of the unthinkables have been committed. That this brings into high relief the prospect that the next step, when he's completely infuriated and frustrated with losses, that the serious chance of loss could cause Putin to create some sort of accident or dirty bomb out of the Zaporizhzhia plant. Should the world wait till it happens and then say, oh dear? Or should we, let us take this step, the tragedy and the horror of Novokakhovka Dam, and say, not this one, no, not one more step, not one more, and try to initiate a campaign. And we see that there are no other leaders, so we start to build some allies, start to see who would take up the call. I'm just thinking we should try to do it at least. Well, let's send out a few tweets and see who salutes, run it up the flagpole. And I just wondered if other people might also.
President Zelensky has made this appeal. Worthwhile going back to what he has tweeted out, and I can only commend everyone to post it out. It's very important. But what has also been said before, and David and I would have gone into this a little later today, but should be noted that the dam had been mined They had included additional mines recently, seemingly, and we knew that it was always at risk to be destroyed. It was expected that it would happen at some point in time, or that the likelihood, the probability that it would actually be exploded was extremely high. It wasn't clear to what extent they would have mined it. It wasn't clear how far they would go. But the worst case scenarios, you can rest assured, be clear. The ZSU will have gamed out and expected. And that's completely fine. This is how risk management in the military is done. The second part is the worst case for NL is not necessarily what people expect, but it's that the mined areas could actually impact part or more than just one reactor. They wouldn't be able to create a release on the scale of what people believe. And it's not, and we have to make sure that we distance ourselves from the term. It's not a dirty bomb. And we should be very careful with this terminology. These words have meaning. Dolman and I have been discussing this here many times over with Olga Kosharna, who has been on our space various times. We discussed it with Mark Nelson as a nuclear engineer. We discussed it with his once professor at Cambridge, who is a nuclear physicist in that field and who's been on site, as has Mark. What can happen technically, in case the worst thing were to happen, that Russian troops, at a point in time when they were forced to be leaving Enodar, might take an order or would have taken an order to then impair the site. That is possible. It's technically possible. It may even be an order by the Kremlin. It would cross a line, yes, but at the same time, if it were to occur, what would happen? And that is almost likely, given the strength of the system, given the massive amount of need for explosives to actually engender what you would consider to be a reactor damage. It would take a substantial effort far beyond what you have currently seen with the mining of the dam. It is unclear as to and if they were to try it, the intent, the attempt would already be essentially what you would have called in the good old days a casus belli. It would ostracize Russia for the next 100 years. It is the worst strategic step they could take vis-a-vis China, because reactor security, nuclear security is taken extremely seriously, even there. Would the Chinese potentially come back and compromise? Possibly. Would the West ever compromise thereafter? Oh no. So it's a step worth not taking. Would they try under pressure? Potentially. Would they explode areas surrounding? And this is the next part. This is what Dave and I were about to get at. Would they try to explode on areas around it in order to create fear? 100%. And this, I think, what is Alyona was alluding to, that is a potential danger, because the fear surrounding such an event, which is not yet a reactor leakage event, which is not a reactor breaking, which is not a reactor exploding, but the fear induced by such an event is what the Russians are speculating on. And with that, please carry on. And by the way, thank you, Alyona,
Thank you,
for
Axel.
being here. It's tremendous that you're here. I didn't have the time to engage before, but it has been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I do appreciate your comments. I think you're completely right, especially on Chinese view of the events. I think if we also watch the Russian narrative and their loud statements, you know, even up to 6 months ago, if not even before that, we could hear them on Russian TV saying things that they could turn the UK, for example, for supporting Ukraine into radionuclear ash, that they would strike London with their nuclear missiles. all of that narrative stopped right after Putin met with Xi Jinping from China, because I'm sure that as much as China capitalizes on the chaos in the world caused by Russia's war on Ukraine, as much as it enjoys Russia's degrading, economic degrading especially, and the cheap supplies of raw materials, energy supplies, and everything it's getting from Russia. And at the same time, it is now almost bullying and making fun of Russia by releasing the new set of maps in China, where the territories that getting written in the maps in Chinese. So China is certainly taking their own stance in this war, and they don't need another nuclear disaster in Europe. But they're definitely capitalizing on the situation, and I think they drew their own red lines, and that's the point that we all keep trying to make to the so-called collective West, that Russia only understands strength. China showed its strength. It drew the red lines. Luckily for Ukraine, those red lines included no usage of nuclear weapons against Ukraine. We hope it stays that way. Interests change in geopolitics. That Russia was keeping in mind. How long that will take, we don't know, but we're certainly prepared to face that, because we can see that Russia's desperate. And hopefully the counteroffensive will go successfully enough and quickly enough, most importantly, for us to regain as much as we can without allowing Russia to take any counter steps against Ukraine, especially on our territory, especially with using target the ammonia pipeline. So they've resorted to the most atrocious and frankly just unthinkable means of war.
And with that, I think this is the perfect point, Aliona, to close our conversation for tonight. Let you go and
Thank
continue
you.
on with our dear David and Axon, possibly Yehuda, Bearded Brit, on exactly those much more military aspects of the situation. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Aliona, and I certainly hope that we get to talk to you again quite soon.
Thank you, Domin. It was a pleasure. Thank you to all the listeners for spending this evening with me, at least in this penny counts. And thank you so much to MriyaReport for making all of that come true and come. To fruition and support Ukrainians back.
So I couldn't contribute. Domin and David. I'm on dial-up, you see, so sometimes it's a problem connecting. Are we going to
probably are. That's why we can't hear him.
The transatlantic cable is.
Killer whales, not the country, the animals.
It's different from killer sharks, right? Anyway, topical day. This is there we are. We have we have a bit. I mean, I say we have a massive program of at least 2 items, don't we, Axel?
And we'll compress it into 13 plus 60 minutes.
Something like that.
Right. I'll leave you to it. I don't want to get in the way. But I hope one of them will be that there's now satellite imagery apparently of the explosions having taken place, according to American all-seeing spy satellites up in the sky.
Yeah.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
Oh, right. So did you say there is or there is no? It sounded like you said there is no.
There is.
There is now.
Okay, good, because I didn't want to contradict you and say you're wrong, Doman. Right now I know what you were saying, right?
Have a little look-see. I'm not sure. I need to clean the acoustic coupler, but a little look-see. I'm not sure. I need to clean the acoustic coupler, but I'll be with you in a sec.
Okay, wonderful. Well, whilst we're talking about that, I will talk about the wonderful vintage that is two. Then, oh, Axel's back.
Well, let's see whether that works. All righty, David. Now, we were about to talk about so many things, and then this wonderful interview already started addressing certain items and continued for a little longer. I mean, that has been tremendous. But why don't we try to compress it? We'd like to talk about.
We do.
So now that we have heard that there's finally image not only of the flooding, which our friend Scandinavia was so kind as to convey to us from the Finnish side, where many good people have actually created a fantastic model in that regard. Where do we want to start? Start with the relief?
I think the relief. I think that's quite important, and it leads us quite nicely into the other stuff, doesn't it? Right. So, I need to check the nest. Is my tweet in the nest? Says I can't even go through the nest. No, my tweet isn't in the nest. That's okay. I don't feel spurned at all. Right. Anyway, so yeah, where are we going to start on the relief effort? We're going to talk about how the news people haven't been talking about it as much as we thought, or are we going to start somewhere else, Axel?
No, I think we should actually highlight this first. There currently, apart from the fact that we discussed it a little earlier today, and I think also yesterday, that some news sites in Europe have started picking up on the dam, but at the same time, they're all engulfed in preparations for the summer and for domestic politics. And given the fact what actually has happened, it is stunning. It is absolutely abysmal. It is disenchanting and completely immoral what news media has been doing. We currently have the single largest ecocide in a battlefield since the Second World War. Therefore, release of that flood from the basin, inhabited area, also contested, and a battle scene with humans, animals, zoos, biospheres, the likes. We then had interdicted humanitarian relief efforts with artillery shelling of those who are refugees, of those who are trying to assist the refugees, and the refugees, when fleeing, were even sniped at. Drones delivering food and water were being sniped at. During the night, Russian troops lit fires in order to be able to see what was going on the roof so they could interdict any kind of relief effort. If you were to make this shit up, ABC, CBS, whatever, BBC producer 3 or 4 years ago at a nice, friendly luncheon, that this would happen and nobody would report on it. David, what do you think would have happened?
Probably would have been a comedy, wouldn't it? A very dark comedy about the uselessness of the news. If all of these things can happen and it doesn't hit mainline news, right, then it's just utterly astonishing, isn't it? So many adjectives that we could use, right? So whilst we're talking about it, so I will tell everyone I've put several tweets in the nest. The tweet, there's a tweet, the first in the nest, if it's there, that is right. If the nest is working because it doesn't update for me, is my tweet last night to the BBC, and I've put a couple of other tweets that shows some of the stuff that's been going on in Kherson. Sky News, they've got a team into the Kherson reporting already, which is good. I mean, obviously Sky News, they're different sort of news from the BBC, but BBC's not been great. Only today they started a live feed. I think that's where they are. And we're how many? I mean, it feels like a week since they blew the dam. Is it 2 days or 3 days now, Axel?
Well, June 6th.
Yeah, that doesn't help me. I don't know what the date is.
It's Friday, David. It's Friday, June 9th.
Ah, there you are. So 3 days. Good.
What happens normally
me,
within 72 hours of a flooding? What happens when the temperatures are above 15 degrees?
15? Oh, right. I mean, well, we can have a lot of stuff happening, Axel. Right, bodies in the water. They're going to start. I mean, and the temperature will be above 15. I don't know what water temperature is now going to be.
Actually, the
20, possibly.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. The temperatures are significantly higher, both in the air as well as on the water surface, in the areas, in whatever kind of overswamp grounds. We have not only toxicity, but we have bacteria developing, and in massive scale.
Like 22 degrees if it goes higher, and it will go higher because guess what? It's starting to get hot in Kherson, and then it's going to get worse, isn't it? You've got people who died. Bodies are bloating, all that sort of bacteria in it. There's as we say, talking the toxic slush. It's not going to be pleasant, and there'll be other animals that have died, not just humans, and they will add to it. And then you'll have things like such as farms, right? So farms that have been floated away, they have all sorts of numerous chemicals in there, nitrates, and the rest of it will be flooding around. It's not going to be pleasant.
Which brings us to the point we've seen earlier today, and it continues. It's like a stream of images. It is like equally like the stream of a meandering river. We see images of humans being captured still by Russians. We see humans being saved, like this woman who was saved with part of her family and pets, going across the river. She is from Olevsky, and she was saved by Ukrainians who went across no matter what was happening and brought her out. And the level of exhilaration and relief is hard to describe. You have to watch these videos. You have to see how the people feel. These emotions are important. And it will take you, again, back to what we said before, and what kind of a shameful, detached, and limited attention has been given to that. If you look at the dogs and cats which have been saved today, if you watch how keen Ukrainians on site are, culture is at work, as opposed to those who have caused this dam break, who have caused this terror, who have committed this war crime.
Yeah. There's an interview of a German fireman who's over the volunteering in Ukraine, and they were talking about what he was doing, trying to save people, yeah, and all with the risk of being under fire at the same time whilst they're doing it.
Now, this brings us to the relief effort at the moment ongoing. Yesterday, we had Halina Luchova here, the secretary to the Kherson City Council, and she had been highlighting as to what is being required. The typical things which you see in every kind of flood environment or flooding environment. They require, in this case, generators. They, in this case, also solar power generators, because they make a lot more sense, because in this area you can't literally easily depend on diesel, and you can't run them sometimes in certain areas because you get detected. Then they need water filters, water purification units. They need to be able to create as much medical care on site as possible, and that requires a lot more equipment. They need a lot of support in terms of engineering and spare parts. They need boats. At the moment, Ukraine does not have sufficient amount of vessel capacity on the river because much of it has been destroyed. So it's not just...
And a lot of it was stolen just prior to the event as well.
Why are we not surprised?
No, yes, exactly. No surprises there.
So, and with that in mind, we would call upon you, if you may, if you have the time, it's the top of the hour, do not forget that MriyaReport, as a 501c3, as a charitable organization in the United States, is able to assist. And based on the letter which Amina has presented yesterday, the Kherson administration has asked for any outside parties to please assist them in that regard. So we are doing a donation drive for that. And please, if you can, and if you have disposable income available, consider donating to this cause, and we will make sure that the money arrives and there's in order for them to be able to procure those means of support.
I'm sorry, Axel, I got distracted. There I was looking at a tweet. The multitasking and me, they don't go very well. Right. No, I'm going to have to help me out. My brain's gone dead.
No problem. I was just highlighting that we were talking about the donation requirements, and we wanted to stress this a little earlier that obviously MriyaReport can assist and will assist, and that was a request yesterday from the Kherson city government. I see that we have Carl up, and he just waved again, so he probably wants to insert something. Carl.
I missed the interview with the former mayor or the city council lady.
It is on Spotify, Carl.
It is on. That was my question. Yeah. And maybe we could get a link to the Spotify and put that in the nest for people. Yeah, it's pretty kind of crazy there. You're talking about the side effects. One thing I heard is that they're warning of a cholera outbreak. expected cholera outbreaks, even in the evacuated communities. Yeah, the blurb you had just before very well articulated about kind of the media's response. You know, that's worthy to be captured in a tweet or two, because that was so articulate and on. Like how you were talking about, you know, how things would have been seen a few years before this happened, and how different it is now. You know, I think we get that experience in this war again and again and again and again and again. And, you know, I think we come to the point now that, you know, we really don't have any expectations that, that things will play out the way that, you know, all through how we grew up in our lives, we would expect things to play out in certain scenarios. Which is both, you know, disheartening, but then on the other hand, you know, there are still good people in the world at all levels, right? You know, from the tops of government to, you know, the volunteers on the ground there today. And so, you know, on one side, there are things that are disheartening, but, you know, the likes of us, even in the existence of MriyaReport, is a total mixture.
Yeah, I mean, there are people who are doing exceptionally good work, isn't it? And which reminds me, this is the sort of things that they need in Kherson: water purification, all of these sorts of things. The Royal Engineers have this kit, right? So if you're in the UK, what I suggest you do is you tweet our Defence Secretary, remind him some of this stuff will be palleted up, ready for these sorts of things. Back in the age-old days, you have spearhead units that had to be on a 2-hour standby, ready to go, and this stuff would be ready to go with it, right? We will have it. So get on and tweet our Defence Secretary, tweet Rishi Sunak and whatever, tell him we've got the kit and we need to be getting it over there. It's on pallets. The RAF is flying stuff. We can get stuff there, and we need to get it there quickly.
Yeah, the one thing I've been thinking about in regards to the lack of this sort of response is, you know, one thing we really underestimate is actually how amazing disaster relief is in this modern era, right? You know, how many fewer people die in same scaled disasters than they used to. And you know, and how there's disasters all around the world, and there's you know within hours there are like planes taking off and bringing teams internationally, and you know we're seeing this in the news again and again and again. But you know these systems are so fine-tuned to normal government environments, right? You know, even if things on
They
the ground,
don't work in conflict. That's what.
yeah, effectively, right? You know, because you're like, if you think, oh yeah, you know, we could airdrop, you know, a team in. It's like, well, you can't actually fly into Ukraine, and then even if you fly to Poland and drive across, you know, you got all the risks associated with it, and you know, by the time people have 2 or 3 weeks of you know, discussion about whether the organization or people would want to take the risk, it's too late.
I mean, look, and you talk about the response. There's one of the tweets I put into the nest is one that was nuclear pushed out. It's with the Israeli-Ukrainian medical volunteers arrived to Kherson with 12 ambulances and medical and rescue teams to provide assistance to the people of Kherson. There's a bit of video in it. You'll see there's a very funky, groovy vehicle they've got, which clearly uses the tire pattern as part of a propulsion unit. But I was when I was distracted, Axel, it's because I was distracted because they take out a little old lady on an ambulance, and she looked exactly like my mum. Left me feeling a little bit boo-worthy, if I'm honest.
But that's the key thing. It's not you alone. If I look at the faces of many of those being the liberated side, who've been taken, they look like us because they are us. There is no difference. And we always hear the complaint that people cannot associate with others in big catastrophes, which is not really true. If you think about everybody in the world by now still has it deep in their memory the term Banda Aceh. Everybody knows what happened in the tsunami because we've seen the images. By the way, the tsunami was like 9/11, one of the most well documented and well photographed and well videoed impacts of a disaster. This here is an ongoing disaster. This is just one highlight, so to say, a tragic one in this ongoing disaster, and we can see it. So if and when, and just to dispel the notion of disinformation, if and when people tell you, oh, we don't see any information, we don't, video is there because it's real. And we are in the 21st century. And we have a lot more data, a lot more video, a lot more input. And this also brings me to the next point, that we have a lot more input. We now today have not only audio of the orders being given and confirmed, which has been released by the Ukrainians, and not denied by anyone, funny enough, because it was pretty clear. We have seen the clear imagery now and the satellite imagery of the explosions. We've heard confirmation, indirect still, that US military has had the satellite imagery from the very get-go, and they've sized it up, they've reviewed it, they've clarified it. We may even get it fully released, who knows? We have also heard today and seen today that there are the first environmental impact appraisals, and that the reviews, which our Finnish friends and our Swedish friends and our German colleagues have done in regard to the satellite imagery of how the flooding occurred, what it has swept away, and what kind of impact it will have on the marshlands and the likes, is there. All the data is there. Why is our media so slow? Are they all waiting for the big story on the weekend, David?
I mean, look, this all confuses me dreadfully, right? Last night when I was looking at the BBC website on the main page, you'd thought it would have been on there. It wasn't. Today, when I looked at it, they brought up a little bit that was a live feed, but the biggest talk about water that they had was really about politics. So that was their bit about water and politics. That's what it was linked to. I don't know, how do we fix it? How do we fix it?
I think it requires a whole community worldwide of people who are not willing to take this lying down. No, and by the way, no, that doesn't look right. And no, this is not the kind of image. And no, by the way, what you're just saying, that's a narrative. That kind of people, David, I think that's what it would require, right? Where
it would
find those people?
Well, I mean, how do we change? Here's the thing. Maybe the other question is, how do you change the editorial staff who look at content through a lens of just clicks and that instant gratification of that, as opposed to doing news properly, right? Doing a real news story, something that is more than 250 words and doesn't have adverts interspersed between them. How do we change that? How do we change that bit? get back to proper news?
Engaging as customers of the. We have to not only, as people have said here all the time, we have to write to our, representatives and the likes. Of course, we have to do that. But at the same time, it's equally important. I'm not saying that the tradition of letters to the editor matters as much today. On the contrary, it unfortunately doesn't. The comment sections in most newspapers, that doesn't really matter. But you can actually, and Nick Brown, of all people yesterday, made it very clear in a discussion here with our friend at lunchtime, that if you're passionate about it, you can actually write about it. And there are many, many, many ways to do so on the interwebs, as my mother calls them, because it somehow feels better than a cobweb. But it's true. You can send your article, you can contact journalists, you can tell them, by the way, you can be in touch with journalists. If you're a subject matter expert, you might actually even be interviewable by a journalist. I can see our friend and colleague John Spencer here, who's constantly in the media because he actually is a real bloody expert on a world-class level.
And people will be pestering him every 5 minutes for it, for him to be there, won't they?
True, and then there are people who completely deny the fact that A, he exists, and B, he has anything to say, and they are completely nuts. But that's how it goes in the so to say, in the contested environment of public sphere. We have to bring out those voices who can base themselves in fact, who can speak from experience, understanding, theoretical and practical. That is our job. And when you ask me, David, how do we change it? By bringing out exactly that, bringing it to the forefront, approaching people, bringing the expertise to bear. That's what John does. That's what Chuck does. That's what many people here do. And this is what our job is. We can do this to propel it from here. And thank you very much, everybody who's listening in today. It's now 10:15, or well, 10:14 Kiev time on a Friday night. And you have elected to be here to discuss it with us. You may not agree with us on all of these matters. That's completely fine. And you may think that these two old farts have absolutely nothing to say about it. But then again, you can come up and argue with us. If you have however, come up here to spout propaganda, we will listen briefly, politely, as we tend to do, and you may end up dissected like a fish.
Yes, exactly. Everyone's got a dicing knife somewhere ready for that moment. I mean, look, I think what you're really saying is that we have a great platform here for us to be able to take what we see, analyze it, discuss it, go what makes sense in whatever we're seeing, and then come up with rational reasons for what we're seeing instead of jumping initially to the 5G conspiracy theory first, right? Let's look at the information in front of us and see what it says.
All righty. So now that we only have 45 minutes left for what we initially planned, David,
I know.
Where would you like to go first?
Well, I think I think we spent more time talking about what we're going to talk about than we talked about. Right?
Obfuscate this or try to project different kind of imagery. We said it here very early on. In order for that dam to go off. We also highlighted very early that morning that Russian forces had already evidently and proven, and by their own admission, started mining it last autumn. We had highlighted how this would have worked and how it would have to be gamed out and what the consequences would be. And there's a reason for it, because David, what was your job at the Royal Engineers? Blowing shit up, right?
Yes, I used to blow things up. Yes.
And you did
Occasionally.
you did this for 6 months only, right? Because that's when they couldn't tolerate you anymore.
Yes, they got rid of me.
There you go. That's what it is. Yeah, and the other people we had on that day, they were only structural engineers who built hydropower plants, and a couple of people who have been, say, making sure that other large industrial components would go down in controlled explosions. And then we had a couple of people who fly planes and have knowledge of how to target things with proper solid ammunition. So we had all of this in recent days, and we've gone through this, and yeah, it was pretty clear actually very early on that this was exactly what we had planned for. So no surprise there, unfortunately.
No surprises. Look, I mean, no one needed to be an expert in anything to work out what had happened. You just needed to look at the information in front of us, right? The idea that a dam, right, is going to just collapse. Right, this is a dam that's what 20 meters of water or something going over it. It makes no sense. It just isn't going to. It just wasn't going to collapse in the way that people were talking about. So yeah, it didn't need to be an expert in anything. Just needed to be someone who was reasonable and look at all the information in front of you, and that would lead you to the obvious conclusion. There, no Sherlock Holmes needed in this, or even Agatha Christie, to write the story. But I can see a hand, Axel.
Do we take hands by now?
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? I mean, we have. Will
So
we
it's an
know who
interactive
is talking, right? Will we be able to tell the difference between the Duke and Mr. M? There's the question. Anyway, look. So, shall we take a hand? Let's go to the Duke, and then maybe we will have easy answers. Maybe we won't, and then go back to what we were talking about. Duke.
Thank you. Yes, I was rather quick with responding, but yeah, as part of, I thought was trying to do the impossible thing. That's multitasking. I was writing and listening at the same time. What I want to say about the press and all that, I came up with a little trick, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to first finish my emails. I'm going to write some mails to people to addressing this problem. But I was thinking, if, for instance, your favorite media outlet and you go to their tweet, then you can respond. And I was thinking, if immediately beneath the news item, you could as directly respond with a question about their statements and their findings, and perhaps create a little more pressure on them. I don't know if that's realistic.
It's
but
called a venting. No, it's called
kind
a
of
venting valve.
guerrilla marketing, so to speak.
Yeah, no, it's a venting valve. Somebody posted it on the internet in the past 48 hours, and I was shocked again because I'd forgotten about it. There was an image of Warwick Castle, and they showed an oubliette. Because in medieval times, in early medieval times, the castles of all across Europe were absolutely tantamount to horrific torture. An oubliette is a place that's an oubliette. Oublier. Forget about it. Just imagine each and every one of those comment sections on the interweb for media sections are oubliettes. It's a vent valve. Most CRM systems, or most social media response data gathering systems blend out what is in these comments. Because the ones who have the comment section on really don't care what you say.
No, but there was the traffic flow. If I see the creation numbers from some tweets, especially from Greta Thunberg, how they all underneath her post was my comment. I'm glad she spoke out. Or finally somebody spoke out. And I don't know how many hundred people liked the comment, and some of it follow me. No, that's not the intention, but it's about the awareness and about people seeing it, and more people say, okay, I like it, and perhaps next time they do something more or more word. But I think we got to understand in this platform that I think this is closely watched by a lot of big news outlets. I'm pretty sure. I see too many accidentally things show up in the news, or just with some other facts. I think, where did you got it from? I already have heard it here a day before or hours before, and I know it's not wishful thinking. I'm not into that, and I think there is a power, and we should not forsake, but also not give up. And okay, now I will shut up and go on with my writing. Thank you.
All right, David, that gives us the opportunity to move on to warfare for the half an hour which we have left.
Yes, and it's it gives us a fair amount of time for us to talk about it, and talk about some of the truths of warfare, really.
And what is the key truth associated which war entails and associated with what happens in war? War is fire. What does fire do, David?
Well, yes, it consumes. So it's important that we remind everyone that
That doesn't quite compute for most people in modern times, does it?
no, it doesn't. The hundreds of years ago, people realized it. The guys, let's say the peasants, wherever it is, going to war, knew it. Everyone knew it, and we sort of forget about it because we have a habit of putting more material in to ensure that people don't die in the vast numbers that they used to. But it's important that we all remember that everything is a consumable.
And the problem with that is, of course, that it's the oxymoron. It's essentially the unbearable task of an army of citizens raised to defend the citizenry, to sacrifice what makes them citizens, meaning individuality. Because the individual, during that time of war, as part of the war effort, will be sacrificed. It's a strange world, isn't it?
Yes, it is, isn't it? And but I think that this is the point you sort of made, is sacrifice, isn't it? This is what the certainly my family, my mother, she lost 5 of her cousins during the Second World War. 5. And she was from a little village, and this is what Ukraine's seeing now: people who are sacrificing. Of us here, it's all an absolute tragedy. There's probably the occasional Russian troll who's listening and has a different idea, but it's an absolute tragedy. But unfortunately, this has happened as a result of, we go back again to what our past didn't do and could have done to stop it. We are where we are now, aren't we?
True, but then again, now let's talk about the sacrifices which a commander or a division commander, a theater commander would have to do. We briefly touched upon it earlier today, and yesterday there was a discussion about it, that in many battles, a crucial move was associated with sacrificing a whole squadron, company, battalion, even a division. There are examples in the last bigger conventional conflicts, the force-on-force conflicts, which we know from the last 150 years, where exactly that has happened. Send in, 96 tanks of the 9th and 14 only to remain thereafter. Within half an hour, all of them being destroyed, in order to create a gap, in order to attrit the then enemy of Rommel's Afrika Korps. You can go through actions on Sicily in the same fashion. You can go through the Fall Gelb. You can go back to the First World War where this happens. In warfare, this will happen.
Yeah,
massive sacrifice.
And on occasion we're going to get bad news, or news that we don't like, but that's just going to be that's just part of it, isn't it? We've had a couple of examples of it already. We've Bearded, he's put his hand up. Bearded, are you going to talk about this part of the subject, are you?
Just want to provide another example of how things don't exactly go according to some people's plans, and that is looking back to the summer of 1944, Operation Goodwood, which was the British and Canadian breakout of the city of Caen. There are instances there where tank crews were being taken out by 88s, so much so that one particular chap had 3 tanks shot out from under him in 8 hours. These types of events, attacks, advances do take a fair bit of getting used to and getting the momentum and accepting that there's going to be a butcher's bill to achieve that momentum. Fingers crossed things improve and we move forward. See what the next week has to hold.
We also have to highlight that we do not actually have real news. We only have imagery. We have videography from the Russian side. That makes it all more difficult.
That image that looked like there's the Humvee and the rest of it, and you go, why did that all end up in that way they've got? So they're not they're not averse to just setting up a photo shoot, are they?
And then the advances of recent years, specifically the last 9 to 10 months, in, shall we say, artificial intelligence and manipulation of videography, has increased massively. We will be seeing a lot more manipulated imagery. I'm not saying that we're only going to be seeing this from the Russian side. We will probably even be seeing it from our own. But the problem with this is that the people who have a bigger interest in propaganda, in Maskorovka, the people who are generally vile and generally the ones who benefit from the lie are the ones who will be using that more than anybody.
Oh yes, and if anyone wants to know exactly how amazing AI can be, just look at my profile. The profile hero image, that's me. It's pretty much exactly me. It's just a frog talking to you. Yeah, just to lighten it up a little bit. But yeah, the AI has got to a point where it's almost people someone who's skilled with it, it's difficult to tell, isn't it? What is actually true and what isn't true. We eventually the truth comes out, though, doesn't it?
Which brings us to the point that people have been, and we've discussed this earlier, David, that crafting the narrative is what is ongoing, and we will be seeing a lot of disinformation in the coming days, back and forth, left, right, center. So to say, in the bad days of the past weeks, we've always said Rebar is coming, and here's a Russian mill blogger. But it's now not Russian mill bloggers anymore. They have now actually ventured out yet again to take people and sites outside and in the West, in different societies, and let them float images and repost them very quickly right after. So we saw one image, particularly in the last 24 hours. I think supposed positions the Ukrainians have, highlighting another deficiency. We'll be seeing a lot more of this, but we'll be seeing a lot more of it also manipulated, and we'll be seeing it retweeted, resend, reposted, sent out to Reuters. They'll try to sneak it into different news agencies in order to ensure that their imagery is available and talked about to drive the news cycle. Now, which site, David, has not published any imagery since this began?
I mean, this is a difficult question for me, Axel. I'm going to guess the Ukraine side.
Now, how impressive is that kind of message discipline?
It's brilliant, isn't it? Shh.
So when we look at, for example, today's tank imagery, what does it tell us, David? What do we see? What do we believe we see? And what are we purportedly being pushed to see?
Well, look, when you analyze any photo along these lines, you ask yourself, right, what's the story being told? What is the narrative? Who is pushing the narrative? Of course, with us, if it was me, I would never be fibbing about it. I would just be pushing the truth. But let's face it, there's always a storyline. What is the story they're trying to push? Why are they trying to push this? Who are they trying to push it? Trying to push the same things, the same things that, I mean, in actual fact, we highlighted a couple of months ago with the Russian tanks just falling into a isn't it?
And then lies the equivocation, because the imagery which we saw today is eerily similar to images which have been posted a few months ago.
Yeah, it's almost, when you look at it, it's so incredibly similar, isn't it?
Now, why would that be, David? Could somebody have managed to make overlays?
I mean, look, right, if you speak to a skilled Photoshop artist, they can move someone in a field and put them on the other side, and it will look as if there is no difference, right? There are some of us who've got photos of other halves, and you're thinking about, wonder if I could remove them and still keep the picture, right? And there are people who are good enough in Photoshop to do that.
And there is, of course, significantly more advanced software capabilities. Who would operate these software capabilities, David?
Oh, I'm just going. Look, I mean, look, we know who can operate them. Pretty much every side can operate them, right? With where imagery and imagery alteration. That the only real thing is that the how long it's going to take you to produce. I mean, look, the sometimes when we see bits and pieces, sometimes they look a little bit unreal, but that's because of, cost is one of the things, right? So it looks cartoon. Is produced as an image, as a war image of a young lady, and there are buildings around her, and the rest of it is a war image. It looks as if a professional studio took that shot, and it was just the AI that did it. It looks like a marketing shot, because it would be the perfect marketing shot. But with someone who's skilled, they could have made that look just really real, as opposed to a marketing shot.
Just go into a sabbatical, off and away from media. But you should, in the coming days of the ongoing, and from a Ukrainian, with no further data reported, counter-offensive, you should just remain calm and wait. The first images, that's what most people fail to understand, the first images from the beaches of Normandy were provided to the public within a fortnight. There's a reason for it. Because these images also immediately told everyone who could think what it would mean if that happened. We'll come back to the consumables, David. Any counteroffensive means that not only the defenders die when the counteroffensive is effective, and it is, by the way, for everyone who doesn't quite know it yet, the counteroffensive has proven extremely effective. All indications
The enemy has a say, and I'm sure enemy has a say, and I'm sure Bearded will repeat, right? They have a say. Sometimes things go wrong. Sometimes people and we have to remember, some of the Ukrainians here don't have a lot of experience. When you don't have a lot of experience,
David,
yes, please.
We've discussed at length. Guys, and you can try and mitigate as much as you can, but at the end of the day, people have still got to go out there and do it. And no plan survives first contact. And unless we have information which gives us the details to why this particular action was undertaken, we just got to chalk it up as on-the-job training, unfortunately.
In a kinetic way, and sadly, it has dire consequences.
David, the whole point is that the first reports of spike missiles having arrived in theater are there.
Oh, is that what you were saying? Right?
Yes. When you spike your Marder cocktail, you end up with a proper double Bradley.
Well, I that was me thinking, how did he know that my drink was spiked back in the day? Right? The truth's out now.
Yeah, but there you go. No, seemingly, this is one of the takeaways of this week. Seemingly, the first spike missiles have arrived. I'd say that this gives a whole new view as to the capabilities of the Marders in future.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking that through. Wonderful.
It is the most versatile version of a sensible anti-tank missile currently available, and the German Bundeswehr has many moons ago, together with the Israelis, worked on integrating the Marder with the Spike as a replacement to the otherwise rather manually operated bloody missiles they had, and that makes it a significantly more punchy and therefore more effective system. And it's good to see that the Spikes are in theater. The Spike also, because of its range, gives Ukrainian anti-tank crews a superb capability.
So here's a question. Can the Spike be fired from inside? Presumably,
Yes.
it must be able to. So much better than, that's brilliant, isn't it?
You don't lose the time. You're therefore more mobile. The Marder therefore gains crucial seconds actually minute in approach, and targeting becomes simpler. The precision, the range is better. So yes, it's a significantly better system, and it makes the Marder equal to the best possible version of the Bradley. The Americans don't like it, but so what?
I mean, what's the range of the Spike?
I have to look it up. I'll tell you the exact data.
Well, whilst you're doing that, I can see the lexicon. You've got your hand up. Lexicon.
Yeah, that's just what I wanted to know. I could go look it up, but can you just say in a few seconds what exactly the Spike is and what it works with? Do you know what I mean?
So, yeah. So the Spike is a missile. It's Israeli. You'll have seen it. It's got a video on it. This little missile. I'm trying to think of the words to,
No,
to call
there's
it.
different versions. The key thing is that the missile, and it has a different command, launch unit, and the Germans integrated the Israeli weapon for the Marders. That makes the Marder, it's A, there's a data link, B, there is a significant capability of directing the hit better. So how should I put this? It's the spike was being produced in cooperation between the Israelis and the Germans for a long time. It has been tested. This thing has been used in pretty much every single relevant war in the Middle East, in Afghan, in everywhere. And our American friends, whenever they've seen it in action, are absolutely enthusiastic about it. The LR goes, well, I think the old LR was about close to 4 kilometers. The new, or the LR2, or the second version, LR, goes beyond that, 5 and
LR being long range, and there's an SR which is short range, right?
Unbelievable, really short.
And how
long
long?
range.
I'm amazing.
How long is long?
Abbreviations, David. They must be made for you and me. They are so simple, even you and I can get them.
So listen, the SR is about 2 kilometers at Lexi, and as Axel said, 4 kilometers for the LR. Someone's eating by the sounds of it.
I was given a toast. I apologize. Terrible me. Lexi, please, I hope I didn't interrupt you.
Not at all. I thought it was a very regular chumping form of eating, though. I was quite impressed.
You are a star.
Let me read out for you the Lexi, right? So this is the Spike SR short range is described as an electro-optically guided and fire and forget like the Javelin, right? Although not touted by Raphael, it is likely a thermal imaging camera giving capability similar to an imaging infrared system. The Javelin is purely imaging infrared. Both have tandem heat warheads for defeating ERA. You know what ERA is. Spike SR is available with alternate. Yes, you do. With alternate warheads such as a penetrating blast fragmentation warhead for use against targets other than tanks. The latest Javelin version, this is a difference between Javelin and the Spike version, has a fragmenting steel case to improve its performance against structures and personnel without reducing its effectiveness. So it's just another missile, but because it's got a video camera on it, there's other stuff that it does, right? So it's guided, and over. What's the? So hang on. So what's the Bradley? It is the Javelin the Bradley has on top of it, isn't it? Axel.
I thought they had tow missiles, but
That's it. No, you're right. It is the tow, and the tow has a range of 2 kilometers, isn't it?
and that's
Some go as far
Bradley
as
actually
4.
has the tow missile. Yeah. Sorry.
I've heard of some type towed things that go as far as 4. I just cannot imagine a 4 kilometer long straight wire coming out of your missile, and there's no pig in the way or a tree or anyway, whatever. It beats the heck out of me. That's pretty astonishing to look at.
The wire is incredibly thin. Think of it as a very thin fishing line. So I'm looking at tow, but there's different types of tows. Lex. but yeah, but anyway, the point is, right, so, and this was really the point, is that Brandley is one of the things that was a complaint about the Marder was that the fact that it was a decent IOV, but it didn't have any real anti-tank capability, right? But with the Spike, which is I think there's no one who's going to say that who's going to argue against this, that the Spike is a brilliant anti-tank missile, right? So now they've got if they're going to start adding them onto the Marders, then they have a really, really effective anti-tank missile that's going to go on them, which means that the follow-on as a go, the cascade of effects when you've got anti-tank missiles on your IFVs, then you've got more punch for your bang for your buck, as it were, against armor, etc. So you don't have to rely on the tanks that are around you. You can, in actual fact, be engaging said tanks or engaging something else. And I think with presumably with the Spike, you might be able to engage other stuff as you can with the Javelin.
And may I just highlight, with the upgrade to a Spike, the Marder is more than equal to a Bradley, because the MK20 is fantastic already on it, but you can't use the MK20 if you can't get closer. You have to cut the range, and by that means you have to get closer, and you can only get closer if you can, challenge the other side with proper missiles. And the Milan is just a piece of crap. It is outdated. It's gone beyond. It has been literally nailed to the twig on which it sits.
And with the Milan, you have to be outside of the vehicle as well. So the person
I
who
can
is
send you a photo of how that looks. It is insane. The operator has to literally get out on top. It's completely, utterly nuts. It is a secondary option that makes no sense whatsoever, and it should not be in use anymore in the 21st century. Whereas
it shouldn't have been in use in the 1980s, right?
Okay,
On
I'll
top
send
of
you
the
a photo.
vehicle.
You'll have a laugh.
Please do, yeah. I mean, the last thing you want in this sort of in a war like this is being outside of your tank. You want it battened down, or APC or whatever, IFV. You want it battened down. You don't want stuff dropping through a hatch anywhere, and you certainly don't want to be trying to aim something when you've got snipers or someone who's going to start firing at you when you could fire from inside.
Precision missing, speed missing, deployment capability terrible, integration into the fire control system hardly. It is bereft of any sense using it this way. So we're very glad to hear that finally we can say that the Spike is there, which upgrades the Marders to a significant degree.
I mean, sorry, I've just looked at that picture. I go, Jesus Christ, right? Imagine you were going, no, I'm not getting. There'll be arguments, wouldn't there? I'm not getting out there. Everyone's firing at me. Oh,
Walter, das ist deine Aufgabe. Walter, that is your job.
Verrückt is the word that comes to mind there, Axel. Verrückt.
There you go. So, and with that, I can see that we have our upcoming guests already requesting. Let us add them. Take it that in just about a few minutes, we'll have a panel reconfigured. David?
Yes. We have, who do we have here?
Jamie has a hand up with a question. Jamie, how are you doing?
Good. Actually feeling human, so yay. Is it possible to now you have me visualizing this thing, and is it possible to pop it in the nest for like 5 minutes so we can all see what this?
I will create a tweet and put it in the nest.
Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, the old Milan, Jamie, is it's as missile a decent missile, relatively short range, imprecise still, but it was very difficult to defend against. Modern tanks, your tank or your IFV capabilities, such as exactly the proper spike. The spike extends the range. It creates a different level of precision, and by that means, the IFV, the Marder, has immediately become an extremely reliable tank killer. And if you have 4 spikes on board, that's 4 guaranteed kills. You take 32 Marders with your 2 battalions into battle. You face the opposition. You can guarantee that you can breach or support a breach, because the Marders are then real tank killers. They are real IFV killers. They have the distance. And how should I put this? They can fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Sounds like a plan.
Give me a couple of seconds. I'll have that tweet into the nest. I've just tagged MriyaReport in there, so you should be able to see it, but I'll chuck it in the nest as well. It's you would be worried. I think everyone would go describe it as, yes, they would be worried if they if that's what they had to do. The outside of your tank just doing that. Right, just trying
what
to
we should add
nest.
maybe is that the political signal, which goes hand in hand with the fact that the spike missile is in Ukraine and now openly shown, means that Israel has yet again pulled out all the stops, because they've been doing things very calmly, very covertly, and how would the Americans call that, David? On the QT? But,
yeah, I think that's what they call it. Yes, I think that's what they would call it.
Or hush or whatever. All
yes,
these things. But the thing is, you can't hide the impact of the spike. That's it. When it's in theater, you know it.
Donate a while ago.
The Germans have a few.
Estonia or Lithuania?
There is a little country here in the northeast, you know. Yeah, true. No, of course.
Estonia tried to donate a few. They that was
didn't
early
try,
on.
Aaron. I agree
What's
with you,
that?
but they didn't. They didn't try.
Well, I mean, I was hoping that they would. They did, yeah.
Slapped down early before, weren't they? Right. So as to whether they tried or whether the suggestion was there, and then they were told no. But this does mean that there's an entry value now of this sort of missile. Let's wonder what other missile.
And somehow missiles appeared in theater, which are mounted in the same fashion on the same tripods as we would have seen them here in the woods. Alrighty, David. I think I shall be leaving you alone. I tend to believe that our colleague Yehuda will be with us in a few minutes. And in the meantime, Aaron will be joining us as well.
Yep, welcome there, Aaron. We're waiting for Yehuda. You see him there. You see. I mean, I was going to do the Scarlet Pimpernel, the poem, but I won't. But anyway, so yes, we're waiting for Yehuda at the moment.
They seek him
and
here. They seek him there. Those Frenchies seek him everywhere.
Everywhere.
Is he in
exactly.
heaven? Is he in hell? That damned. Well, what's the word? Damned to something.
Pimpernel.
Damned
I mean, I don't think putting Yehuda in is going to rhyme, is it? We just have to keep
something. Yes. Forgot one word. Good. No, definitely not.
Yes, exactly. I'm just tweeting out at the moment. I can see the Pimpernel, Kerry.
Hi guys, I just thought I'd mention while you're waiting that an hour ago Kiev Independent announced, because I know we've been talking about journalism a lot in the last few days, so thrilled to announce Kiev Independent has won the most prestigious journalism prize in Europe, the European Press Prize. And that particular prize celebrates highest achievement in European journalism. But I think that's good news given everything we've been talking about.
It's very good. I've been following them since the start. They just push out decent content, don't they? Right, it's a very, very good news.
And fact-based content. They don't say anything. If they've got nothing to say, they don't say anything.
The media outlet has been recognised. Yeah, wonderful news. Aaron.
So we got some good news today regarding, different aspects from the Oryx report. If you know of Oryx, they've got some of the best information of calculated losses on both sides. But the Russians have now lost over 7,000 vehicles. 7,000. So that's a good thing today that this has just been heard. I can put that in the nest if you want. That is just some of the latest figures that have come through from the Oryx report. Oryx is pretty solid. I mean, they've got a team together, and they've been. This is vehicles and heavy pieces of heavy weaponry. Like that's from artillery, infantry fighting vehicles. Oh my gosh, the list goes on and on. Trucks, graduals, and that's everything. And so that list is going to go much, much higher as this counteroffensive continues to go. Certainly, if you take a look at that, I can put that in the nest. This here.
Please do put it in the nest, Aaron.
Yeah. Yep, and there it is there. Oryx has got a very much a comprehensive list of everything since the beginning of the war. They've been very busy. They've done an awesome job on this. And you can take a look. They've also got a list of different equipment that has been given to Ukraine as well. It's I think it's called Beyond the Call. Heavy weaponry to Ukraine. Anything from the Bradleys to the M270s. To the PZH 2000s, they've got a lot of that list there, and it's really great. It also has Ukrainian losses as well, but I mean that's according to they're just calculating losses on each side, but the Russians are definitely staggering.
I mean, look, the 7,000 is extraordinary, an extraordinary figure, isn't it? When you look at it, I'm just going. So look. My experience was all Cold War Germany. I just go, that's probably British Army of the Rhine there. 7,000, that's probably the entirety of the British Army on the Rhine. In actual fact, when you think about it, because we know that their troop losses is more than the whole of the British Army on the Rhine. It's an incredible number.
I know. I've never seen this much loss in any within any time in life since the Second World War. Even it's just like it's amazing.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Anyway, listen. So I don't know so I'm in a bit of a spot here. Yehuda was here. I don't know if he will turn up. I'm not sure when. So, Aaron, if we start this now, how about you tell us a little about yourself? Some people will know from what your posts are, but there'll be some people who might not know, etc. How about we start at the beginning and then we take it from there? Is that okay?
Sure. So I'm born in Woodstock, New Brunswick. I serve as here. I'm a civilian, but I serve as a the military historian for the Carleton County area of Woodstock, New Brunswick. I am owner operator of Balma Woodworks. I build military models from scratch. I've definitely done some contracts for like Department of National Defense and onward. And I'm a civilian, but I serve with my Legion as well. And I was not allowed to serve directly in the military due to autism and OCD, but I've been able to. So I've been able to do this on the sidelines. This here, the kind of the OSINT work, and what I'm doing is basically.
So you're in the OSINT community. So some of us will know what you do. Exactly right. So you've been pretty much here from the start, just posting. Where there's a transatlantic communication delay here, I suspect.
It could be all the forest fires in Canada. Can you hear me there, Dave?
Yeah, I can hear you. Well, hello there, and welcome you.
Right.
I think we've just lost Aaron. He's just dropped down. Well, let's wait for him to come back. As soon as he's he's connecting again, I'll get him back in.
Yeah, he's here. Maybe you can give us a little blurb on what OSINT, how the OSINT community has been helping along. I mean, Aaron's been around even in report for a long time and listen in, and maybe advantages and the community that's grown because the media even has caught on to OSINT. Maybe you can explain some of the pros and cons of OSINT. Aaron? He dropped again. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, right. Yes. So, well, Yehuda, would you like to explain the OSINT community to us? He's back. I'll bring him in.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I certainly don't know enough. There
Sorry
you go.
about that.
Pros and cons. How's it
sorry
been?
about that.
Ride?
So my work, like I said, I run my business, Balma Woodworks, where I build military models from scratch. I'm also building the Carleton County Military Museum, and it is ongoing. And this project is hopefully going to be complete by. It's hopefully going to be complete by September, and it's so that is a work in progress. And what I'm doing right now is so on the sidelines of things. I'm doing open source intelligence, like I do the MriyaReport, which is an OSINT in military space. And it's a lot of fun. We're just we collect data in the OSINT community and get up on Twitter and all sites.
Did we lose him again?
No, I'm right here. Sorry.
All right.
I had.
So why don't we?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why don't you jump into some of the stuff that's going on now? Right. I think people know you well enough. Did you want to? Is there anything that you're seeing more of, or has maybe OSINT capability tapered off a bit with the counteroffensive and a lot more silence? What's going on there?
Sure. So if you just give me a second here, I just I'll be right back, and I'll be right back on. Just give me a second.
All right, no problem. Looks like Aaron's got some technical difficulties, David.
Bit of a bandwidth problem. We've all had bandwidth problems at some stage. Sometimes I get a bandwidth problem in my head. So it just doesn't work out. There we are.
What I wanted. Yeah. Oh my God.
Aaron, why don't you disconnect and come back in? Just disconnect, close the app, and come back in. Alrighty? It'd probably be better. We can't hear you.
Anyway, as I was saying, I sometimes have bandwidth problems between my eyes and my ears, Yehuda. So I am very much aware of this.
Don't worry, that's an accusation levied at me almost daily.
Exactly, problems between chair and computer, right? Anyway, how's your day been?
Well, hey, we've been watching in anticipation for the Ukrainians. They've kicked off the counteroffensive. I think that's non-controversial. So, waiting for as much information as we can get there, David.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be like this time last year, wasn't it? We were waiting, and it was drip fed out to us, because guess what? That's what proper armies do. They don't send out their commercial or whatever it is. Right, it'll be interesting to see. I guess we'll start seeing stuff as they've gone past, and eventually we'll get an idea about what's happening on the front lines.
100%. And there's been a lot of hay made about Ukrainian troop or section of combined arms unit there getting hit, and it looks like Russian Telegram thinks that the war is won. They're almost in Kyiv now. I just caution people to be careful that just because you see something happening, it's not demonstrative of what's going on all across the battle space. So it's one of those. See, you get a lot of messages about that. I've gotten a lot in the last day.
I had quite a few. Axel and I, we did a little bit about the fact that everything in war is a consumable, and remind everyone, because look, we've been used to having really good news, and sometimes we just got to remind everyone everything in war is a consumable, down to the people, and recognizing that some things will come out from the Russians may be true, and some things, in fact, a lot of them won't be true. So we just got to keep our eyes and ears open and think what is being told to us.
Right, and just to remember that one video in particular shows a very small portion of a unit under fire. This is not the defeat make. So I'm going to try to get Aaron back on here.
No, I've got him in. Yay, Aaron, welcome.
Thanks. Sorry about that. I've been having a little bit of it's definitely some technical issues, and so what I've been experiencing is just what problem is. Bell has had some internet outages here, and well, not Bell. It's with the data, my data plan, and then also sometimes the internet can be wonky at sometimes with the fires and stuff. So. So what I was talking about is the new aid package, and this is awesome because the $2.1 billion in military aid has just been announced again today, and this aid package is I'm it's just another addition that we are seeing, and it's needed for Ukraine. I mean, now that this counteroffensive is underway, we're seeing a lot of great stuff going there and coming there. And so what we're looking at, and they need it. Honestly, they need as much as they can get. We know that in the past like 4 months, they've been running at only 80%. They've only got 20% of their they've used up 80%, of their 155, like their NATO caliber artillery ammunition, as well as their Russian stockpiles. And we know that the Russian stockpiles have dried up for a lot of other countries that have given stuff to them. So the list of what they're getting from the Biden administration, and so this is they're getting ammunition for the Patriot SAMs, the GEM-T, I think, is another missile that they're getting for the PAC-3s. And so also they're getting Hawk missiles. They're getting 105 millimeter and 203 artillery shells. So the 105s is still a very good hard-hitting. The 105 howitzers are still very good hard-hitting howitzers. They're mobile. They're easy to quickly to set up. They're easy to set up. You can set them up within 6 to 8 minutes. Fire off a volley of rounds with a battery. Pack them up a few minutes later and keep running them down the road, which is great. they're, you know, you can shoot up to 17 kilometers with certain types of 105 howitzers, like the L119s that they've got there. They've also got some Italian ones, and
the L119s, are they the towed British ones? Are
Yep,
they?
those are the towed British ones. They're
The
there.
ones that you can just put on a Land Rover and tow away.
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty good. It's you can it's very similar to like the guns that we use in Canada, either the C3 or the LG1s, and they're pretty good. And so what also what they're using is the Auto. I think it's an Italian one. They're using an Italian one as well, and then they've got what they need to get is more ammunition. They need to get more ammunition for their 203 guns, which are the 8-inch guns. These are what we call like the 2S7 Pions, the Soviet issue stuff. And then, of course, I think the 203 rounds that they're getting from the US is I'm hoping that those are going to be they can fit the 2S7 Pions as well, because they're getting the US stocks, and they used to be for the M110s. Those M110s were used all the way from Vietnam and onward, right? So, and now we're seeing missiles like we're seeing different rocket assisted projectiles, RAM mines that have been given by the US, I think, and stuff like bonus rounds, Excalibur, and we're seeing extensive use in Excalibur of the Excalibur units in Ukraine. You know, so all these units, all these new units that they're getting, JDAM ER to now I'll put in the nest the new 8 package. This we're going to see more probably JDAM ERs go, but this 8 package here is talking about, it talks about Puma, unmanned aerial systems, and laser guided missile system ammunition. So that could be whether it was bought by the US and given to Ukraine, or it was stuff that is being given to Ukraine by other countries from US that US bought and then was given it by there. So there's all kind of stuff in this package that's good. It's a small package compared to some other packages, but it's a continuation of drawdown packages, which is awesome. If that's yeah. How you doing, Yehuda? Are you there?
No, we've lost Yehuda again. There's definitely a transatlantic conspiracy, if you ask me. Right? Keep going, Aaron. Keep going.
So yeah, that's some of the stuff that we're seeing right now. I mean, that was announced today, and it's good. It's exciting. So my thoughts directly on the counteroffensive right now. My thoughts are, it's too early to tell. It is too early to tell. Yes, we've seen losses on the Ukrainian side with up to maybe 10 Bradleys and 2 or 3 Leopard 2 A6s. Yeah, we know there's some of the shiny new equipment that they've got, but it doesn't mean that they're having a total tough time everywhere. It means in that section that they've taken losses, and that that's in one area. In every area, it could be tremendously different. We know that I've heard from different reports that are saying, now in the OSINT community, you have to take everything with a grain of salt, because sometimes there's low estimates, high estimates, and then somewhere in the middle is sometimes where the correct answer is, and it's always taking everything with a grain of salt. Try to debunk data, and even if it comes from really good sources that you follow, like OSINT Defender, Noel reports, all of those, it's really important to always try to check sources and keep things refined, and it's important. So I'm hearing that maybe on the first line of the Dragon's Teeth has been penetrated, and maybe even the second line of defenses in the Zaporizhia Oblast may have been penetrated. I'm hearing anywhere from 5 to 17 kilometers inward that they've taken ground, and that's good. Now, again, take that with a grain of salt. That's what I'm hearing here on Twitter and other areas. It doesn't mean that would be good if it is. Let's hope it's true. But remember that's just try to decipher the information. And sometimes it takes 2 or 3 days or a week to get much more solid, conclusive evidence. And this is by, from satellite imagery to photos and videos that are taken on the ground. And of course, definitely operational security is a must with this type of thing. We don't want anybody posting videos of where they could possibly geolocate where Ukrainian soldiers are. That's so important. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, right. So here's the thing. So some people here will be aware of OSINT is, but do you want to talk us through some of the sources of where you get some of your information, different satellite imagery, where you get those, that sort of stuff? That might be quite useful to some people. Because we talk about, I use Sentinel a lot. I use a lot some other sources. But I'm not a wealthy man. I don't have access to Maxar and the rest of it, where you can get incredibly high imagery if you're prepared to pay for it. Do you want to go through that bit, and then we can develop that?
So yeah, the Maxar imagery, a lot of people need. Yeah, I'll tell you this right now. I mean, yeah, I can't afford it either. I mean, Maxar imagery is quite expensive. A lot of you can get Maxar, and then there's other satellite imagery that's commercially available, but you have to pay for it. Like you pay for it per month, or there's different subscriptions, but it is expensive. And we've got like different people pay for it. Big accounts pay for it. I believe one of them is High Sutton. High Sutton does a lot of that kind of work, and his information is very solid a lot of times. And so I followed him for years, and he's done a stupendous job. So open source intelligence is it's only as good as the people that are gathering the information and deciphering it. I mean, there can be good open source intelligence, and then there can be very bad stuff as well. And I think that and I try to decipher information to with a grain of salt as much as I can. And I know that there's different Ukrainian weapons tracker is another good source for new weapons that are going to Ukraine and new systems. And yep.
All right. Okay. So then, look, for everyone who's listening, there are different parts of OSINT. So you could just be using satellite data, which is just a natural photograph. There's other stuff you can use. So there's Sentinel and FIRMS data, which is the fire data that often we'll use for just looking to see if we can see there might be some artillery in a certain area, because it'll pick that up. It's that sensitive. For those people who don't know, if you're not aware of it and you're interested, just DM me and I can send you a link that can help you out. There's the European satellite, which is Sentinel. They do lots of other stuff, which is the information that we had about the flood. So there are many filters that Sentinel can use. You can do sort of some fire. Fire detection is a little bit iffy, more iffy than it is on FIRMS, but flood data is pretty accurate. So it'll give you an extent of where you are and tell you other bits and pieces. All of these are needed to be used in the OSINT community. Those people who are trying to analyze information. As an example, most of there'll be a lot of people here were here when we were discussing Kherson. So Misfit, who's often listening in here, Misfit and I would spend a lot of time poring over those data to see if we could find the Russian pontoons, and invariably we did. You could use different filters, and I think we've lost Aaron as well. This is a transatlantic disaster, isn't it? Anyway, right, I'll carry on talking. Let's face it, it's all about me. isn't it, Kerry? So yeah, so you can find a lot of stuff through the satellite stuff. If anyone's interested, I will send you a link. Right, hopefully we might get Aaron and Yehuda back up in a moment. But I would dearly, for this moment in time, just go, oh, you know what? Let me do something sensible. Mockers, she will have sent me a link with booms in it. I am absolutely certain. She's having a rest, thank goodness, because she's been working she's been working very hard, right? As we all know. So booms, oh, here we are.
Which includes a lube factory, David.
No, that's it. Seriously. No. Oh dear. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for that. Yes. Okay. Maybe we should have that should be the main tweet in the nest. Lube factory goes up. There's going to be some very disappointed people. Where's my lube? Right. Okay. The jokes they should be coming. So I'm looking at so Mac 22, Mac 23. I don't know why I made him smaller for some reason. He's reporting Bohovnaganish. Right. There's been a lot of places. I'm going to attempt to pronounce these places. Bavovna, Genishyacht. Yes. Apparently the UFA as well, right? But Voronezh, the whole of Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Belgorod regions, multiple fires. Okay, there's quite a bit happening. Oh right, no, there you are. Oh, Axel, you're back.
Of course I am. I heard you calling.
Thank you very much. Well, I did because I was going right at I'm desperately trying to find because I thought I was going to sit in here and I've got someone sent me a question. I thought I was going to sit here and listen to someone and then go easy day, and then it didn't prove out to be an easy day.
Hold until relieved. We're here.
Okay. Oh, right. I have a question here, though, whilst we're waiting. If you're taking questions, I'd like to know what's the opinion they need apart from F-16 to defend the forward movement against rotary. They've been pounded by helicopters in the south.
Who says that?
Range.
Who says they've been pounded?
Anyway, so the question is, our opinion is if they the need apart from F-16s to defend forward movement against rotary. Well, the answer is we need longer range air defense, isn't it? Manpads 4K, right, and longer range air defense. It's pretty much that simple. We're not going to, unfortunately, taking a Patriot close to the operating line is not something that would be wise because you're just making a target, aren't you? So that's one of the things we've not done as the West. We just haven't supplied the stuff between it. So we've got loads of manpads, aren't they great? 4K, 3K range, whatever they are. I think Star Street is 4.5. I think, but there's that operating area between that and 22K, and we need to fill that.
Who would have guessed it, David? Who
would
have guessed that?
Who did guess we didn't send the stuff? Right? There's I've no idea why. Right? Yeah, we've not been good at this, and we're still. We're still very, very much behind the curve in what we're sending.
We will remain with a slight element of delay for a little while because it makes sense. Why would it make sense, David, a counter-offensive of a country which is defended by a large army in order to get rid of an invader would, deign to fight back? Why would you want to be careful about the information available? Tell us. Do tell, David, given the fact that it seems to be so complicated for the media.
I'm not going to tell you. Alan's going to tell us. Alan, I'm putting you on the spot.
Oh, yeah, Battle Commander Alan Brewer, right off the ship. How?
Right.
Did your adjutant give you a cigar ready for Juno Beach?
Oh, my cigar on Juno Beach. You know, when did photographs of D-Day come out? Not for days, if not more than a
2
week.
weeks.
later.
2 weeks.
I mean, in fairness, Alan, right? So I need to refresh your memory. In those days, it was film and not digital. So there would have been I need to develop and this is so I did a surveillance course when I was in the army, right? And most of the course was really about how to develop film, right? As my mum would call it,
Eisenhower,
right? The same way as she had
Eisenhower
wings.
had film developed 7 hours and 10 minutes after the invasion had started. Eisenhower had film of the initial assault and the massive losses.
And they would have been rushing to do that, right, to get it back to him so he could see it. So there you are. That's the delay of film. I will tell you, it's an amusing little story about film, Alan, and a bit of an embarrassing one. So because I'd gone on a surveillance course, when I got back, they naturally made me the regimental photographer. Right? It was a little bit of a mistake. Anyway, so there was, and by the way, this is someone I really, really liked. We had the guy who was the head of QMSI of stores and the rest of it had been in the army about, I mean, I used to think he was about 70. He was very old. He had probably done the maximum time, 30 years, had made his way up through the ranks to a colonel. And we named a road after him. I was the regimental photographer. And unfortunately for me, Alan, because I'm a trusting soul, very trusting soul, I'd given the keys to the developing room because everything was developed in those days by hand, to someone who said he wanted to do some black and white development, right? Anyway, for those people who don't know, in the good old days of film, when you developed a film, you have developer and then fixer, right? And it's important that you develop first and then you fix next. And if you get that order wrong, then it all goes horribly wrong. Anyway, the person that I'd lent the development room to, Alan, you know what I'm going to say, he'd moved the order of these chemicals around. So I took some pictures. The whole regiment was lined up along a road. So 800 people got there along a road so we could clap this incredibly experienced colonel off and well loved, right? Took pictures of the regiment there and everything, and then I rushed back to go and develop it. And of course, I didn't develop it first, did I, Alan? I fixed it first. For anyone who doesn't know about black and white photography, what that does is it wipes all. It's like putting a magnet against a hard drive. And then when I finished, I got the film out. I went, there's nothing here. And of course, in those days, because you didn't get your preview function of your shot, so I had to then go and speak to the RSM and say that in actual fact, we'd got, actually probably the better part of 1,000 people out, and there was no photographic evidence, which given I was in surveillance, that was probably not a demonstration of my skills. No photographic evidence, Your Honour. It all went badly wrong. Yes.
Yes, but that phrase, David, I think is brilliant. No photographic evidence. People could draw their own conclusions. He forgot to put film in the camera.
And so my job as a regimental photographer was not long lived after that, Alan.
Probably for the best, David, it sounds to me. So Yehuda has succeeded in reconnecting. I know that...
or have I?
You have. We can hear you.
Canadian telecommunications.
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I don't know, but it's true. Ever since that forest fire started, the internet's been super slow. I'm not sure what forest fires have to do with my internet, but oh well. That's why I'm not an engineer.
It just means your internet can't breathe, Yehuda.
Yep, internet,
This is
carbon
true.
monoxide
Or
poisoning.
maybe I'm on dial-up. I'm on the party line on the farm. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, I think Aaron and I, like, it's really strange. I was literally having the same problems he was. So here we are. Thanks for taking over, though.
No, pleasure. So anyway, well, we have some hands. ATV, you had your hand up. I was finishing my story and I was going to go to you anyway. So ATV, we'll go to you and then Sky Kiss.
I mean, I did have a question about SHORAD, but I actually found your conversation about D-Day super interesting, and maybe it's not the appropriate time, but it started to make me think how Ike and Montgomery and Bradley and all those guys were trying to figure out what was going on and who was actually commanding on the beaches and that communication bit. So maybe it's a history lesson for another day.
Well, I mean, look, getting film done, getting it done quickly would have been really important, wouldn't it? In those days, so the RAF flying over, they'd have been using plates. That's the sort of, you remember plates, don't you, Alan?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do.
Yeah, getting that stuff done, getting it developed and putting out a picture for the High Command would have been quite an important task, one that I wasn't up to. Anyway, okay, well, ATV, we can do that another time. Sky Kiss, we can see the poor hole Yehuda, he's dropped down again, but Sky Kiss.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the satellites over that Eastern Canada probably having some issues. So, I mean, Aaron left very suddenly.
Canada has ground-based telecoms.
Oh,
yeah, it'll all be on. It'll be fiber. Sky Kiss. It goes there. It goes across to Iceland, all the way down into Anyway, down to.
Okay. I stand corrected. I do remember plates because I studied photo etching. It took a while for me to get in that class, but I got it. And yeah, you don't want to mix up your chemicals. That's
No, you don't. No, I do. It was actually one of the most it was actually, I've been involved in several embarrassing things in my life. So I won't say the most embarrassing, but I did have to say to the person I took the photos of that, listen, your photos didn't come out, and he just said, no, well, never mind. There we are. What a nice bloke he was.
And I have a question for you, David. I've joined late. I overslept again. There's like 40 minutes ago, you put a photo of a green gun that shoulder, kind of a.
You want to know what that is, right?
I'd like to know what that is. Yes, I did.
Okay,
actually.
yeah, it's right. So I'll explain it, Sky Kiss. So that is
le gun.
Le gun.
Le gun.
Le Milan.
So anyway, I need to look up the gun. Okay, you can.
Sky Kiss, if you give me a moment, I will explain it. It's very simple. It's an anti-tank missile. It's a very old one that was on top of a Marder. Right, Marders are obviously going into Ukraine, but the problem is, and the reason why I put it in is to, as an example, right? Because imagine if you were coming under fire from small arms, right, and then you see a tank, and the only thing you've got, because you're in a Marder, it doesn't have a 120 millimeter barrel on it. What it has is a Milan, but your only option is to get out of the tank and aim that thing, right? All at great personal risk. So the point of me putting that in there is because we've just had news, and Axel gave amazing news. And by the way, I've got some more information about the spikes, Axel. So gave us some amazing news in that the Marders Israel has now said it's okay to use the spike. Spike is also, I can see your hand up, Spike is also an anti-tank missile, but it's a modern one, and it means that people won't have to get out of out of the tank like that, risk their life by being shot by anyone who happens to be nearby, and they could shoot it. Now, here's the information, right? There's actually 3 types. There's a short range version, 1 and 2. There's long range version, 1 and 2, and there's an extended range version, Axel. Right? Extended range, apparently, is it 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers? So I need to read my information
Yeah,
here.
but Israel has said that they won't deliver the ER to anyone else.
Well, why is that? That's just stupid, right? I mean, that's a bit like saying, here you are, you can have the baby knife and fork, but not the real knife and fork. I mean, that makes no sense when you're at a
The
restaurant, surely.
5.5 kilometer knife is already good enough to kill off everything the Russian Empire has ever created.
Yes, it is very true. Yes. So, I mean, look, I'm okay with that if they deliver 30,000 of them. Do you think they'll do that?
Impossible. They haven't produced that many.
Well, okay. Well, I'll take what they've got. Skykiss,
The
you got
good
your
thing
hand
is
up.
that Deal and Rheinmetall have produced a number of them, but they are not allowed to give it to anyone unless the Israelis have said yes. Oh gosh, they just did. I need to shake my head and give my head a wobble.
Well, don't make it drop off. Skykiss, you got your hand up, and then we're going to go to Bearded, because Bearded's going to come up with a great story.
Oh, great, thank you. So, are you saying that this spike is a type of weapon that can go
Anti-tank
with?
missile, Skykiss. It's an anti-tank missile, and you can operate it from inside the vehicle, which means you don't have to risk yourself in the same way as that person is in the photo.
That's about what I was going to say. So it can go with this martyr. Is that what you're saying, or?
That's exactly what I said. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Let's go to Bearded. Thank you.
Bearded.
Hello, everybody. I was just thinking about sight lines and effective ranges of these spike missiles. I'm sure after 15 months of warfare, there is a huge data set from which you can deduce the average engagement range and sort of feed that in. No point in giving something which is over capable. If a 10-20 kilometer sight range from a ground-based system, that's a huge amount of optics capability that you're going to be reliant upon. But it's just a thought that I'm sure they've worked out that, as Axel said, 5.5 Ks is sufficient to do the job.
Bearded,
I was just being greedy.
Bearded, can you give the people who are not former tank commanders a better understanding what it means when you are mobile in the battlefield with, say, 2 companies, in your case, of those inferior Challenger tanks, those wonderful Challenger tanks, which we all love. I'm just joking. I shouldn't be joking. They're very, very fearsome, great tanks. But, I mean, as a Britisher, as our friends would say, when you're in the field, if you could extend your range from what is currently 2 to 3 kilometers with an ATMG, and you can send it off with the spike of a martyr, what does it mean for the troops who are currently in those mechanized and combined arms formations with armor where they have martyrs and they can use the spike on top with its precision, its ammunition, its explosiveness, and its range?
Absolutely. First things first. Tank squadron working with an infantry company. It's busy when you're in the turret. With all the difficulties and distastes, you just get on with it. But it's sounds perverse, but it's exhilarating when it works well. I've spoken before about how when you're actually in a vehicle, you realise that 2 to 3 kilometer range isn't that far. So anything you can do to increase that protective bubble with mounted, semi-dismounted, dismounted ATGMs that are going to give you the ability to undertake maneuver and give you freedom of action is vitally important. That extra 1,500 meters. I go back to sight lines as well, sighting systems, and when you're in that close battle, how far do you want to reach out? Perhaps somebody out to a flank or a screen needs that overwatch to look in depth. And when you're actually within that area, the objective, the main event, so to speak, for yourselves, things get very close. So having a protective screen out 4.5 Ks just insulates you from any interdiction from elsewhere.
David, Axel, let's go to Raphael, and then I have a question for both of you, which will not break operational security. Raphael, please go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. I just wanted to say a quick word about Spike. I think the most important capability of it that we're missing is that you don't have to have line of sight with the target. So if you're Ukrainian and you, let's say, just put a little drone up, and you see, whatever you want to hit a few kilometers out, you don't have to be able to see it through the sighting. You can just shoot the missile in the general direction up in the air and then guide it onto the target just through like a first person camera. So I think that's the most important thing about it. Obviously, it has the range, but you don't have to actually have eyes on whatever it is you're trying to hit. Yeah, that's all I wanted to add. Very good news.
This Spike being supplied by Israel sounds like something Ukraine absolutely needs and can use. And as Axel is saying, the Spike missile is going on Martyrs. It makes the Martyr apparently just as tough as a Bradley. So, David.
Rafa,
Oh, sorry,
Rafa,
tougher.
Rafa,
I mean,
Rafa, please,
tougher, tougher.
No, Rafa, please tell this man, tell this North American what the Spike means, as opposed to the seriously impaired tow missiles they have on their Bradleys.
Honestly, Axel, I'm really the wrong person to be asking about these particular things. The person you need to speak to is Nuclear.
Nuclear, of
The
course.
person you need to speak to, who is he was, if I'm not mistaken, literally a Spike operator in his IDF service. And I believe that, I don't know if he's told it on the space, but I believe he's also told stories about how they used the Spike in exactly the way I described before. So from behind a hill, so they no way to be seen by the target, and they were not working on tanks; they were working on fortified positions. Which, if you think about what Ukraine are about to do, if they want to open up a line of Russian defenses, well, yeah, they're useful. Go ahead, sorry, David.
Oh no, I was going to say that. I mean, that's the point of having a video on it, so you can see what you're targeting. It seems the ideal thing. And for everyone here, when you've got something with explosive in it, right, and you don't have to just shoot tanks; you can shoot anything, right? A good point. Most of us will have seen the things with the Ukrainian Stugnas that they've been using, right, to take out infantry as well, right? So they're watching some infantry patrolling and they've hit it with a Stugna instead of something else. It's a incredibly useful weapon if you can watch something going in, right? And as Raphael says, right, shoot it up in the air, aim it down and see what you can see.
I need to jump down, David, but I'm going to try quickly find a video for exactly this in Gornokrova. It's a great video of it that really demonstrates it, and I'll try to tag you in it in a second.
Thank you very much, Raphael. So, Alan, you were going to ask us a question. What are you going to ask us?
At the end of a long day of battle, I mean, you could go back to D-Day if you wish. Commanders in the field have a very important function left before they get any sleep, and that sleep might not come for 24 or 48 hours. It's to file an after-action report back to command headquarters. What are some of the details that you are telling commanders back at headquarters about, and would your after-action report possibly influence the morning's plans?
Oh, that's a good question.
So at the end of D-Day, for example, there were many questions of did the Americans on Omaha Beach reach their objective? They did after a terrible battle, but I think they might have been the last assault team to reach its objective of the day. So what does your after action report look like? What do you put in it?
Are you actually asking me, or are you going to tell us, Alan?
No, I'm asking you, David, because I've never filed one. You have
Well,
the experience.
Well,
I don't.
yeah, but I've never filed one. That was always my troop commander who would go and do that sort of stuff. But here's
talk to Bearded.
Yeah. Oh, Bearded. He's got his hand up. Bearded. Go on. You answer this question, pretty please.
Okay, I'll give it a go. So yes, after action reports and reviews will be filed. However, you've got to understand that in today's complex, connected, networked environment within headquarters, there's a constant passage information up and down the chain of command. Now, in regards, so that's always ongoing, and specific things will require some form of detailed write-up as an aside. And there'll be set formats for that. Now, periodically, subordinate commands will send what's called intelligence summaries or situation reports up as prescribed in a 24-hour reports and returns format. Now, this is just a way that the British Army have done it in the past, and I've seen used elsewhere. That information is still flowing. However, adjacent to it and tapping into that feed will be two planning cells, the operational planning cell and the planning cell, J3, J5, G3, G5. And depending on what level of command you're sitting at, so we'll take brigade, for example, you will have one group fighting the battle. So that's the operational planning table map. But in the planning cell, they'll be working on the plan in 4 or 8 hours' time to be executed. And those two teams but effectively swap over. Now, as you go up to divisional or corps or joint headquarters, these planning tables will increase in time. So it'll be maybe 24 hours ahead, 48 hours ahead, or a week ahead. So information that's coming through might be seen important to the person who's sending it, but as to the bigger picture, depending on what's actually happening and what's planning to happen, sometimes you'll have to impose a delay before you'll see an effect of that information, depending upon what level of command you'd be actioning it. Does that make sense so far, Alan?
Yes, it does. It actually brings us into the fog of war. As you say, the person on the field filing the report might think that he
but once information is received within the headquarters, it will go into the G2, J2, S2 cell, which is intelligence, believe it or not, where you're going to turn that information into data, into intelligence. But you have to go through an analytical process for that and confirm it, etc., etc. So then it will be fed in. Again, it depends on what the event is and what are the consequences of something being done or not done about it, and at what level of command it's actually actioned. If it's a squadron company level, it might be actioned immediately. If it's at the battle group level, it might be passed up the chain, it might be kept at that level. It depends within the context of that information, Alan.
and so at the end of the day, and this is also the difference between the past and the current war that Ukraine is fighting. There's a continuous flow of information today. 70 years ago, that information came at the end of the day. If you were lucky, you might not even have a radio connection, or your radio might not be working. And there might be information and intelligence. It's so important, but you couldn't convey it. You couldn't get the message back to headquarters. And I think this might rarely happen today. What do you think, Bearded?
Sorry, I was distracted for a moment. Say again, over.
So there's a continuous flow of information today from field command back to headquarters, much different than it was 70 years ago, when if your radio wasn't working, you couldn't tell headquarters what was happening, what your situation was, what you needed. So you could be completely cut off. But today, such interruption is rare, although Yehuda is experiencing it right now from Canada. But this kind of communication interruption is more rare today, for example, than it was 70 years ago, when it was quite commonplace, I think.
Yes, communication resilience. Your bearer networks, how do you keep them secure? If you work from the front line going rearwards, combat net radio, encryption, frequency hopping, being able to negate enemy electronic warfare active assets. Longer distances require different radio lengths. At what point does it get fed into the digital network to then use the Ukrainian digital bearer network or whatever the Ukrainians have set up for their military comms? The comms resilience is important, and sort of links to what Doman has been looking at, the special equipments, the EW assets, how that's affecting that first leg of information flow. And of course, cyber defense links into all of this as well nowadays, ever more important to maintain that passage of comms.
David, I have either stimulated interest or people have raised hands to quickly change the subject.
No, they
Let's
came,
find out.
They came to slap you. Did you not know, Alan? What is it?
I was going to say, if you build it, they will come, and you've built the storyline, Alan. You've built the storyline.
If you're a fishmonger, people will deliver fish, and you engage in fish slapping.
Uh-oh. Okay, G-Man, and then Maple Chaos. G-Man, show me your fish.
Well, this fishy story is perhaps not about fish. I just popped something into the nest. Forgive me if I overstepped. There is a meeting. Atlantic Council are holding an event on Wednesday, June 14th. It's free to join online. And the title of it is NATO Membership and Security Guarantees, Getting Ukraine Right at the Vilnius Summit. I've registered to attend. I'm sure some other folk from the MriyaReport would probably might find it useful. So just thought I'd pop that in there when I just had literally seen it come through my emails. So, and I'm quite late in reviewing my emails because I've been busy in the garden and other places. So yeah, that's all I have for now. I'll report back when I get something else. That's fishy.
Thank you, G-Man. The Vilnius Summit will be incredibly important. And I believe, Axel, David, correct me if I'm wrong, before the Vilnius NATO Summit, there is another Ramstein meeting at the end of June.
And that's what I believe as well, Alan. It's one of the few things I know.
It's an important thing to know. So Maple Chaos, please go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to just add a little bit of detail to what Bearded Brit was saying. Just a couple of concepts. One of the important things to keep in mind is something called a battle rhythm. So when you are operating, you're operating on sort of a somewhat patterned timeline of when you're doing certain activities. So there's battle rhythm, and then there's also how staffs are structured. Anybody who wants to know this can Google the continental staff system. But basically, there's a set of numbers 1 through 10, and they each have a certain function, and that applies to every element and every level. So how that information is fed up is, that's what he was talking about, the 2 function, and that whether it's a G2 that would be for land, or A2 if it's the air, N2 if it's for the Navy. So there's the staff system, and that's how information is fed up, and then that feeds into the battle rhythm, which exists at different battle rhythm at different levels. That's what he was getting to. So the higher up you go, the longer the cycles for the battle rhythm, and the lower down you are, the shorter they are. So a platoon might be operating on something like 24 hours, and at the division level, it might be operating on a week. So there's sort of a, not a timeline mismatch, but just a different set of priorities when they're operating like that. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Thanks, Maple. I
Couldn't
think that,
have said it better myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Bearded and David and Maple and Axel, for entertaining my stupid questions. Nick and then Kylie. Nick, go ahead, please. And yes, I will. Your tweet is already up there. Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for putting the tweet in the next co-hosts. So earlier today, there was a discussion about a transfer of, I think initially 11 Ukrainian prisoners from Russia to Hungary at the initiative of Patriarch Kirill, apparently. And these are Hungarians from the region of Ukraine where there is a substantial Hungarian-speaking minority. And this all seems extremely dubious. It's not quite clear what's going on, but it urgently requires clarification. So I have written a letter to the person or the institution that I think is perhaps the best place to comment on this relatively urgently, which is the European Commissioner for Human Rights. Very, very complicated. There used to be a European Commission for Human Rights, which was a kind of previous or first stage before you went to the European Court of Human Rights. And then the European Commission for Human Rights was abolished because the court reformed its structures. And about 3 months later, somebody had the idea of creating the European Commissioner for Human Rights, which is a politically visible post for relatively rapid responses to human rights issues, whereas the court is very much for settling often important, but not all that often time urgent questions. So having previously worked at the Council of Europe, where the European Commissioner for Human Rights is based, I thought I would send them some questions, the text of which is in that message, in that tweet. And if you look in the tweet, you can read the message if you would like to send something similar without inundating these people with too much spam. But I think if the commissioner, got half a dozen copies of this, it might be taken seriously. And there's a link in there to the Google Doc with the text of my message, which you are welcome to copy and paste, although please take my name off it and put your name on it, otherwise you will look a bit silly. And there is, the web form has those things you have to fill in, what they called CAPTCHA, where you have to fill in to prove you're not a robot. I don't think I've ever had to click on so many buses, motorcycles, bridges, and traffic lights. Normally it's like 1 or maybe 2, and it was like 10, and then it was, and well, okay, you clicked on 3, but we've faded those out. Now there's another 2 traffic lights, and 5 or 6 screens. So keep persisting. You will eventually, finally, be allowed to submit. You get a little message saying has been submitted, and we'll see what happens, and perhaps tweet that you've done it. Put the commissioner's Twitter account in copy, and let's see if we can get a little bit of amplification on this. Perhaps it's all fine and above board, but anything that's been arranged between Hungary and Russia, must say my prior position is that there may well be something not terribly great going on.
Anything that's been arranged between Hungary and Russia and involving the Russian Orthodox Church and the Patriarch Kirill, or whatever name he goes by. Is he a patriarch? Let's say he's a patriarch.
I mean, these are all great job titles, aren't they? Yes. You see, I don't know how you get to be a patriarch as opposed to, a pontiff or a bishop and an archbishop. Oh, sorry, archbishop, like sort of, big pointy head or something.
One thing you don't want to be is a fallen archbishop. Kylie, Oyvind, and G-Man. No one got my joke, David. Kylie, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to, I didn't get your joke either, probably because I'm focusing on I don't know. But I just wanted to come up and plug an event that is being put on by a Ukrainian poet named Ilya Kaminsky. He is hosting a poetry workshop to discuss Ukrainian poetry on, I guess tomorrow is the 10th, at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And all proceeds, you have to basically pay a registration fee, and then all proceeds are going to help. My understanding is the flood relief, but it could be an interesting event for people who want to learn more about Ukrainian poetry.
And Kylie, is this a live event in person or is it online?
Yeah, so the Twitter post says that when you pay the registration fee, it sends you a Zoom link. So it's $100 registration fee, and then he'll send you a Zoom link after you pay. And his handle is at Ilya_poet. So if anyone's interested in that.
Easy to remember. Send me a DM about that, Kylie, please, if you can.
Sure, it'll be maybe 5 minutes, so look out for it, okay?
I will. Thank you very much.
Yep.
G-Man, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Alan. I was just wondering if I'll take Nick's email. I'll have a look at that probably tomorrow. I'm just surprised that Nick doesn't have some members of the European Commission in his, sort of telephone diary thing, like Ursula or something like that.
Be careful. The European Commission is an organ of the European Union. The European Commissioner for Human Rights is a political position within the Council of Europe. Totally different. They stole our flag.
Which one's got more teeth?
Which one's got
more teeth?
Well, Ursula von der Leyen certainly has a fine set of teeth.
Or
the European Union. The European Union has the money, and can make life difficult for Orban. But
what you mean is liquidity.
The commissioner.
What you should say is the European Union has the liquidity it charges its member states with.
Yeah. So, but the European community, the European Union, has a big ton of money, but there's no one that right now. I think the right person to write to is the European Commissioner for Human Rights on this particular issue. Horses for courses. There's no point in writing to the United Nations about it. There's no point in writing to the International Criminal Court about it. I think this is the right person to be writing to. You could also write to your, for example, member of the European Parliament, but we're writing to our members of the European Parliament about many issues. The point of writing to the European Commissioner for Human Rights is that this is a potential violation of these prisoners' human rights by Hungary. There's no point writing to the European Commission of Human Rights about a potential violation of these prisoners' rights by Russia. Russia is not a member, and the European Commissioner for Human Rights, who I'm sure is a wonderful woman and is fully on the side of Ukraine, nonetheless, professionally has nothing to say about Russia, but she does have something to say about Hungary. And so if we can get some pressure from the Council of Europe on Hungary, it will be useful extra pressure. So that's the reason. Obviously, that we would like the European Union to do a lot more about Hungary, but that's in many different ways. That's in dozens and dozens of different ways, and they're already fairly well mobilized on that. And this issue, for example, isn't going to make, it's just a ripple, a very small ripple at the level of the European Union. So it's always horses for courses. I think this is a modest thing that I did. It's a modest contribution that other people can make by adding to that message. I thought about having a kind of convening a few people to discuss the wording, but otherwise it just ends up being written by committee. If there's a point you want to add to it in terms of what should be looked at, then feel free to do so. But this is one little drop in the bucket, and I haven't seen the European Commissioner for Human Rights getting involved so far. And again, the main reason for that has been that there hasn't been a member state of the Council of Europe potentially infringing on people's human rights. And so what Hungary is doing here, depending on what's actually going on, but we have our suspicions, might well come under that. So this is the appropriate person to be calling, I think. By all means, pass it on to other elected representatives. I'm not limiting that, but that's the reason why I did that. So, and the EU is, will or will not wise up to Hungary, will or will not suspend their voting rights, will or will not suspend their tour of being president. But that's going to be based on a heck of a lot more than this.
Every little bit, Nick, hey? Every little bit.
Every little helps, as they say on the adverts.
And who said it?
Tesco.
Thank you very much.
Abdullah, welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, I just wanted to ask Dr. Brown. Sorry, I just joined in the conversation, but we were discussing this in the morning. Just wanted to ask you: does Ukraine have to file a formal complaint with Hungary, or this was actually taking place? I just wanted to get your opinion on that.
Sorry, I missed the first part. Did you say, do we have to file a formal complaint?
No, I said Ukraine as a government, does it have to file a formal complaint of what has taken place?
It's not clear what so the European Commissioner for Human Rights is not somebody with whom you file formal complaints. There isn't a kind of structure in place for that. She has a political role, and she's kind of the conscience of the member states of the Council of Europe on various issues. So the government of I don't know actually. I don't know what the government of Ukraine has actually said about this. I presume they have a view on it, but it's a fairly low-level thing. I just read about it this morning. It affects 11 prisoners. I haven't, for example, gone and checked whether Ukraine has said, hey, we're okay with this. Probably because I suspect they haven't. So what I've done is I've contacted the European Commissioner of Human Rights via her online web form, which is about all I can do. If Ukraine wants to protest against this decision, there are plenty of ways Ukraine can do it. They can raise it at the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. They can raise it within the European Union. There's lots of things that the government can do. But as a citizen, all I can do is send this in to the commissioner. So I'm doing what I can, and I'm sure the Ukrainian government will be looking at this and will be looking for an appropriate response. And it may well come up in the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. But everything has its place, everything has its mechanism, everything has its legal context. Ukraine could bring a case under Rule 39, the urgent intervention at the European Court of Human Rights, but I don't think there's ever been a state-to-state case brought under that rule, and it would be extraordinarily unusual, and I suspect it's not where they would want to have it settled, because even the urgent cases tend to take a while to get fixed. So there will be other political consequences of this. What I've done in no way prejudices the Ukrainian government doing it, or at least I very much hope it doesn't. Yeah, it's as Dad said, David, every little helps, and it's just a little bit that I can do as an individual European citizen. I don't think there's a ban on non-European citizens doing it, but it would be best if the people who submitted those requests were citizens of one of the 46 member states of the Council of Europe, I guess.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brown. Yes, I'm not an EU citizen, but I'm willing to also send a message to the commissioner. Just one more thing. Yeah, this stinks to high heavens, to be honest. It's so shady, and I do not trust Orban, of course. Yeah, Dr. Brown, what do you make of the? Usually it's the Red Cross that are involved in this kind of things, exchanges and stuff. But apparently the Order of Malta was involved. Are they an arm of the Vatican? I'm not 100% sure.
I have no idea. You would imagine the Order of Malta would be a fairly Catholic organization, would you not? But I'm afraid I don't know anything about that. If there are any Catholic people in the audience who are in a position to comment, or people with knowledge of the various structures.
The Order of Malta.
I mean, Hungary is a Catholic country. Patriarch Kirill is Orthodox. The Orthodox and the Catholics don't always get on everything, but they get on better than perhaps certain other pairs of denominations we could mention. But I don't know anything about the religious aspects of it at all, I'm afraid.
I think the Order of Malta is made up of stranded crusaders. G-Man, go ahead, please.
Which is not true, but that's fine. And no.
Asking for a friend.
You can ask
is
for
the
friend
UK
as
a
well,
member
like
of the
Abdullah's comment
Council
was,
of Europe thingy?
G-Man, hold on. Wait.
The UK is a founding. Sorry.
Can we?
The UK invented the Council of Europe. Basically, Winston Churchill invented it.
Good old Winnie.
I think I'm being castigated for my comment about the Order of Malta. But G-Man, go ahead, please.
Well, I'm sort of flummoxed now, but ours not the reason why, ours but to do and die. It's about the best I can do at this point.
No need to die, G-Man. What are you flummoxed by?
The water's too hot.
Oh, well, yeah, can't do much about that, I'm afraid. Give it 10 minutes, it'll cool down a bit.
I could put cold water in as well, but that would be surrendering, so I'll not do that.
If you go to www.coe.int, COE, like Council of Europe.int, there's a little page on there that explains the difference between the Council of Europe and the European Union. I thoroughly recommend it.
G-Man, lower yourself into the tub very, very slowly. Oyvind, please.
Good evening. I'm trying to find out what's going on the battlefront. I read a lot of Twitters, and there's a lot of bad news, but there's also a lot of fake news, and probably a lot of bad fake news. And but one thing I've seen is from this my Icelandic friend making statistics, and I see Ukraine have destroyed the past 7 days 4 times more artilleries, Russian artilleries, than in average over the whole campaign. So I wonder, is the Ukrainian tactics to risk a few Bradleys for exposing the Russian artilleries and destroy them?
I think it's far too early to talk about tactics, Oyvind. I don't think we know, and I don't think we need to know. I don't think we will know for a few days to come to make any deductions about Ukrainian tactics, about where they are, how things are shaping up on the battlefield. We do know where they're going. We just don't know where they are.
No, okay, but let's rephrase it. Does it make sense to risk some of the new equipment from the UK and USA and the other, Germany, to expose a lot of artilleries?
Well, it is the nature of
artilleries.
Well, it is the nature of a counteroffensive. You are going to expose all the equipment you have and that you're using in the counteroffensive to enemy fire. That's what it means to be on a counteroffensive. Whether you choose to do it or don't choose to do it, you have to do it because that is the way war works. I would call in Axel and David to correct my very general statement here, but that's the way I see what any commander.
Alan. So the thing is, you can't avoid risking that. All war is risk, isn't it? But listen. So the important point is that, and this is probably a description of the fact that when the offensive really started, but the takedown rate of artillery has just been going on up and up and up for the last 8 weeks now, isn't it, Alan?
Yes, 8 weeks.
And as a result, it's just going up and up and up. I would expect to see more of this, right? Because when on a counteroffensive, the Russians have no choice but to use their artillery. So if the Ukrainians have got their counter artillery sorted, all they're doing is the Russians, because they have to defend their positions, right? As soon as they open up, they'll get those Russian crews are going to get a good thumping. It's inevitable for them. So I don't think it's a case of, if I had to guess, I don't think it's a case of they're risking troops and the rest of it. That's just part of a counteroffensive. The natural course of this is the Russians have very little options because their tactics are all based around artillery, which is why they have so much of it, and which is why Ukraine is destroying so much of it. And I think, Alan, did you see the video today of the 50-odd Russian troops legging it from their artillery position?
Yes, I did see that.
There we are.
They were in a hurry. I mean, you know that the Russians are not stupid. The Russians know what is coming at them. They will have dialed their artillery in to certain coordinates on the battlefield, and they will be alerted to when it is the right time to fire that artillery. Wouldn't you say, David?
Yeah, and here's the thing. This is an important point, right? So on a defensive position, right, let's just say, for instance, because it's likely because Ukraine is attacking defensive positions, but behind those defensive positions, there are artillery. And what they'll do is they'll precise on certain areas. So if the Ukrainians are attacking a defensive position, they know there's going to be artillery in close by, because that's what artillery is there for. They're there to support their troops, right? So the fact that they're taking out more artillery is not a surprise. And the fact that they're taking out more special equipment is not a surprise either, because guess what? Where artillery are and the rest of it, they want their commanders and all that data sharing and all the other bits and pieces that go with it, and EW and many other systems, and so that's what they'll be seeing. They're presented with places. So Ukrainians have a couple of choices. They could avoid these places, but sometimes you have no option but to address it head on.
And counter battery fire, David. That's an artillery battle. So this is when one team of artillery is trying to zero in on the other team of artillery, using firing to calculate arcs, tangents, find out exactly where that artillery emplacement is on the battlefield and take it out. It is a nerve-wracking business. You're under fire and you are trying to precisely determine where that fire is coming from, right?
No, exactly, and this is where Ukraine has a distinct advantage, right? Because they've got archers, Caesars, etc. A lot of them. Firstly, they're considerably more accurate than the Russian stuff by factors. They have a range advantage. I think archers do anyway, and they're incredibly mobile. So I would expect them to. So what we're seeing in terms of the artillery going to, that's what you would expect to see if you were thinking about it.
So David, we have Bradford, then G-Man, then Skykiss, then Meta. Bradford, please.
Yeah, I would say for me, when I think about the loss of the Bradleys and some will be covered, and some of the Leopards, I think the main risk is that you somehow lose Western support, or you somehow don't have enough for later. I think they're serving their purpose perfectly. The crew in Leopards is much more likely to survive contact, or much more likely to survive being hit by being in Leopards or being in Bradleys. And I think nearly all those Bradleys that we saw, allegedly they had their back door open, so infantry inside got out, and I think that's what we want.
I mean, no, sorry, go on, Al.
No, I was just you go.
You're such a gent. Look. So I personally don't see that the loss of Leopards or equipment is going to be a problem. I know that some people say it will be. I just can't see it, because the people supplying this stuff know that everything inside a battle or in war is a consumable. They'll expect it. The whole idea. I know Macron pushed out whatever he said, but I just can't bear even saying his name at the moment. I don't think anyone who matters, it will make any difference. They will just expect losses, right? So at the moment, we don't even know if it's true, whether it is just a deep fake or whatever. We'll find out. But I agree with you otherwise. Yeah, they're doing what they're doing. Attacking fortified positions is innately dangerous, right? So I'd be interested to know how they are doing it, but we won't see that until much later. I'd be interested to see if they're using explosive rope on these things, or on those dragon's teeth. Are they just sticking a couple of 25 mil shells rounds through it, and this destroying them that way?
At some point, I would expect a public briefing by General Zaluzhny or President Zelensky, or Zelensky and Syrskyi. Syrskyi and Zaluzhny are the two busiest guys in the world right now. But give it 10 days, give it 14 days, and there will be some kind of public briefing or press conference in Kyiv, where they will answer questions, all of our questions, all of the journalists' questions, and then we will know how the counteroffensive is going. But we're not going to know today, or tomorrow, or Sunday, or even Monday. But we will know given a couple of weeks. That's my estimation, David.
Yeah, I agree, isn't it? Remember this time last year, we were hearing that there was the move, the tanks were heading down towards Kherson, etc., and then all it was just conjecture, and we're waiting for news. And I think it's going to be very much the same.
So we have G-Man, Skykiss, and Meta.
Hello again. So this is a day old, so forgive me if people have seen it, but it's worth repeating, I think, just so we know. So this is NATO, I was going to say NATO, actually, it's more appropriately JEF action, JEF being the Joint Expeditionary Force, which includes non-NATO members, one of which is supposed to be a NATO member, Sweden. Anyway, let's go. On Thursday, Typhoons and Swedish Air Force Gripens were scrambled to intercept Russian Air Force spy plane being escorted by a Su-27 fighter aircraft close to NATO and Swedish airspace. Fighter jets from Lossiemouth, that's the Typhoons, and then Swedish Gripens made the intercept. It was an IL-20 Kut-A intelligent carrying plane. They were also involved earlier in the day, today, later, Typhoons were scrambled to intercept an AN-12 Cub and an AN-72 Kohler, which were traveling south from mainland Russia to Königsberg, which the Russians call Kaliningrad. They were not
It is called Königsberg.
Yeah,
Location
exactly.
is
Königsberg.
Königsberg. It was founded as Königsberg. It never had another name other than Königsberg. It is Königsberg.
I stand corrected. And thank you. They were not communicating with the appropriate flight information, but stayed in international airspace. And according to the Russian MOD, were flying professionally. That might have been the British MOD, I don't know, but they seriously doubt that they were flying professionally. Later, the combat jets intercepted two Tupolev Tu-22 backfires and two Su-30 Flanker H, again flying from mainland Russia over the Gulf of Finland. This time, the Typhoon jets were joined by F-18 jets from the Finnish Air Force, as they escorted the said backfires and flankers through the Gulf of Finland, and then passed them on to some Finnish Gripens. Just to round it all up and make it a whole NATO job, Portuguese and Romanian F-16s, based out of Lithuania, also escorted the Russian jets as they moved further south through Latvian and Lithuanian areas of responsibility. So there we go. The alliance is working, just in the northern part, maybe, and we need to be more aggressive in the southern part. But that's another story. Thank you very much.
Thank you there, G-Man. Is it Skykiss then Meta? I think that's what you said, isn't it, Alan?
Yes, David.
Skykiss.
Yes, thank you. And thanks to Nick for putting your letter in the nest. I had already gone to your profile and saved it and was going to speak and ask a question about that, and then I have something else. Also, I sent the UN Ukraine link to an interesting tweet that I just saw a few minutes ago. I sent that to Alan, so just letting you know, Alan, that I sent that to you if you would have a look at it when you can. A lot of the fellas have been really after the UN and those who are supposed to be aid or organizations who are like, when are you going to wake up? And so that's been going on. And I was thrilled to be up late and come in and get those numbers. They are increasing, and they were absolutely phenomenal last night. So I'm looking forward to tonight's numbers as well. I did want to ask Nick a question. Should we, those of us who are in the United States, would it help if we put in our opinions to the Council of Europe? And I have brought up the website as you.
The answer is no.
No.
Council of Europe does not react to anything which is not related to its members and its member states. It hardly ever, even if Nick would try to convey anything else, it hardly ever reacts to the democratic masses in the countries which it represents. It doesn't have representation capacity. It is completely irrelevant in that regard. However, it does fantastic work. It really does. And very important work to collate, coordinate, cajole, and therefore program some of its elites. But it has no, absolutely zero democratic backbone at all.
Okay,
so from an American perspective, it is an unelected form of a coordination office.
So my next question, Axel, will it be helpful if we have our European friends, of which there are so many of us have friends all over Europe now because of this war? And
that's interesting. You have friends all over Europe. I love it when you say this. I'm delighted. Sounds like 1941. The Republican, the isolationist part of the Republican Party has found friends all over Europe.
Oh, no. I meant quite the opposite. The alliance.
Which alliance?
The alliance of countries who are supporting Ukraine.
Good, because
no, I'm definitely left of center in the United States.
I know. I'm just joking. The hardest supporters of Franklin Delano Roosevelt in terms of his industrial policy were very, very, very conservative donors of the Republican Party. Just highlighting. By the way, you should look at the Kaiser kind of, shipyards, just for the fun of it, the Liberty ships and stuff. But
yeah. Cool. Okay, very good. I'm all over the map. Tanks, airframes, and ships.
Freedom is
free.
not. Freedom is not a political issue.
No.
This is why you and I are here.
Exactly.
Freedom is not a political issue. Freedom is an issue of principle and a willingness to defend your own. And if you watch, as I did in the last 45 minutes, more and more and more and more images from Kherson, Oblast, and from the battle lines, where civilians, when they meet Ukrainian forces being liberated.
Okay. Yes, yeah, that was part of what I was busy.
There you go.
On Twitter.
Back to you.
At 4 a.m, it's like, girl, you have to go to sleep. You need at least a few hours. So yeah, missed a meeting or two. So it's okay. It's okay. Thank you. I'm very glad I'm here. And I may have a call come in, last minute. It's the end of our work week, but I will be here. And thank you so much. And I'm sorry I missed Aaron, but I've got to go check his timeline and see if he's coming up with a meeting or something.
Yeah, it seems he had a number of technical issues. It seems our Canadian friends have issues currently with a bit of wildfire, which is seemingly also quite a concerning issue. But there you go.
Yeah, well, it is, and they're over in the easternmost part of Canada, and that's what's blanketing New York City. I'm glad I'm not there, and it has nothing to do with my weird weather.
Tell me, did it come with an invading horde of rapists?
No.
Oh, it didn't?
It did not.
It did not. So Canada.
You mean the wildfire?
I mean the wildfires.
No.
It didn't come with us. So it didn't. It only came with fire, but no brimstone, no rapists, no killing people, no.
None of that.
None of. Oh, gee.
It's just people who have great sensitivities which right now in New York City, it seems to be a lot of people are going like, I'm just coughing all the time now if they go outside. So, I mean, here in the West, we have wildfires, and we sometimes get air from way up in the northwestern United States when they have fires in the summer. But here in
Skakis,
Colorado, it has been
are you
raining.
telling me that
It has been raining.
the defenders?
I'm trying to tell you, it's awful. We're in monsoon, and we never have a monsoon. If we have a monsoon, it's July for 2 or 3 days, and it gets cool. It is like in the 50s at night. It's summer. We're supposed to have sunshine,
Yeah, but
and
you
we
have
don't.
see the
It's
problem
been
is,
raining for
Skakis, you
5
had
weeks.
this before. Actually, this planet has had this many times over. It continues. Shit happens like this. We just have to adapt. What I'm trying to highlight is:
Yes,
are
we
you
do.
trying to tell me that our Canadian friends and the champagne socialists between 53rd and Lex have issues with the temperature
Mhm.
and the color of the background when they stand
It's weird.
somewhere to be photographed for their Instagram posts because there's some kind of a reddish tone to it, whilst next to
I think
Kherson, people are
they
dying
oh,
out of thirst
sorry.
on roofs.
Oh,
You're having a proper, sensible lightning and thunder there, Skakis. Right, David, Alan, whilst people are not dying between 53rd and Lexington in New York City at this point in time, whereas people on roofs in the Kherson region, specifically Oleshki, are actually dying of thirst and hunger or drowning because they slid off a roof late during the night whilst 20 people were hovering and some more huddling together on a roof because the Russians deemed it necessary to explode a dam. Let's just say, hey, my friends in North America, you have it good, you have it well.
I think we can remind everyone in New York City that they have it better than anyone in Ukraine, especially anyone in Kherson, and I hope they recognize that. Just
Do
because your
they?
city,
I'm sorry to ask. Is it? I mean, if the temperature, if I mean, surf and turf, it's a delicate thing. I mean, Alan, you and I know this. I agree with this. It's okay, but if the surf and turf, if the temperature in the lobster shears on top of the steak has dropped too much, that ruins your day, right? Does it?
well, no, it doesn't actually.
It doesn't. Oh gosh. How is it? You're very, I mean, Alan, that's very kind of you. You seem to be substantially more pragmatic.
You need pragmatism to get through any day, uh, especially if you live in New York City, as I once did. But no, the discrepancies between concerns in New York City and life and death concerns in Kherson, especially on the Russian occupied bank and in places like Oleshki. I mean, the fact that Ukraine first responders and soldiers are conducting emergency rescues in Kherson, even while being fired on by Russian artillery. You know, we talked about what Russian artillery is used for. It is used for what Russia uses all of its weapons of war to attack civilians. This is no different than the Nazi invasion of Poland. We saw that 80 years ago.
You mean, or the Turkish invasion of what is today the Balkans?
Yes. Yep.
Just saying, because they only killed about half the population on the Balkans. We can go through this all the time. At this point in time, today, my dear friends in New York, think about it. You are there roughly 13.5 million people, depending on how far you count the outer boroughs and the catchment areas. If you're in Westchester County, have a little look, see at your gardener. Your gardener, hopefully, he is fully registered.
Unlikely.
Just imagine. Alan, that is main disdain, isn't it?
No. I don't want to get into that.
Main disdain. You just don't like the people in Westchester who contribute so much to the payment for the bribes of Tammany Hall.
I have nothing against the people in Westchester.
Oh, you like Tammany Hall?
Well, that's history, Axel. There's no Tammany Hall.
It's history. That's sweet.
Boss Tweed was a fascinating fellow, and not the only boss.
Has it ever changed?
Yes, it has.
I love the utopianism. What I'm trying to tell you, and I think you know exactly where this is going, there is more than enough economic capacity in the United States of America to fix this. There's more than enough support over there in the United States of America for freedom. There's more than enough people who still believe in the same values as Ronald Reagan believed in when he was on a mission to denuclearize the world, when he was on a mission to win the Cold War. There's more than enough of all that capacity. There's more than enough of that deep moral sense and clarity and all of this. It's there. But more importantly, there's more than enough liquidity. None of this has to happen. We can fix this.
In fact, Ronald Reagan's state of California could itself create a fund for Ukraine and never miss a penny. The California Pension Fund alone could create a fund for Ukraine and never miss a penny, and take a moral position that actually would be heard around the United States.
You know why? It can't, because CalPERS is not allowed to invest in entities and in countries fitting the criteria of Ukraine. It just isn't.
That is true, but laws can be changed. Pension funds all over the United States have been fooled with for 100 years, as long as they have existed, and CalPERS should look at what they might be able to do in Ukraine. I think the payback would be unbelievable.
Are they interested in money, or are they interested in telling people what money should be for? That's the point, and that's where Marshall comes into place. This is where the government comes into place. If you want to run the place by means of ideology, you lose. America is the beacon of freedom. It is the light, the city it's the shining city on the hill. And if you fail to be free and start dictating ideological positions of communism, socialism, and restriction, you will lose, because you will lose the perspective on your future yields, and therefore your pension system goes down. You know this, I know this, we all understand this. We're not stupid. And by the way, the markets tell you that already. As you quite rightly said, Alan, Ukraine is the crucible for the free world. This is a second chance. Second chance Europe and transatlantic friendship have. We had this opportunity early in 2008, and somebody believed that domestic policies and social justice were more important than what Condoleezza Rice highlighted. Deterrence in global politics is always more important than inward-looking domestic polities and justice. Always. Always. Freedom is always more important. There is no such thing more important than freedom. It was the biggest ever domestic policy failure. It was the biggest ever ideological failure. We fortunately have a chance now because Ukraine is willing and has to. It's forced to. It has no option other than to fight this existential war and win it. As many people said here, we failed them for political reasons, for ideological reasons. We should never, ever allow this to happen again. And I do not want to see any former president, any former president or prime minister or chancellor from the last 20 years, when President Zelensky finally steps up and declares that Ukraine is free. The current crowd can stick around and be there, but none of the former. They all failed.
You know, they did all fail. But one thing I will say, Axel, and this is something I've been reminded of. I'll say reminded rather than changed my mind. But without deterrence, without strong national defense, and without the desire and ability to fight for freedom around the world, the United States cannot have social justice or freedom at home. It actually does come down to that. Now, I don't want the United States to fight unwise wars. At the same time, I would be the first person to cheer if the United States led NATO into Ukraine, or for that matter, into Russia, because I think it's come to that. I really do. I know I shouldn't say this here at Maria Report, but I'm saying it because history teaches us this. This is the end of World War II. We fought and won that war, and we should have listened to George Patton. It's that simple. It's not a new war. It's the end of World War II. You want to prevent World War III? Finally, win World War II. Finish it.
Alan, I'm 100% with you.
I know you are. But I've not always thought that way, Axel, as you know. It's this war. It is rereading history and looking at commentators from the past, including Ronald Reagan, that has enabled me to adjust my thinking. It's not easy to do.
I understand, but the interesting thing is, if you look back at what Jack Kennedy and his brother discussed, according to what we know very little. We will never know all of it. It's impossible. But there are, recordings, there are transcripts, there are reportings on this matter. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, they were extremely clear and very blunt about it. Because the older one of the two had actually been serving and had done his bit. Many, many people, even in today's administration, do know, they viscerally understand it. The problem is they need to overcome their inhibition to call out evil.
I don't know why American leaders have become so shy about calling out evil. And hopefully we will see that change. I think that that Joe Biden has come very close to it, and I think we will hear him do it.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree.
You know who's trying to come up is John Spencer.
And I got to him first, Alan. I got him. He's
Good.
mine.
He's cycling. Can we get him up, David?
Let's see. Oh, is he dropping down? Oh dear, what's happening? It was a race, Alan. It was a race.
I made a little bit more space. Hopefully he'll make it up this time. Although I still do see him cycling.
Here he is.
John.
Good afternoon.
John, welcome, and please go ahead.
No, I mean just some strong language. I really liked when John McCain passed away, one of my heroes. I wrote a piece about what this means for U.S. national security, for the U.S. military. We really don't have a generation of people that are understand or will take risks in their political fields to take a stand because of their own upbringings and culturizations. And even if they served, we are lacking that leadership, and are actually being much needed at this moment. But I really like the conversation lately.
But John, don't you think the corrective is history? If you read the history, if you try to understand the history, especially of the Second World War, isn't that the corrective? If we just know that history, can't we gather up some courage?
No, it doesn't. So I'm not a historian, but I learned. That's why I learned from Axel and you. And even as a military guy, my World War II history is urban focused and loose and free with the story, because really what influences people is the story, is the legend, is the myth and the romance of the greatest generation. Although there are horrible things that happened in World War II by everybody, and then there has to be accountability. But these values, the stories that wed the values, are less than 1% having served, and less than 10% knowing somebody that served, where it isn't strong enough for that. That's why 9/11 was so visceral, that it was in this time as something that they could tie their identity to. And unfortunately, World War II and the evolution of democracy and the evolution of standing up against tyranny is not in the core of the generation currently leading, let alone if they even know history.
John, imagine if the United States had conscription again, not an all-volunteer army, but an army take it back to the army that fought in World War II. Why shouldn't everyone serve? It can go in parallel with public service if you want that contribution to society. But what is wrong with universal service? Nothing that I can think of.
I mean, the military is a reflection of their society. You need leadership that would do that, and I'm fine. I've been a part of those conversations, and Jerome McChrystal is really, really big and a part of that. And I even studied the Clinton era attempt at AmeriCorps and tying it to college and embedding that sense of service. And then there are issues with just the nuclear family and values which lead to service. I would love, of course, that to happen. The purity of national service, like Israel, although it's a much smaller kind of conversation. It's just we're too fractured in the United States to get the momentum for that. You can't force that on people. Just like conscription or drafts are so hard to do in this current society, and why my era was forced to live with the backdoor draft of, sure, you served, but we're not going to let you out because we're too gutless to take further action based on our national security interest. Yes, it would be great, and I applaud nations that do it. The benefits are so many in just values that you have to serve. You have to have service to be a part of this citizenship. You don't get your passport, you don't get your driver's license, you don't get any of that unless you've served and you're not a freeloader on this system and you're an active part. So maybe you understand it when there's a time for something like right now where the world needs to stand up to this nuclear armed terrorist. And our societies are so broken that we can't risk it. We can't upset the domestic political base. We can't convince people enough with storytelling without evidence and really make it clear. And we have to play by these silly rules that have evolved over the last 50, 60 years.
You know, when my father served in World War II, John, it wasn't just the experience of war that shaped him for a lifetime. It was his experience of meeting young Americans just like himself, who he never would have met before. Americans from Georgia and Oklahoma, Montana, California, Wyoming, who became lifelong friends if they survived the war, and not all of them did. But it shaped him in this way. He was a shy man, but he is one of the most open individuals I've ever known, engaging anyone and everyone in conversation to find out about them, to find out what makes them tick, to find out what they are committed to. And he told me it's because he was in the army in World War II.
No, I can't express that enough. And I was just talking to a high school class today, and they always ask, like, why did you join? I was a man in search of an identity. Just the military, but firemen, people that serve. It brings together all walks of life, and that is life-changing. It is the root of racism and all those negative social aspects is ignorance. And when you slam people together and you find out it's not skin colors, background, nationality, none of that matters. In the human experience of fighting for each other, all barriers go away, all the ignorance goes away, and human values come out. Like that's why I tell this class, like, look, I had nothing. I was re-raised in the military. I traveled the world, get perspective of the world and understanding of what we have in the United States. Just that alone, whether it's Peace Corps, AmeriCorps, whatever, just getting people perspective. But then you sit and just spend time with people from all walks of just in the United States. It absolutely is life-changing, life-altering, and it's an amazing human thing that just happens to be a part of military service. Now, if you talk about military service in war, I mean, it's just that on steroids, right? When you have to rely on somebody. And why I visit Ukraine and I just feel this purity. There's nothing good about this war. But when I go, and I've told it to the space before, when I go and visit Ukrainians and I go and just walk around, that unity of there is no anger and racism and discrimination and sexism, nothing. It's so pure of a society, even in suffering, because they've been united by suffering, just like our Great Depression did, the Great Wars. It is so horrible that we need to be reminded as humans on that we're all the same. Yeah, we have different backgrounds and different upbringings and everything, but the Ukrainians are so united. There's no purer place on the earth that I've been and feel that societal, tribal togetherness against evil, and committed to victory. Like there is nothing. nothing good about the war, but that you can't go there and not almost feel, and then return to your own societies and just feel that we wish we had that without the genocide, of course.
My father would agree with you, John. I remember when my brother and I would turn on some war movie or watch a war show on TV in black and white, of course, in the old days. My father would turn off Combat, which was a popular TV show broadcast weekly in the United States. He would, if he came into the den, my brother and I were watching Combat, he would switch off the TV. He would stand in front of it and he would say, it was nothing like that. And we would wait for him to go back to the kitchen. Then we'd switch the show on again. But there's no romance in war. And my father can tell you that. You can tell us that, David, Axel. It makes no difference what Hollywood tries to do with war. There's no romance in it.
No, and I think this is, so interesting you mentioned war movies, and I know Axel will laugh at this. On June 20th, a video will come out that I did while I was in LA, Hollywood, teaching with Jason Drew and all of our friends. I went and did a thing in Hollywood where I evaluate the reality of war movies in an urban warfare nature. So like 20 movies, I just sit there and evaluate. But of all the war movies I've ever watched, though, some get it technically, tactically correct, but Saving Private Ryan and the Band of Brothers series is just a life appreciation of cinematic ability to bring forward both the horrors of war, but also that pure brotherhood and sisterhood that gets experienced by soldiers and societies who unfortunately fight the wars.
There was a grocer in the town I grew up in, John. Fewer than 5,000 people lived there. Hank Marino was his name. And he was at D-Day. Didn't see one thing because he was in the Navy. He was an engineer in the hull of the ship. He said, I saw nothing, but I heard it. And what I heard scared me to death. I'll never forget him telling me that.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, it's just some things are unspeakable. Some things are unexplainable. The sensations, the experience of it. And this is, and now we've talked about in the space, what the next war, once this Ukrainian victory comes ultimately, assuredly, the next war will be mending the society and all that they've suffered and seen, not just the veterans, but the children, the women, the men, everybody who has seen some of these things that nobody should have to see. And it takes a village, what Ukraine has, togetherness and scale and empathy rather than sympathy. That is their next war that they will have to fight. And luckily, we in the MriyaReport are tied with many of those efforts with the Veterans Affairs attempt, Nadia and all the others that are working hard. That's, I'm of course concerned about the victory right in front of us, what we call the 50-meter target, of destroying the Russian forces in Ukraine, causing them to culminate, causing them to tuck tail, go home, kill Putin if you need to, switch out the regime. I don't care. Just get out of Ukraine. And the same type of Marshall Plan to effort to mend the psychological impacts that will be this war.
John, what would you tell folks here tonight who are anxious for news? They want to wake up in the morning and see Ukrainian forces in Berdiansk on the coast of the Sea of Azov. There's so much impatience, so much anxiety. They want this news of victory now. What would you tell them?
Oh, patience. I would tell you that we're not even seeing the tip of the spear. We're seeing that Russian weakness. When I was in Kyiv a few times, seeing the posters, which is just amazing. I think it's kind of been missed from the stories. What the beauty of the Ukrainian military has built is not just a 700,000 plus force, but they over the last 6-7 months have called for and received thousands of volunteers for specific assault brigades designed to finish this counteroffensive off. We're not even seeing very few of them. The third assault brigade is in Bakhmut. They're waiting. They're in the arena waiting for the bell, and the main effort's going to punch, and it's going to be beautiful. We're all going to celebrate it. A mini celebration before our Crimean beach celebration. It's coming, but we have to be patient because, like I heard, we were talking about risk, and there is no bloodless war. Ukrainians will lose and are losing daily, and they will lose a lot in this path to achieve their victory. But we're not even seeing the main body of these assault brigades, men and women who said, I don't just want to serve in the Ukrainian military. I want to serve in the people that get to punch Russia in the face right now, as fast as we can, trained, led, motivated to destroy these unmotivated, untrained, unled orcs sitting on Ukrainian land. I would tell people, give patience. We're seeing it. It's not like wait months. We're seeing it unfolding. And it will be big. We will all know when that bell has been rung and all those assault brigades are given the attack.
John, I want to bring in my co-host David and Axel. I hope both Axel and David are still
I
awake.
have views.
You've woken me up, Alan. You've woken me up.
You woke up the David, and I have views on this matter because I think what John said is extremely important. This is not a game. None of this is a game. None of this is a match. It doesn't compute. It doesn't compare to any of the things which people in recent years have experienced. We've tried to highlight this here. This is a force-on-force conflict on a theater level, as in the Second World War. Yes, this is nothing, in comparison to the Battle of Kursk. No surprise there. But the Battle of Kursk was just one large engagement in a terminal battle. It doesn't matter. Currently, this here is much bigger because it's about the existential defense of a nation against an invasion. Even if currently engaged in battle, there are fewer troops, this is much bigger. This is on the same level as the defense of a nation such as Britain in the Second World War. As such, what we're experiencing at the moment is Ukraine stretching, doing this, checking how well equipped its capabilities are, testing, probing, sensing, fixing, checking, and moving. Probably since the morning of the day when the Russians detonated the dam, or most likely since the morning of that day, Ukrainian forces have been attacking all around, and they have been beavering about. David, what did we see thus far? We saw Russian information operations, right? We saw Russian videos. We saw Russian drone captured imagery. What did we not see, David? What did we not watch?
We played this game a little bit earlier, Alan. Not Alan. Axel. This is how confused I'm getting.
I know.
Yes, we played this little game.
Let
We've
me
not seen
play
any
this game
Ukrainian
again
footage.
because John is here.
So-
It's important. What?
But he doesn't want to see this game.
Alan has well coiffed hair. That's completely fine.
Okay, go for it.
So what did we not
We've
see?
not seen any Ukrainian footage.
Why would that be the case, David? In the case of an existential war, when you actually mount a counteroffensive, why would we in the West and in the media world not see information?
This is painful, Axel. But anyway, OPSEC.
Gosh.
Operational security, because OPSEC, I mean, it's an acronym. You got to spell it out, David, for everyone who's not in the military or who doesn't know something.
I mean, you said the word spell. You know I can't do that. Alan.
Okay. Apart from the spelling bee contest here now, what does it showcase? What does it signify if there is literally no visual confirmation, no visual representation, nothing in terms of video other than this one audio which highlights that the Russians have actually detonated the mines they put into the dam? What does it signify?
To me, it signifies a military command in control of information, and by being in control of information, they are in control of what's happening on the battlefield, and they're not going to let any of it out until the time is right. And then what we will see will probably astonish us. Well, Axel, how would you carry on with that observation?
I was just chatting with Thomas Tyner, by the way, best regards, and I think we all know what this means, right? Perfect audio and message discipline. This is unique in everything I've ever learned, everything I've ever seen. I don't know what John thinks, but this is unique. Even in Desert Storm, we had some silly signals officers who were talking to the media, and they were punished for it, fortunately. But later on in Afghan and it was even worse. Social media has not made it better. The Ukrainians are on a mission, and they're taking it seriously, and they're doing it well. I think it's exceptional.
I do too.
I agree with you, Axel. It's in the age of information immediacy and train and almost impossible to hide. You don't see the columns and the formations and the planning, just like in the September offensive. We saw none of that until Ukraine wanted the world to see it after. And when the troops were safe, and then I see so much in those videos, and I talked about it. And if I see a video of Russian formations, or I see a video that Russia has put out, there's so much there that maybe others don't see in the health and welfare of the troops and equipment that anybody could get. That's the part of operational security. It's not just where they're at and what formations are, what gear they have. The ability of Ukraine to keep that on lockdown, to keep surprise. And I said this in a lot of interviews recently. I mean, surprise still matters. We, us, and not even me, many open source intelligence personnel don't know where the Ukrainian offensive is going to occur, don't know where all those assault brigades are, nor do I ever want to. But their ability to surprise the Russians is a masterclass in warfare, and there will be nobody. And this is where you kind of got to take who you're getting the information with a grain of salt, like a general, because he has stars. Like Axel said, nobody has fought this level and this type of war since World War II. So if you're not Eisenhower or some, or other, generals from that era, you don't know, and maybe you studied history, which I question some of it. The Ukrainians are taking their place in the history books of excellence in all these different warfighting functions, and the element of surprise and audacity and tempo, which are all like critical principles of war. The Ukrainians are showing how it can still be done in the modern era. That's why I am patient on what's about to happen.
And that's why Ukraine should become a member of NATO, the most experienced army in the world in warfare, period. They have the experience day to day to day. John, what can NATO learn from the Ukrainian military?
Everything from how to integrate civilian power, intelligence, initiatives, industry, command and control, survivability, messaging and continuity from presidential down to the soldier, how to constantly but iteratively and massively send messages to keep the will of the soldier, the will of the people, and the will of the political apparatus at its highest possible level, despite setbacks, despite unsurmountable or unthinkable things. The NATO Rapid Reaction Force should be moved to Kyiv. The NATO major training bases should be in Ukraine. Each one of the military districts of Ukraine should have their own training facility, not just the one in Yerevan. It should completely change. Ukraine has made NATO relevant. Ukraine can make NATO more powerful once they are given their fast pass to NATO membership. Who else? Just because you have money, money is it's a defensive alliance, and there's nobody who's going to have more knowledge, and understanding of what that defensive alliance actually needs to be prepared to defend from, other than Ukraine. I mean, it's just crazy, right?
Yeah, I want to highlight something John just said. Ukraine has made NATO relevant. Ukraine can make NATO powerful. And Ukraine has reawakened in so many people an understanding of purpose and of morality and of the necessity to fight wars that you don't want to fight, but you have to fight them. There's just no way out. There's no way under it, over it. You have to go through it. And the world should be going through this war with Ukraine side by side. John?
100%. And even in the civil, which is it's a very big issue, and it's a problem in the United States. I mean, I personally think if you're a 1-star or above, you should have been to Ukraine already. If you're a political leader, you should have been to Ukraine. There is no better place on the planet that can teach the values of national security and what we're all paying our defensive apparatus to do is to maintain our national security interests. You can't get that amount of information from watching news clips. You can't get that understanding of the society from hearing briefings. They should all have rotated by this point through Ukraine, and have that tacit knowledge. That's what I expect of my leaders, and I'm proud to have seen so many visit Kyiv. But even from the military leadership, because of these stupid rules that we have, they should all be rotating through, seeing how Ukraine is doing what they're doing, without being a burden, of course. But this is a concept of military observers. But it's so practical, and NATO we all know that has been measured, it has garnered some support, but it's shown lacking in military industrial capability and in flexibility, things like that. And these are what can be learned if the ship can turn, because culture, institutional culture, it can be like we started this story without John McCain, without Nike Skelton, without a massive personalities who will help turn the ship and be relentless. I think we need that right now in all countries. Like, where are our military leaders? What is your understanding of what's going on in Ukraine, and what changes are we making, even as a nation, like the United States' ability to produce certain capabilities that we mothballed and can never turn back on? This should change the world. The war has changed the world. We don't even know it. And the more we let it go on, the more it's changing the world as we know it, the laws of war, the international global order. What Putin has done in Kherson is changing, will have global economic impacts. It will have European economic impacts, but it's changing the rules of war if there is no immediate response, immediate attribution, immediate consequences. It is the rule of you establishing a new standard. So whatever's on the book, it don't matter. If we allow this to continue to happen, the world is changing. Ukraine should be making us stronger, and we should be stronger for them.
There's no replacing John McCain. Although I would encourage everyone, step into his shoes if you can, and step onto the floor of the U.S. Senate. John McCain, if he were alive, would be giving a speech every single day about the necessity of the United States standing strong with Ukraine. He knew who Putin was. He told us in very plain words. John McCain was a plain speaker. That was part of his power. And another part of his power was his military experience. John?
And there are others, right? So there's, Goldwater's Nichols, there's Ike Skelton. There are others that we've just unfortunately lost them. And I don't know what it will take to create them. How do you create a Zelensky, a Zelensky? I mean, tragedy allows great men to rise to the occasion. This is our moment to allow ourselves for new John McCains. But this is the kind of sad part, and it's not just the United States. I'm just not as well versed in the other political figures. This is a global chance to set right paths that we've taken, and we're lacking some of those key people that are, like you said, the daily firebrands who have little personal risk that they're guiding their values based.
I mean, really what you're talking about, John, is politicians who understand right from wrong, and people who are prepared to take a moral stance when they see these things, and when they see injustice in the world. And you said it beautifully just now, and thank you very much for that. But it's interesting how the world has moved on. I suspect some bastardization of politics with real politic and the air quotes that goes around that, and what it really means, which is accepting the tragedies of war and everything just because there's a buck to be made out of it. And that's just for me, and well, clearly from you, it's just something the world shouldn't be doing.
Right. No, I agree with you. And we need more people explaining, and like we talk about in this space, being relentless and getting the attention, even in the modern era way of doing it, to expose that this is important. This isn't, well, we'll just wait it out. Or this isn't, that's just what soldiers do. This is just what happens in war. Bullshit. This is all not okay. This is all not what happens in war. This is all, even before World War II, war crimes, nation states not adhering to common agreements on what can and can't be done, or there are consequences. And in this point, since there are not, and this is the new way. And this is even younger generations who can't understand why it matters. Like, this isn't just another war. This isn't just waited out and it'll play itself out. This is a border skirmish. It is echelons upon generations more important than that.
John, you are so kind to contribute your time here tonight. David, should we take a few
Alan, what are
hands?
you saying? He lives here.
Oh, if only John did live here. But we know he actually has a life, Axel, unlike you, David, and me.
No, I don't believe that's true whatsoever.
I don't think so. I just think I think I need more sleep than some of you wonderful hosts. I think that's about the difference. I actually
All
sleep.
right.
I'm not a cyborg.
By the way, like the men at that time, because I'm not sure that there was any woman among them. There were two combat medics, two female combat medics amongst the cyborgs. So it's men and women. But the men and women who fought at Donetsk airport are a showcase. They are in the crucible of what Ukrainian spirit has become. What we see today, what we will see in the coming weeks and months, beyond what we've already experienced, is exactly that. The unwillingness to simply fold. The complete and utter disregard of what is being said, considered, projected from the outside, because people just simply want to be left alone on their own soil, in their own country. They simply do not understand why somebody should come and kill their pets, rape their children, burn the elderly in their houses. Nobody in Ukraine can have any understanding, and rightfully so, as to why such violence would have to be meted out to normal human beings. The overreach, this is what I think, John, you and I discussed this here, the strategic overreach of the Russian Empire in the incarnation of today. The overreach is what kills it. That empire is sclerotic. That empire has no meaning. It has no culture. It has no backbone. And it cannot project power when confronted. And that's why the Ukrainian spirit of all, with the support of ours, will burn it to the ground.
So I think it was you actually that taught me that this is the dying of the Soviet Empire. It wasn't the breakup. This is the dying of that evil empire. Not only did Putin make the greatest strategic blunder that I have ever studied in uniting all of Ukraine and uniting NATO and uniting the West, he's actually just fit the final nail in the coffin of that empire that was born on genocide and massacre. And he has created this beautiful flower of Ukraine in his stupidity and what he has done and continues to do. This is the end of the Soviet Empire. This is the end of Russia.
Yeah, very much so, isn't it? How does it survive this? There's 500, 500,000 dead, not 500,000 dead, but 500,000 dead and severely injured. How does a country survive something like that? They're out of a demographic they're running out of. They'll just be a country of really, really old people with and nothing else to do. Yeah. Dust very shortly, John.
Yeah, there's unlike World War One. There's no hiding the loss and the mediocreness and the senseless sacrifice of the Russian military for false ideals. Unlike World War One, you will not hide this global defeat of what you were doing to the world. 2008 shouldn't have happened. 2014 shouldn't have happened. But 2022 definitely shouldn't have happened, but will never be forgotten.
John, do you have time to take some hands? There are a lot of people here. I have no idea of the order, but I'm going to call on Michael
And
first.
they're for Axel. They're not for me, but I have a few minutes. But all those hands aren't for me.
I'm running. They're all for you anyway.
And before we go, I want to just say one thing. Lexicon, you need to recycle. I've tried to bring you up many times. Recycle, and I've sent you an invite. And with that, more questions. Do you know whose hand is up first? Do you, Alan?
I have no idea. That's why I called on Michael.
It seems like a good way to start.
Gentlemen, ladies, what a fantastic discussion. And let me start, and I don't want to belay things, but as always, I'm so grateful to Axel, to you, David, to you, Alan, and Colonel Spencer. What a fantastic contribution to this space. It's an honor to just be able to come up on it. You guys ranged across a bunch of topics, and you know, I'm not a combat guy, ground combat guy, Colonel Spencer, but I'm an ISR guy, overhead dude. But I just could not help but just absolutely applaud your statements with regard to, you know, it is the end of the Russian empire, if you will. I could not concur more with what you said. And going back to some of the mistakes, I'll just call them mistakes that our administrations have made over the years, you know, AmeriCorps in the Clinton era, this whole notion of what it takes to serve a country. I was just inspired by what you were saying. We don't even teach civics, government civics in classrooms. Oh, we didn't for a long time. And my two sons, which are 25 and 28 now, they actually did have civics. And I was just amazed and pleased that they got exposure to that. I had it. But this whole sense of service, to want, you know, what makes these Ukrainians want to fight for their country? It's something that I guess, and maybe John, you can expand on this. Well, you already did, but you have to have been brought up in that culture. You have to love your nation. You have to be willing to fight and die for the beliefs of your country. And I feel that so strongly that it makes me get sort of choked up. But it's an incredible, powerful driving force in me and other people that have served and are serving. And I just look at this from the Ukrainian perspective. If you think from the perspective of Americans, let's say that Canada was a strong power and Mexico was a strong power, and we think that one of them, just imagine, one of them invaded across the border, Canada from the north and Mexico from the south, either one, what would that invoke in this nation? Well, of course, with our gun laws, everyone owns guns in this country, or a lot of people do. That's just one aspect of it. But the willingness, the belief, the care, the concern, the love of your nation, and how you got to where you were, how your parents brought you up, what you feel, the love of the heritage of your country. That's what the Ukrainians are feeling. And I cannot imagine, although I try to every day, these Ukrainians that went over to the UK and went other places in Europe to be trained, most of them, many of them, never having put on a piece of combat gear in their lives, but willing to go back onto the front lines and go push these motherfuckers, pardon my French, the Russians out of their nation for bringing this vile hatred, killing action that has just shocked them and has shocked the world. And we have to, I think we have to ignore, because we're doing a great job on this space. The mainstream media just is what it is. We can try to influence it, and we're doing a fantastic job.
And Michael, if I can just cut in here,
Sure.
nothing is more inspiring than seeing the British trainers of Ukrainian troops, the Spanish trainers of Ukrainian troops, the American trainers of Ukrainian troops, saluting them as they finish their training. Every one of those trainers, a soldier, him or herself, knows they are going to put their lives on the line. And the salute to these trained Ukrainians is inspiring.
It is. That's a great word. You know, it choked me up when I saw it. It inspired me, and it's not unlike, you know, if you when you drop your your child off to his first third grade kindergarten class, right? You hate to let him go, but you got to let him go. And you see that in their faces, and it's totally different scenario, right? But they love these people that they've trained from Ukraine. They would love, and that brings me to the, so I caught this, I was paying the bills today doing my job, and I came in at the top of the conversation where I believe you guys were talking about NATO boots on the ground. Am I mistaken in that concept, or was that?
Oh, someone might have mentioned it in passing, but we weren't really talking about that. No.
Okay, I saw a tweet about a couple of countries being NATO countries being willing to put forces into Ukraine, and whether that's a thing or a meme or a meme or whatever you call it, if you just imagine if NATO, with America standing back, which I do not like saying that, but I kind of get why that would be the approach, just like Britain taking the lead with Storm Shadow and other initiatives. If NATO just decided we're going to put troops in Ukraine, and I don't mean on the front line, we're going to put troops in to support and advise, and what's Russia going to do about it, right? What are they going to do about it? What can they do? I think it would be an equalizing force just to put our people in Lviv, push them forward to Kyiv, and we're there to assist and advise, sort of like the Rangers or other special forces. But these are troops on the ground to assist with transportation, logistics, and what have you. And that changes the game. It doesn't escalate, in my words, or in my view. It changes the complexion of things. And I don't think that Russia has a counter for it. What are they going to do? Threaten us with nukes? Well, if you nuke us, you're done, right? We're going to take you out. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there because I saw a few tweets today while I was working. If NATO put advisors, supporters, military people into Western Ukraine, Lviv, and eastward over to Kyiv to advise and assist, wouldn't that be a game changer?
I'll take that. John? Yeah, I'll take that. Although it's ironic that you mention it because my son wanted to see my CNN episode yesterday, so I let him last night watch it. And he said, "Have you ever been on Tucker Carlson?" I had no idea where my 12-year-old heard about that vile man. But I actually said, well, I have been on one time when I let slip on a MSNBC interview, boots on the ground. Of course, there were other parts of that conversation. So my honest opinion, although that was during Bucha, and Tucker Carlson took a clip of my response to Bucha saying that we're not doing enough to stop it and more could be done. I honestly don't think NATO troops in Ukraine is needed. Ukraine has said many times, I don't need you to fight for me. Give me what I need to fight. And if we would just give them not 30 tanks, which isn't even a brigade. If we gave them everything they needed, they have all the manpower they need. Is they don't have the tools. And there are tens of thousands of Americans and NATO forces and Polish, German, all that on the line, supporting with the logistics, training, maintenance, everything on the borders of Ukraine. But at this moment, within the rules of the global international order, Ukraine doesn't need that to stop this. It needs 10, 100 times more what they have currently been given. And we have it. We as in the United States, we as in NATO forces, we have it. Give them our stuff. Cut deep. This is the moment to put, for generations, the biggest threat to all of our societies since Hitler. And all we have to do is give them the equipment, and that's what's needed, and that's what's not happening. I honestly, there's a hubris to think that even myself, like I didn't ever fought this type of war. You send me in there, and there are Ukrainians that are way better at me than fighting war. I don't, they need the equipment. They are the most proficient warfighting army in the world. And if they had all the right equipment, this would be over very soon, much sooner than it's going to take, and with less cost to them. So that's my thoughts on that at the moment, although I let it slip once in the interview.
So may I just one more thing, if you don't mind, Alan and Colonel Spencer.
We have a lot of Michael. Be brief.
I will. My point was a power projection perspective, putting NATO in country, pushing them as far as we're willing to in whatever roles they are, but having their presence there as a deterrent, as an assistant group of people, but as a deterrent from further attacks. Do you see that as a viable or non-viable idea?
Non-viable. Just it puts an additional element into the war that is not needed to end it, in my honest opinion. That element of deterrence, playing a different card by not, but all of our decisions, like the McCain video of letting Putin do the things he's done since 2008, are the reason for this war. We cannot go back in time, but we can solve our approach now, and all this appeasement of the deterrence that never worked. That's the element. If we do this, he won't do that. Or if we do this, he will do this. I strongly disagree with that. And I'm very much more of a realist with Axel. Like, just give them the damn equipment that we all know they need and that will finish this off. It doesn't need those political plays of a tripwire or a guarantee. I mean, they're sending hundreds of missiles a day at Kyiv when there's a U.S. embassy, the consulate. There's all these. They don't care, and yes, they'll keep throwing playing the nuclear card, which we all know they will not play. But again, that's a political game. I personally think that wouldn't have an impact as much as giving them ATACMS, giving them more main battle tanks. Complete
100%.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
As
Axel.
always, but 100%. You're always spot on. There is no reasoning at all in the delay, in the procrastination, other than fear. If you see that Novakhovka has been blown up, as the Ukrainians told everyone the Russians would do, as military intelligence from all the nations you and I know, and we talk to, and we listen to, has told people before that the Russians would do at some point in time, which is why the Ukrainian armed forces waited, and did not cross over, because as David and I discussed it earlier today, had they crossed over in force, they would have been blown up.
Well, all the weapons Ukraine needs are parked in countries all around the world. 50 nations, not a single one of them is fighting a war. I take that back. They are fighting a war. They are fighting a war with Ukraine. And that's why all these nations should send weapons immediately. Take Denmark as an example. Every piece of artillery sent to Ukraine. Take the Netherlands as an example. It's Mark Rutte who is in the lead, sending F-16s.
What
and
a great
training.
guy. What a great guy.
Well, you know, Axel, Mark Rutte is an example of a guy just like me who has learned. Don't you think?
Oh, 100%. But the guy really is genuine. He's genuine. He's original. Every week he does things which nobody else, as a prime minister or president, would do. He goes and teaches people. He does stuff John does. He goes and talks to normal human beings, young human beings, meaning people who are the age of 16 to 25, and teaches them. And that teaches him. It gives him an attachment to real life. And that is what makes Mark Rutte a better leader. If you are in touch with the young men and women in the armed forces, as a leader in the armed forces, you're constantly there to reevaluate yourself. Because society moves on, life moves on, human beings change, culture migrates. You need to be in touch with what happens. Because at the same time, you have to ensure that your force, design your force, structure your people, the people you are there and you're responsible for, because it's not that you lead them into battle. John knows much better than anybody else. It's not that just you lead people and give orders. On the contrary, you are reliant on them, that they are well taken care of, and they're willing to sacrifice themselves if and when battle comes. That's a completely different ballgame. And if you think this through, in Ukraine, all of this shrinks. It shrinks in time. And the presence of evil, the presence of the existential threat, makes it so inescapable, but also it refines that moment of consideration which you could have had between, oh, I would like to have a life in comfort, and oh God, could I not go there, and would like to go for this and do this. No, that choice is taken away from you. And if you listen to our friend Scruff last night, and Alan, you were there, the videographer who did work with all sorts of international pop stars out of Ukraine. He did great video things for Madonna and you name it. Big acts. And then he ends up coordinating drones and drone swarms and drone warfare for the Ukrainian armed forces. And that's what he's doing now. Well, at the same time, he, of course, longs for the moments of respite and beauty, now forgotten, because the Kilburn spit, which he put up as a video, is literally completely, utterly gone, because the water has washed it away. But when Scruff comes here, as a Ukrainian soldier, he's a young man. From John's perspective, or from Chuck's perspective, he's a very young man. From David and myself's perspective, he is a little child. but he's exceptionally focused, dedicated. He is the current generation of those who fight. And he has accepted this fight as the only sensible outcome. He's accepted the fight as both practicality as well as a challenge in his life, and he has accepted it as something worthwhile doing, no matter what, as a righteous cause. There is no better motivation for any warrior than that. In a very strange way, Ukraine is lucky that it has this motivation of the existential threat because it can fight better. This is what has made Israel such a good fighting force. Ukraine must win. Ukraine has in itself a capacity to win better than anybody else, but Ukraine will win. And Ukraine and its allies will make this victory a resounding victory of freedom for the ages.
You know,
Slava
Axel,
Ukraini.
Herom Slava. We're lucky too, Axel. And you're exactly right about Scruff. We are lucky enough here at MriyaReport to be joined by those who will become Ukraine's greatest generation. They're reminding us of what we need to be. They are growing up faster than I ever did, but in a way, I'll say I'm growing up with them. And they are the inspiration that I had when I was growing up here in the United States. But this is a new greatest generation we are seeing being born before our eyes. And we are lucky to have them here from time to time as speakers at MriyaReport. I just want to go to Scribe, and then we'll get the order of hands straight after that, David. Scribe.
Can I speak now?
Go right
You
ahead.
can.
All right. I would just want to ask for, since I've been trying to stay off of Twitter because I came back onto Twitter on the wrong day possible where the whole dam incident happened. And I'm kind of curious, what's happened other than the fact that the counteroffensive may have started?
You know as much as we do, Scribe. The counteroffensive has begun.
I'm referring to like everything else that's happened in Ukraine, like anything that would, especially with like humanitarian efforts with trying to recover people from the areas affected by the flooding.
Scribe. So if you look in the nest, you should see some stuff that I put up a little bit earlier today. Yeah, quite a bit earlier. I think, but if you look at that, so that'll give you an idea of what's happening. Look, the thing is that within the international press, the international mainstream media, they've been utterly pathetic with their response. But yeah, look at that stuff. So I mean, they've very slowly getting their acts together, but it's been a desperately poor response.
Yeah, the local news.
And Scribe, stay with us through the night, and you will get all the updates we can provide. And I just want, there are so many hands, I just want to go to Cindy, who I know has been very patient, to Amos. Cindy, go ahead, please.
Cheers, Alan. Thank you so much. Colonel Spencer, great to see you on. Thank you for your time. And David, to your comments on the mainstream media, I've been an avid consumer of my professor, Dr. Stephen Hook, who's at Kent State now, I believe. I had him at University of Missouri. And my freshman year, he turned me on to the New York Times many moons ago, but ever since then, huge consumer of news. I have never been more disappointed to learn the delta between what we're actually seeing on the ground, as we know well from the reliability we've known to count on here on MriyaReport. But simultaneously, it's just I'm really kind of curious about this, and I've got a couple more comments, but I'll open up after this. There's really two things that I pay attention to. One of them is one of them is international political theory and all that unfolds around it, the governments that operate and systems of people and how you get people to do what you need to do to keep human progress moving forward. Second one is finance. And in between the coverage of Russia and the absolute, potential demise of our global enemy of 105 years, having them no longer part of the conversation, no longer part of the drain on global tax dollars. Not just talking about American tax dollars, although we've definitely been at the front of the fight, but this has been, it's been a global effort, and clearly you can just talk to anybody in Eastern Europe and know that. In addition, there have been some wonderful comments today about just in general about the betterment of American society, and if it wasn't said outright, it was implied. Changing jabs with I shouldn't say that, it wasn't a good word, but more or less changing roles. Folks in American society seeing firsthand from Ukrainians what fighting for freedom means. And I don't think it would hurt us to learn any less of that. And I'm going to wrap up and stop for comments after this. But Colonel Spitzer, I did not serve, but I have the utmost respect for your doing so, sir, as well as everybody else on the line or on the space who's committed time and probably a lot more to the armed service of your respective nation. My grandfather was a POW in World Tanks East. My grandfather's about right where he stopped when his camp was liberated. So I'll forever be grateful to General Patton. But thank you for your time. Thank you for being here, guys. Appreciate all you do in the space. One last little nugget for you. Weapons are still needed. There's a NATO transition coming up. The 7.62 by 3.9 round that's going into the AKs. It's been ever so popular, probably the most mass-produced round in the world. Is going to need to be replaced by, and Colonel Spencer, you might have more information on this. I've had tons of people on this space too, but it's either the 6.8 millimeter round or, of course, 5.56 NATO 5.56 rounds. As part of that conversion, as you know, we have way too many AR-15s here in the United States, and I'm one of the rare hardcore left-wingers who is also pro 2A, and I would love anybody's thoughts on getting our guns into the hands of people who can use them against Russia, and our being folks here domestically in America who no longer need them. Thank you for your time, guys. Cheers.
So I mean, I appreciate all the kind words and everybody who is serving in the support of democracy in my service. I appreciate that. But I equally appreciate what this space does and all the great people we bring in to support Ukraine's fight for us. Interesting comment about the weapons and the transition of rifles and bullets to the 6.38 or other variations. I was a part of a early in the war. There are American guns manufacturers who send ammunition and weapons. And I just happened, it just sparked it was like literally like March of 2022 where this organization was done it, and I was a big supporter of it, and I did an interview of it. I don't think it was from a manufacturer, though. I don't think it was a collecting and then distribution. A lot of challenges there. Of the priorities of what Ukraine needs, it's way down on my list. I understand all the issues and wanting to do that. It's lower on my priority, where just the production I mean, the greatest thing that we could do in the United States is create new manufacturing capability for, which I actually just gave a presentation to the United States Special Operations Command, and there was an individual who has partnered with one of the two only factories doing that we need to. We've had a year, but we're still reluctant to do what's necessary. Just the production of artillery rounds, whether in Europe or United States, is the greatest need, right? So, thanks for the comments. It does spark a lot of thoughts for sure.
Let me put one more thought, if you don't mind, and thank you for that, Colonel. Ellen, when I punched in and raised my hand, which, as you know, is rare, there was something that caught my attention, and it's the other area of expertise, and that's finance. When you get public pension assets, and I'm speaking particularly around, Five Eyes public pension assets, Australian superannuation funds, EU pension funds, and the few remaining defined benefit plans on the public side that we still have in the United States. And you pair those up with entrepreneurial asset managers, amazing things can get accomplished, and I've seen it firsthand, and I know some of the levers to pull. So if anybody else on the line on the space was zeroed in on that as well, I'd be up for a conversation on that topic, results oriented, offline. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you, Cindy.
Ukraine. Cheers.
And,
Thanks, Alan.
and thank you very much for your kind words. So let's go to Amos Brian Jag Mehta.
Thank you, Alan. Well, I'm glad Colonel Spencer's here. I've been meaning to ask this question for quite a few months. Just a short wind up and refer back to something that Axel said, that I think the biggest problem we've had with support for Ukraine has been our fear of escalation. And I talk about it on Twitter quite a bit. The fear of the escalation ladder. And as good as the Biden administration has been, I think that fear of the escalation ladder has made them overly cautious. So my question and my point here, I want to make it really clear that I'm not fear-mongering with this question. I'm going to be the last person here that would intentionally fear-monger because I'm not personally afraid of the escalation ladder in regard to this war. But, my thinking is that Putin and his regime do not seem to show any signs of backing down. We obviously see a lot of cracks within the Russian military, arguing, backbiting, terrible command and control, all kinds of problems within the Russian military. But the political juggernaut, I guess you would say, that drives this whole thing is really comes from Putin. And I'm just wondering if this goes and goes and goes and Putin doesn't back down, or somebody does give him a nice window treatment. He's made the threat to use tactical nukes. And I'm going back a number of months. This goes back quite a ways, actually, where the Biden administration came out, and it's probably Pentagon spokesman that made this statement. And I don't remember exactly how they phrased it, but they had said that our reaction would be swift, and it would be conventional strikes on Russian military targets, and it would be overwhelming. My question about that is, if it came to that, what would be the authorization mechanism for doing that? Because some people might think, well, we had our authorization for use of military force that we used to fight the war on terror. I'm not sure that would apply.
There's no AUM required. No, sorry, there's no AUM required for what is in this case serious strategic weapons instrument being deployed, meaning a nuclear incident, that's a completely different ballgame.
Okay.
There's
Yeah,
no
well,
AUM required. Falls fully within the prerogative of what is currently the capacity of the administration, or respectively, in this case, the power vested in the presidency to make these decisions for the purpose of national security. I don't want to go into further detail, but
yeah.
I can definitely tell you that the Brits will be quicker off the mark.
So it wouldn't require War Powers Act voting.
No,
Congress
no,
or
no,
anything like
nothing, zero. It's completely irrelevant. This is a completely different war game you're alluding to. It has no relevance to this. No, this has been authorized. This is sorted. There's doctrine for this. There's a good reason why NORAD exists.
That's good to know. I guess, my just kind of doubt, I guess, I have in the back of my mind is it's not a
There's no
necessarily
doubt
direct.
about this. You can post your doubt and put it somewhere, put it on a sandwich, forget it. It's irrelevant. That's sorted.
Okay.
That topic
Now,
is sorted.
it wouldn't be an attack on the United States, and I'm not arguing the point. I
It's not about an
really
attack
don't. I
about the
just
United States. It's an attack upon NATO. This has been gamed out comprehensively, on a regular basis for a long time. This was done already in 1979 in a format people wouldn't believe. It doesn't matter. It's sorted.
would you agree with that, Colonel Spencer?
Absolutely. No, I agree. It would, there'd be a call of the National Security Council. There would be this has already been planned out. And there was a kind of a hint to, almost as a reassurance, that if Russia was to use a tactical nuclear weapon, not a intercontinental, but a smaller, and the terminology is kind of loose and forgotten what they are, how it was developed after World War II, and what the tactical nuclear arsenal was meant to do. It does not warrant a global nuclear war. The response, conventional, immediate, devastating. There were some generals, I think it was either our friend General Hodges or General Petraeus, that maybe the Black Sea Fleet gets eliminated. It would be, but it has been gamed out. It is what I call a battle drill. It is a scenario that is very tangent. I will. So hopefully that answers that, and I agree with what Axel said. It doesn't spark anything. It doesn't spark a declaration of war. It doesn't spark anything. It is a response that all personnel involved with national security are aware of, and aware of the process in which it's executed. Is kind of all the responsibility of even our elected leaders to know what that graduated response looks like in the scenarios, and especially if they're members of the National Security Council, they know exactly if this, then that, if this, and then that. These are the options given to the commander in chief based on the immediate action that happened. I mean, it's been played out, and I'm sure the decisions have almost already. I know they've been thought through. I will say on the, I think at the beginning of your question about basically political fear, appeasement, risk calculations has been what's guiding the war. And honestly, I think it's not the president, but most people understand you elect the president, you elect the president's team, his advisors, his cabinet, everything. And it's more like people like Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor, and others that are holding the president's decision, giving him the advice. It's ultimately his decision, but are like, if we give him attackums, there's this and that, reverse engineering, there's this escalation. And I honestly believe, based on his unprompted responses, that he is more than what we want, but is listening to that political risk calculation assessments from the other personnel of influence in the National Security Council that has constrained us to this point. And not just the United States, but other countries. And you see some leaders rising to the top on breaking that cycle that is really a hangover from the past. It isn't what is needed now. You need decisive action with an understanding of the risk, but also understanding that you will not fear, you will show strength, because that's the only thing that Putin understands. And yes, if he uses a tactical nuclear weapon, the only answer is immediate, decisive, lethal, conventional response. Does not mean it has to start the big feared World War III, nuclear, thermonuclear war, mutually assured destruction. That does not mean that. But it would mean the end of Russia's capability to continue doing what it's doing. It must have that big of a response from the world.
That's really helpful to hear that, really helpful to understand that. And it's also really encouraging because I'm sure you'll agree with me, Putin understands that as well. It's safe to say he and probably everybody in the Kremlin understands that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not a Putin expert. And we have many like Dr. Nick and Axel and a lot of people that are way smarter than me. And I know, but I do believe that he is a rational actor in what we teach. He is evil. He is all the traits of narcissism and fantasy and all this, but he's rational enough to understand evil people still have their number one in what we teach for even about nations is their number one vital interest is survival. Putin wants to survive. And if he does that, he does not survive. Russia military does not survive. It's already dying, but that would be a fast road to Putin's demise as the leader of his what he's built and of Russia's capability to do anything.
Thanks, Amos.
Excellent, thank you.
So on to Brian, Jaggirl Meta. And I'll just say, John, not even Putin is a Putin expert. I don't think he really knows himself. Brian.
Thank you very much, Alan. And some other time I'll perhaps ask you a bit about the friendly relations between Maine and Nova Scotia, but that's another day. Colonel Spencer, you mentioned something earlier that got my mind working again about how this conflict has transformed our world, and certainly the way that we perceive many of the international institutions and organizations. And one that comes to mind, and I've asked Axel about this before, and it is NATO, and particularly the way that countries like Hungary try to be the fly in the ointment and would wish to be some sort of a almost at least from the appear to be trying to function like a Russian fifth column from within the alliance. Now, the time when I served as a young sub-lieutenant bridge watchkeeper in the Canadian Navy, the mid-1980s, NATO was, well, it wasn't what it is today. And I'm not saying we haven't had conflict or discord within the alliance before, because remember the 1970s, we did have the very real spectacle of two members, Greece and Turkey, almost coming to blows over the latter's interference in Cyprus. So that's not entirely
Did you say
new.
almost? Brian, did you just say almost?
I did, didn't I? Okay. Yeah,
I mean,
trying to be diplomatic.
two warships, 16 fighter aircraft,
Yes.
you know. Okay.
So, there is a precedent. There is a precedent for discord within the alliance. Colonel Spencer, sir, now this is probably looking on it from a political angle, but how do you feel the alliance, at least NATO's lead policymakers, should treat or deal with a country like Hungary? I mean, in a long, taking a long-term view of it, eventually, hopefully, democracy will sort that out and will get a government that is more amenable to the sort of norms and standards that we all adhere to. But we've been dealt the hand that we have. How does one deal with something, with someone like Viktor Orban's Hungary?
Well, that's, I'm a one-trick pony. I'm an urban warfare student. I taught military strategy. I understand geopolitics. I know my brother Axel will have a much better answer to that to me. You have to
Flattery will get you nowhere.
get me everywhere. So one, I agree with you, and I'll restate it that NATO was on the verge of extinction. Ukraine has made NATO relevant, has shown NATO the path, because many institutions have a foundation and they have an intent. But sometimes you can't discover its ability to stand until it's put under the test. This is NATO's test. Unfortunately, with Ukraine not a member of NATO, there are things that couldn't happen based on the foundation on which the alliance was written and created, and all the business rules and norms and culture and all this stuff. But this is the test which then, at the moment of the right moment, allows you to change the institution. And this is how Ukraine is making it stronger, even though it could be doing much more now. So when you have this aspect, whether it's Turkey or Hungary, that is way outside the intent of the foundation of the alliance and all its aspects, and why other institutions that are collective organizations with all these trumps and negotiations that don't have the value. NATO has value, but it has to figure out with collective voice how to treat member states that are this far outside of the intent and foundation of the institution, especially these multinational institutions stood up after World War II to prevent what we're seeing in the world that Russia is trying to create. This is NATO's test. This is the United Nations test. Some rules will have to be rewritten or the value decreases. NATO's problem is how to resolve and to prevent the ability of member states like this and personalities from veering so far off of the collective. But it takes very stern voices from the leaders within the institution. But again, not my expertise.
Thank you very much, sir.
It is his expertise. Sorry, Brian, if I may interject. It is your expertise, John. And I can tell you why. Because if you lead men in battle, and if you analyze the deficiencies of how leadership currently works, and if you've been in Ukraine during this period and have ascertained as to what we can learn from them and what freedom, when it's defended, needs in supply, in support, and in comfort, and in a coalition's generally delivering logistics to it, then you're exactly the right person to ensure that in future, when we set those terms, when we set those rules, that we highlight what we have learned. Because institutional learning is what we're actually good at in the West. And that we need to project upon the next iteration of what NATO does. That's exactly your job.
Thank you very much, Axel, and thank you, Colonel Spencer. In parting, Alan, did I ever say that I think I discovered Axel's alter ego? The more I thought about it, I said the man with a frightening wit and intellect, and I thought, could it be? Yes, it is. To me, he reminds me of Sherlock Holmes' erudite, irascible older brother, Mycroft Holmes. Tell me you didn't think of it yourself.
No, I think you're wrong, Brian. Axel is played by Basil Rathbone. He is simply Sherlock Holmes. So to Jag Girl, Meta, Lexicon, and Alex. Jag Girl.
I think I remember that Sherlock Holmes conversation. I thought that when he was saying that. So I wanted to ask you, so if like Ukraine had what it needed, we know it's not going to get like 80 F-16s tomorrow, whatever, but maybe attack them. I don't know if I don't know. If Ukraine had what it needed, what do you think would be an appropriate response to the dam? Like say in the next couple days, because I'm starting to feel Obama red line-ish as a, the United States. I'm not feeling like we're looking very weak. The West is. Thanks.
That's a tough question, to be honest. Yeah, if you gave them, if you cut deep, gave them not just the long range munitions, but the whole package. Thomas Tyner is way better at explaining the hierarchy of needs and immediacy of impact, like ATACMS, where you could eliminate the support to the troops. You don't even need to kill troops, eliminate the support to troops. That will then wither and culminate and be surrounded, be captured as prisoners of war, be a giant event, cutting a land bridge, making strategic moves that, in the hierarchy of things like ATACMS and fighter jets and close air support and more MLRS, more rockets, more artillery, all of it, every brigade with a complete package of lethality, and then rapidly closing the doors of what's in Ukraine from getting out, and then surrounding, encircling, destroying if necessary. What is the response to the dam is almost above that to me. That's above Ukraine. Yes, Ukraine can take back all its sovereign territory with the right equipment, but what Russia has done is a global incident. There should be a global response. The amount of sanctions that are actually possible to impose on Putin himself, on Russia, on oligarchs is actually a fraction of what's been done is a fraction what is possible. There are 4 forms of national power: diplomatic, information, military, and economic. The blowing of the dam in Kherson, creating the largest ecological damage since Chernobyl, wiping out tens of thousands of citizens and drinking water, demands a global response. That global response can be in military aid to Ukraine, and there's silence right now. It could be in diplomatic unity, in national leaders holding a national summit with every one of us. Think of a moment with the US, the UK, Germany, like all of them standing together in opposition to what has been done in Ukraine at this, if it's just the dam, if not till now. That moment hasn't happened. It's been conferences, right, of the alliance, but it hasn't been every national leader going, no, this moment is different. This moment is important. It is wrong. These are the actions that are being taken. And again, all those actions can be not sending the troops in there, but there are 4 forms of national power. What is being done to support Ukraine is great. But it is a fraction of what could be done. And sanctions are one element of the economic power of nations. And there's 50 plus nations, but there is an issue that we're interwoven as societies. And this is why Russia will not survive, is because that's being unwoven in all those links. But I think there should be a global response. It's already past the time of an immediate response, but a collective, as in more than a single comment here, a single comment there. I don't care if you don't have the proof on who did it. It's stupid to argue who did it. There's only one course of action of what happened and why it happened. It's because Russia's imperialist genocidal actions in Ukraine. And we don't even have leaders who will say they want Ukraine to win, to achieve victory. They couch it in political nonsense about we'll do everything until it takes so Ukraine can defend itself. Like, no, say the words. Say the words that you want Ukraine to win, to achieve victory, and for Russia to lose. We can't even get leaders that will say that. And if not after Bucha, if not after Kramatorsk, if not after Kherson, when is it going to happen?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Sorry.
John, do you regard what the Russians did by blowing the Novakhovka Dam as converting?
As a guy who searched for weapons of mass destruction in Iraq on many a day in the opening days of that war, I'm really careful on the terminology, just like tactical nuclear weapon actually has a meaning, and I'm really careful on words. Weapon of mass destruction has a word, but they caused a weapon. They weaponized, which is really interesting because I just submitted an article. It's what you do. You write articles, you pitch it to different institutions about the hydraulic warfare, the use of blowing dams, and how, yes, it's been done before, but that's not what Russia has done. There is a requirement for analyzing military necessity versus impact on civilians in populations and cities. It's all the reasons I view it as a massive war crime, a massive crime against humanity, and another page in, if you add it all together, Russia's genocide. Because those are the three designations, right? War crime, crime against humanity, and genocide. That has definitions. I view this, and it should be, in my opinion, let alone on the impacts to the ecology and to the different animals and to the farmland, as a crime against humanity. Honestly, in the pursuit of war aims, without abiding by the laws of war of distinction, and in commanders' assumption of what the risk of the second and third order impacts, that is the war crime and crime against humanity that should be very clear everywhere. If you're not going to find the triggerman, most likely the Russian soldiers who were involved in blowing and rigging the dam to blow are probably dead at this moment. That's the Russian way. You're not going to get that level of attribution, but there's no question in my mind that is a Russian crime against humanity.
Dead because dead men tell no tales, or dead because they died in the execution of blowing the dam?
Dead because dead men don't tell lies. That's Russia needs that ridiculous plausible deniability. Like, I don't know who did it. Like, you owned it. Your soldiers were guarding it. You said you were going to do it. We now have and I haven't even. I don't need proof. It's just so stupid. But the higher order reason that you're committing genocide in Ukraine, this is a page of that, and they should be held accountable.
So it is at least a weapon of terror that Russia unleashed by blowing the Novakhovka Dam. What is the tactical aim they are trying to succeed? That they have blown other dams since then throughout Ukraine. They filled even farm ponds and flooded them over into regions of Ukraine. What is the military tactic they are pursuing here, John?
It's actually multifaceted. So one, it requires Ukraine, because Ukraine cares about civilians. This is my comment on CNN. Where's Putin if he cares so much about the false narrative of Russian Ukrainians are just Russians wanting to be free from their whatever. I don't even want to state the words. It's so ridiculous. It requires Ukraine to apply military resources to help their citizens, their nations, to bring people to safety. All the things that we're seeing, those are fighters. Those are people who would be fighting, if not dealing with a massive national disaster and aiding their countrymen, because that's what people that care about their people do. And it it now makes it expands the Dnieper, takes away a possible avenue of approach of a arm of the offensive in that region, allowing Russia to, which had already redeployed forces, assume risk and maneuvering around that element. It reshaped that southern tip for them. So that I think those are the two biggest aspects. Nobody knows if that was even one of the plans. Part of the operation was an amphibious assault across the Dnieper, taking the rest of the Kherson Oblast and making it, part of an arm. Nobody knows that, but Russia doing this recklessly, purposefully, causing this national disaster. This is, a much larger scale. What they were doing at the beginning of the war, when they would say, "Okay, here's your green corridor, humanitarian, we care," and then bomb the buses and bomb the theater of civilians and bomb the humanitarian corridors. And a year later, there's not, the amount of accountability or response from the world is in my opinion, wanting, not enough. But militarily, they took away a possible front of that small sector and required political, diplomatic, information, economic resources of Ukraine, who's fighting for its life, to be applied toward this, which they will. It will not slow down the offensive. It will not delay at a significant amount of time what Ukraine is doing, but it has a military reason to it for sure.
So I'm asking everyone to be concise. I thank John for his time here tonight. We don't know how much time John can give us, but Meta, Lexicon, Alex, please be concise.
Well, yeah, 3.5 hours with my hand up. That's a record because I had to recycle. But boy, am I glad. It's 2:38 in Finland, and but boy, I'm so glad that I had to stay, so to say, because John Spencer, I have never heard a speaker I agree with more. I'm so thankful, grateful for everything you've said today. I'm so impressed. My grandfather fought the Russians in Finnish Winter War, and we've kept the conscript army. And what you said about Ukrainian forces and about the army people overall, because here in Finland it's like everybody has to go, and you can do 8 months or 11 months, and many of them they stay for longer and make a career of army. It's sort of everyone does it. So if you ask 99% of Finnish men, they will tell you that the best buddies they have, they are the guys that they went to army with. And so, and your view on that compared to Ukraine, I really, really, really enjoyed everything you said. Everything you said. Thank you so much. I'm so impressed. So impressed.
Thank you, Meta.
Thanks, Meta.
Chance
Yeah.
to hear John.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry you had to wait so long to be able to say that. And I really appreciate that. And that the service of your grandfather and what the amazing story of the Winter War and the sacrifice and again that national story of fighting for your country, fighting for your family, fighting for your survival. And even my service, I tell a lot of people about how I got identity in serving in the military. We covered that a little bit here, but I will soon tattoo the Ukrainian trident on my arm because I'm so touched, even beyond Ukraine, what their struggle symbolizes in the values that I identify with as a former serviceman, as an American citizen, as a father. I will tattoo. I'm trying to do it in Ukraine to just give me a little bit more meaning because I'm so touched about the global struggle and the story that they've created for themselves and fighting for all that I grew up understanding was important: human values, democracy, fight against evil. That symbol is so pure to me at this moment that that's what I'm doing, and whether that other people don't necessarily have to agree with that, but I'm so touched by their story as I am with other nations' stories of, and this is where I wish Americans would see the correlation between this modern version of fight for independence with our own story. I mean, there's so many similarities. It's crazy, but it almost is beyond the nations. It's this human thing, and that I'm really big into identity and symbols. And the Ukrainian trident for me it's so touching, and a little bit because of my travels there. But it's really important to me. So thanks for that.
Thanks. Can I just say why I came up before you came up? And it was Sky Kiss, because she's here, and it was I'm so grateful for you, Sky Kiss, because you're doing so much for Ukraine at the moment. You're trying to talk everywhere, and I just wanted to say to the international reaction to the Kherson ecocide crime against humanity. Today, European Council said that Russia is responsible for that. US has not said Russia is responsible. They have only said that they have evidence of an explosion. And that is what UN is also saying. The first country that said Russia is responsible was Israel. And today we are seeing spikes. And for the other thing about Oyvind talked about, so worried about Bradley's, I recommend Oyvind and everyone else to read Thomas Tyner's report of that incident. It's because Ukraine doesn't have enough air support. Main reason. There are other things. It's a long thread, but that's all I had now. Good night. And so thank you so much, John Spencer. You got a follower now. Thank you.
Thank you, Meta. On to Lexicon and then to Alex. Lexicon.
Oh, thanks so much. Don't know where to begin. So, you know, we talk about how Americans and Westerners and Canadians like me need to understand what this battle is and so on. I think, to me, it's leadership. It's wholly a failure of leadership. I think, I know in some ways I'd put America number one and other European countries and Canada number two. I think that with the leadership, the population would follow along. The population has been very open to Ukraine's war and would be more so if there were clear, clarion leadership. I am sitting here reading an article from this damn Rand Corporation, a guy, Samuel Sharap, who has been the bell ringer for the Putin verstehers from the beginning. And I'm noticing an evolution in this guy. As this latest article from the 5th of June is called An Unwinnable War. That's not Mission Impossible subtitle has a question mark after it, but his title has no question mark. Washington needs an end game in Ukraine because this is an unwinnable war. So this guy he's a Russia expert. So of course, as Ukrainians often say, this leads so many people to think that this automatically makes them Ukraine experts too. And he clearly is not that. What I'm seeing here in the argumentation, he now, of course, allows for the fact that, yeah, Ukraine is really fighting and so on. But his clear view is that it's impossible for Ukraine to win totally, and or at least that wouldn't stop Moscow, is the way a lot of these people put it. So in fact, what he's saying is that he doesn't really believe Russia can be defeated. Or he says few in the West expect that outcome. Well, why what the West expects is so significant, I don't know. But the points being made, to me, I struggle to understand why it's so scary to give Ukraine what it needs. So we've got people here in this space searching for solutions, because this is such a thorny, or such a Gordian knot, not thorns. Should we get boots on the ground? Well, I know you guys are always saying to us, never send in a man where you can send in a grenade. And I think they could just take this analogy a little further. We don't need to send in any people in their boots to the ground if we sent more grenades. We just saw some Thomas Tyner I just saw some footage of tanks going in, Leopard tank going in with Humvees beside them. And as John said, they send a few tanks and a few Humvees. The numbers are so few. So I'm struggling to understand, where is the lack of gutsiness to where does this stem from? Because there can no longer be any fear about Russia escalating if there are more tanks, or if there are more, and clearly they hasn't been able to, he hasn't had a fit about the planes. They've almost forgotten about the fast jets. But what I am thinking is that what doesn't square is they're so afraid of what Russia might do, except for Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. You see little or no conversation out of the leadership in NATO, in the West, about what causing some sort of nuclear accident. Just as this dam was some sort of accident, they were just going to poke a little hole in it, and oh my goodness, they didn't realize it would become such a big hole and there would be so much water. But people are saying, if he did such a thing with the Zaporizhia nuclear plant, well, this would be the end of his regime. Well, no, first of all, it would be a great big effing mess in Ukraine. So what I don't understand is these administrations seem ready to wait first for Putin to have some accident that he'll then they'll say, oh my goodness, oh, what happened? Ukraine's been shelling the plant. Rather than for once saying, here is something that the guy is clearly at risk of doing. We can see that every time they get frustrated, they pull another stunt. So
in other words, Lexicon, I think I hear you saying that it is the West that needs to draw the red lines and stick
exactly, because
So-
Alan, the way I want to put it is, first red line was he'll never invade. Whoop, he invaded. Oh dear, what do we do now? Well, he won't hurt people that much. Well, he tortures them. Oh, well, he's not going to blow that dam. Last fall, we said. Oh, so he blew it now. So what? He's not going to create a nuclear accident? So exactly as you say, Alan, each one of those was supposedly a red line or something we thought he wouldn't do. And so it seems to me that it's now it's time to say, this dam leaves, and the fact that he's done it causes us to think that with further losses, he's done this out of frustration and impotent rage, with further losses, which we expect to see quite soon, his next step is very possibly with that nuclear plant. And it seems to me the leadership we need out of our leaders is to say, right here and now, back right out of this plant. I mean, I don't think we're going to get this out of the IAEA for sure, or the UN, but to begin to state some, whatever, as you've said, a clear clarion answer right now to you have any accident in that plant, and guess what's going to happen? I mean, that's just got to be stated loud and often and very, very clearly, so that both the Putin and the populations of NATO countries and Ukraine understand what Biden is saying, what NATO is saying.
Yeah, well, it would probably be worth doing. Maybe drawing the context, and Lexicon, please mute your mic. It would be worth a history of the red lines that Putin has crossed to date, and then drawing the red lines that he cannot cross. And some red lines have been drawn, tactical nuclear weapons being one of them. Putin knows what would occur if he were ever to use such a weapon.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And that's just right. And I think now we kind of feel that, yeah, it looks like he's backed off in that regard. And so it's like he's got this sneaky little other move that he might pull. And so I think doing what we did, the leadership doing what it did concerning a tactical nuke, now needs to be done about Zaporizhia. And I think we need to advocate for this kind of action on the part of our leaders. John, I don't know how you see it.
Yeah, so I 100% of course agree with everything you're saying. I will say that one of the ways that we can help is in what I try to do is help inform and give people a solution to the problem, right? War is politics. That's why we're here, based on the political system, the elections. We are also responsible for this. But one of the things that we can do, because this is politics, this has been from the 2008 on, political decisions, even in the United States, on what we will or won't do about Putin, based on calculation and impacts, and why the National Security Council includes, Treasury, it includes state, it includes all these other forms of national power, because there is no single, it's all interwoven. But I wish people would understand that how little we have given Ukraine. Yeah, Thomas Tyner talks about it, and he's great. As a person who worked in that space for a little while, and understanding that when people do whataboutisms within our own domestic politics about billions of dollars, we have sent less than 1% of our annual national defense budget to Ukraine. 1%. And the return on investment is 1,000%. If we would give 10%, and this is where I agree with you on leadership, we're seeing a failure in leadership, but we're also seeing leaders rise to the top, like Axel was talking about. In Poland, and if you look at by what you have versus what has been given, the United States has the world, I will say, the leader of the free world has failed in its political calculations that led it to give so little. 1%, when we could solidify the global international order and not have to sacrifice blood and treasure. When I get frustrated as knowing where the defense budget is spent, $1 billion on stupid goggles that won't help soldiers, billions of dollars in pursuit of technologies that are not even here yet, in pursuit of our own national interests. And there's nobody having that conversation on, yeah, we're given, these packages are actually ridiculous. These packages would arm a brigade. It wouldn't arm an army. This is not the arsenal of democracy. Really putting it in those words and these, and I didn't even read that RAND report. I saw the title. I'm like, I'm not even going to open it. That's the conversation that needs to be had every day, is that what we have given, despite the words we're saying, even though the words aren't the right, 1%.
John, if any NATO nation, or I'll be specific, if the United States had an army on the ground fighting the war that Ukraine is fighting, how would the U.S. equip it? Would they equip it with what we and NATO nations have sent to Ukraine, or would the United States equip their armed forces with everything they need?
Yeah, of course. I mean, well, any NATO force, because you get the collective, right? So every soldier, and this is what when we bring people like Sarah and other people understanding that soldiers don't have even the basics of gears, and why our fundraisers are so important, to give squads drones, to give soldiers medical kits, to give night vision goggles, because our countries haven't given it. Of course, the U.S. is going to come with the air supremacy, with a joint force that would make a couple hours of the Russian military, as they have strategically lost and shown the cards on how inept they are and incapable they are, and how that they can't even do joint warfare. We would come with not with the entire package of sky, all domains, space, sea, air, all of it, and eliminate that force. But we haven't given that capability, and we talk about it in the margins. We haven't even given Ukraine the land power that we would give a NATO force in equipping every soldier with a minimum amount of equipment. Every brigade, even if it was a heavy brigade, a tank brigade, a light brigade, anything, the what we call the basic mission tailored organizational equipment, like what they're fielded with. And that's why you see, and I think you're right. I mean, you see, just like we did in Kharkiv, we see those few Western pieces of equipment followed by pickup trucks because they don't have enough freaking trucks. We didn't give them enough freaking trucks because we won't. I mean, there are pre-positioned stocks in NATO for NATO forces and for U.S. forces in Europe right now that could be given to NATO or given to Ukraine, but they're not, and that angers me. I mean, it's ridiculous, and the fact that people don't understand that even the U.S. like, look, you're two-faced. You're doing a drawdown. You're talking about all these great things you're doing, but you're actually getting rid of your supplies and buying new stuff. I mean, let's be straight with what you are or what you're not doing.
I suppose my question can sound stupid to people, but the other question I have for you, John, is when has any nation had its hands tied behind its back and been told you cannot invade the nation invading you?
I am no historian. I get in trouble all the time for that. I don't know. I'll say when I don't know. It's ridiculous, right? This is how dare you tell Ukraine it can't go into Russia or use that piece of equipment in Russia? Like that's like telling, I don't want to use a tasteless analogy, but it's like telling somebody being raped you can't fight back. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I disagree with that. I don't know the history of that in giving with caveats. I know that in our own generation, nations will give forces with all these caveats on what they can and can't do. But at a fight for survival like this, I don't know, and I'm okay with giving that answer.
Yeah, John, I asked a question I don't know the answer to either. That's why I'm not a lawyer. But I think the answer is never. I don't think that any nation has ever been told you cannot strike back at a nation invading you. I would be surprised. Axel's gone, but he could tell us. I would be surprised if ever in history anyone has ever been told you cannot strike back at the nation invading you.
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, there's some elements of the Bosnia War and Croatia and needing support, but yeah, I don't know, and I think Axel might, and I know some good friends. Kind of like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I got some really smart friends that I can make a call to, and that's why I listen to the space. And you guys see me lurking. I'm learning. I'm learning what I don't know and I'm a student of warfare. And Ukraine has given, it's reminding people of the past, and it's educating people on the past and on the future. I mean, I'm just now studying the 1941 Battle of Kyiv, the 1943 Battle of Kyiv, to have a greater understanding of context and urban combat. But that's a great question, Alan.
John, I'm a student too. You're one of my professors. And John, I'm going to alert you when we're going to have a slow news night. And I don't expect any slow news nights anytime soon. But it's going to be a get to know Chuck Ferrer night. And Chuck and I are going to talk about his book, Warrior Soul. I hope you are here when we are able to do that.
I've read it. Oh, I listened to it to his buttery voice. I don't know if everybody knows, but Chuck is the reader of his audiobook. So I get to listen to his buttery voice. A great book, and I highly recommend it to everybody. It is a fabulous book. I've read it. I've not listened to the audiobook, but I can tell you, John, every word I read, I hear Chuck's voice. And that is one of the joys of reading it in print. So we're going to go to Alex and then to Skykiss. Alex, please.
Thank you. I listened with great interest to Colonel Spencer. It's my pleasure, and how you frame and how you answer difficult questions. You know, like there is no simple answer, and that you make it like concise and simple and right to the point. I really admire that. I wanted to make one comment. You know, it's when we say Russian army is paper tiger, we mean it. And the Russian Empire is a colossum on clay legs. And these are not just words, you know. His chief commanders, his private military unit, is openly fighting with his general chief of staff. And he doesn't control a big chunk of his own territory, like in Belgorod. Like two guys, about 200 people, are saying, we are the administration here. So this is some kind of country in Africa, you know, or maybe Afghanistan at some point was something like that. But this is definitely not a superpower that can, you know, blackmail the nation. They blew up the dam, and the military result of it will be maybe it will delay on one specific direction the counter offensive of Ukraine for a few weeks, maybe. But those same units can be deployed elsewhere. And again, you know, the moral of their army is not at all where Putin needs to be. Like, he is completely bankrupt. He's still sitting in a casino. And his own hope is that at last minute, somebody will blink and his bluff will work. But it won't. And when we say yes, Ukraine had to fight this war with hands cuffed, hands tied behind its back. But this is changing. And the reason because of, again, you know, we were all living in a world where Russia was considered kind of superpower. And, you know, there were army of people, all those analysts who were like, I will say it very bluntly, very well for talking. And obviously they were talking that Russia is, you know, superpower, whatever. They cannot now say that, you know what, we were all wrong, we were clueless, and this is about to collapse. And Russian emperor is naked. They cannot say that. So they have to come up with some, you know, yada yada. But that's inertia. That's inertia. Why the West was asking Ukraine to do all these concessions, because
Alex, your audio is cutting in and out. Unless it's my problem, am I the only one who can't hear Alex? Boy, do I hate Twitter Spaces.
No, he went out for me too.
Yep, me too.
Okay. So, John, one more question for you. You know, we can expect Russian forces to fight as hard as they can because the last resort on the battlefield, if you're a soldier, is to save your life. You can do that in only two ways. You fight or you surrender. But would you expect determined resistance by Russian soldiers in Ukraine right now?
Unfortunately, in some places, yes, and it's a matter of war. This is not a bloodless war. This will not be an easy fight for Ukraine. They will have an issue with surrenders. There is an aspect, as I think I've taught before, that the very high skill I've seen in Russia has been in withdrawals. So in leaving, in withdrawing, and we'll see some more of that. But I do think that there are some elements, and there will be stiff Russian resistance in some places, and there'll be total collapse in other places, like we saw in the Kharkiv offensive or the Kherson offensive of September. There will be a mixture of all of it together. Honestly, Alan, and unfortunately, I do have to go. I've really enjoyed spending some time with my family, but I have commitments.
John, thank you so much. I really appreciate all the time you've given us tonight. Love seeing you come up here. You are one of my favorite people to talk to. And by God, you and Chuck and I have got to be together here when Chuck and I talk about Warrior Soul. But better yet, you, Chuck, and me in Kyiv. I'm still working on him.
All right, brother. I appreciate it, and absolutely, if I can be there for the Warrior Soul conversation or anytime, actually, I always try to make it if I can. But I appreciate knowing that the space is always here for me. When I want to learn, I just want to listen. I want to feel like I'm part of the struggle on even days where there are other commitments, and can't thank you, host, all of you, for all that you do and sacrifice to keep this space running, so that no matter what I'm doing or what any of us are doing, or even for Ukrainians, that the space is here. It is a community. It's something that's very important to me. Chuck, Alan, and Axel, they're like brothers to me. All the great things. So thanks a lot, and have a great night.
Thank you, John. We'll be talking about Connected Soldiers too, but when are you going to write your memoir?
That's a tough one. I have so much that I want to write. They want me to write the Battle of Kyiv book. There's an aspect of doing, and then the necessary requirement to write these stories down. The Connected Soldiers contains a small portion of my memoir. The book I want to write next, and I've told everybody about, and I've actually pitched to publishers, is 20 times John Spencer almost died, just because I was, by good fortune, given so many opportunities in my military career to almost die. And some of those are my fault, even since retiring, where I placed myself in certain situations around the world that I almost die. But it should make for levity, nice stories, some with value, some with not. And everybody loves the idea, but I have to have the time. And right now, there's, like many of us, there are priorities, and Ukraine is. While I still do urban warfare, I'm doing urban warfare in Ukraine because it's important, and getting those stories and those facts, and playing a small role in helping people understand elements of it, and learning myself has taught me so much. Are a little bit of a higher priority right now, but it's on the list, Alan. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Most of us only have 9 lives. I hope we talk to you when you're in Bakhmut. And before you get to Bakhmut, I want to talk to you about what you expect to see there. Thank you again, John. Tremendous pleasure. Good night and be well. And Dr. Scott Harper, great to see you here tonight. Look forward to the next few hours.
Me too, Alan. Nice job so far. Glad to be on with you. And I have lots of news collated for our listeners and our conversation when we want to get to that.
Well, there is a lot of news tonight, uh, and I'm not sure where it will take us, Scott. But we'll wait and see.
That sounds good.
Lexicon, you have a hot mic, or you wanted to jump into the conversation here? So I think it was just a hot mic. Um, Scott, maybe we should move to your news right away. There is an operational blackout in Ukraine. Uh, we do observe operational security called OPSEC. In other words, we would not disclose anything that that Ukraine is doing on the battlefield that could possibly inform Russians of what they are going to face. But have there been big booms?
There have been within the last 24 hours. We've got 3 big locations that Ukraine has inflicted on Russian targets in Berdyansk, in Voronezh, but the most appropriate one is 140 kilometers from the front line. There was, or lines, there is a series of buildings that were housing a Russian unit called Dnipro, or nicknamed Dnipro. And they were the unit responsible for blowing up the dam. And they got boomed big time. And the preliminary assessment, we don't know everything about the results, but is that the commander of that unit who gave the order was one of the casualties of that attack by the Ukrainians. So that's an exciting one. If anybody wants to talk about those, we can, or I can go on to a couple of the Russian attacks on Russian booms on Ukraine.
Well, no, that boom is tremendously exciting. So you are saying that Ukraine identified the Russians who blew up the dam, knew where they were, and took them out.
Exactly. And they scurried back, right? I mean, the commander was nowhere near Novokhovka and was on the Black Sea coast where he was found 140 kilometers away, as well as other parts of the unit, right?
That is tremendous news. Scott, let's go to Carl, then to War, and then let's cycle through your news updates for the night. Carl.
Hey, I didn't quite hear that last thing, but it'd be interesting about what got 140 kilometers away. But my question was, earlier today, Axel was saying that there is like some audio, the like intercepted audio of the order given by the Russians to blow the dam, and in a quick search, I haven't been able to find it. So I'm just wondering if anybody has a link to that.
Carl, I'll see if I can find it for you. Heard the same thing. It is an intercepted phone call. I don't know if it is the actual order to blow the dam or if it's just confirmation that Russians, which we all knew, we knew it within 30 seconds of the dam being blown. But I'll find that link for you. There's never ever been any question who blew the Novokhovka dam.
Thank you. That's great. Yeah, I mean, I have a bunch of reasons why it's clearly the Russians, but right now I'm dealing with one of those people kind of arguing the other side, and I just wanted to add one more piece of evidence to that. Normally I really don't want to engage with those, but there are certain people that are in your real life, right? So that despite them being shills repeating Russian propaganda because they're part of your real life circle, yeah, you kind of have to put in that emotional energy to explain these things again and again, even though it's just tiring.
Well, Carl, I feel sorry for you. I hope you are able to open your friends' eyes to what Russia did. And I'm just out of curiosity, what in the hell are they saying?
Kind of just the usual thing that because there had been like some missile on the thing in the past, and because they had ward gamed it, and because it's going to be bad for Crimea cutting off the thing, blah blah blah. Just kind of the usual.
I get it. It's the blah 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 that all these Vatniks and Russian sympathizers, blah blah blah. That summarizes almost everything they say. Alex, Lexicon, and War OSINT. Alex?
Thank you. Regarding that dam, so the Ukrainians could not do it because there is no missile that can carry this much explosives. This dam was built against nuclear blast. So the only way to make this explosion happen is to bring heck a lot of explosives inside and plan it that way that but basically no airplane, no missile can carry this much explosive. And this is how we know that Russians did it, because they controlled the dam for a few months, actually about 9 months or so.
Well, no,
And,
the Russians have controlled the Novakhovka Dam since March of 2022.
Almost a year. So, and all this time they were carrying explosives there, basically preparing for blast. And that's how also it's not hard to figure out who did this, because like the units that were stationed there did this. Maybe they were some kind of specialists visiting, once in a while. But most responsibility lies to those who were stationed there. So that's how Ukrainians knew who did it. And then finding out where they were stationed, it's just technical issue. But yeah, it's really sickening. Like some people, they are so gullible and understandable. Like they are not interested in this stuff in their day-to-day life. But again, very simple thing, simple to understand. You cannot carry this much explosives in one missile or 10 missiles or 300 missiles. It's more than a nuclear blast. So it's a lot of explosives. Thank you.
I think one of the very best metaphors to help people understand what happened at the Novakhovka Dam, David Brookfield, Chuck Farrer have both used this metaphor. Think of an egg. We all have eggs in our refrigerators. From the inside, if your egg is going to be hatched in the nest, and you're a little chick inside the egg, it's weak. That you can peck your way out into the world. But the egg itself from the outside in is actually very strong. This is the way dams are built. From the outside in, strong. From the inside out, as weak as an eggshell. And that is why we know Russians mined or set explosives inside the Novakhovka Dam. That's how they blew it. There's absolutely no question about this. There's no question about the responsibility. It is Russia who blew the dam and is responsible for the humanitarian catastrophe that has resulted. No question whatsoever. Lots of people knew this within 30 seconds. If only there had been a world leader courageous enough to understand the same thing and to make the same statement. Lexicon and then war. OSINT. Lexicon.
Yes, just the same thing, I guess, that Carl was asking, because I just missed, I guess, what you were saying. What, or is it in the nest, the evidence about the person giving the order being 140 whatever kilometers away? Can you put that up somewhere, or is it? I'm also trying to amass the evidence, because I think there's still countries of the world are still continuing to argue. Like in that New York Times article, that America still cannot say whether this was actually done intentionally, even though they've now seen the seismic readings and so on from several centers. But
there's two sets of facts. I found mine on Telegram, and so that was about the reprisal. The telephone call.
That's what I didn't hear.
I don't know where that one is. If it was an admission of guilt or actually a recording of the order itself. I didn't see that news item, so I don't know where to find it.
I've seen it, Scott. I'll find it. I'll put it up in the nest. It is not the order. It is the acknowledgement that Russians blew the dam. I'll find it. I'll put it up in the nest.
Thanks so much.
You're welcome, Lexicon. Duke, go ahead, please.
Hi, Alan. Good evening, Scott. Yeah, just a little fact checking I did for you about the non-attack treaty between countries. And of course, you have the famous Molotov-Ribbentrop Ribbentrop Act, and it was between Germany and Russia. And they decided they would not do so, and even if a third country attacked them. And of course, Germany in 1941 wrote that rule. But anyway, that's the only thing I can think of, that a country, and those countries were in the attack mode and not in defense mode. In a quick lookup, I can't find any restrictions in history. So yeah, that was, and I was glad to hear John Spencer. It's great. I've seen the video about the Battle of Kiev. It's really amazing, and yeah, and yeah, I just want to add that about that explosion. I've seen the video, and I from two sources, and one with 4 images about a town and an explosion nearby a riverside. And to my knowledge, it was about an oil depot, and the mentioning was something about 10 tanks or train cars. I don't know exact, but 10 units were hit, and there was a big smoke. Yeah, and
so Duke, you are
yeah.
talking about the deep strike that Ukraine made in Verdansk?
Yeah, about 140 miles, like Dr. Scott said. That's correct. About I believe 3 rockets.
I think that's a different attack, though, because I found the Berdiansk evidence and saw the videos of the smoke, and I think that was the oil derrick.
Yeah.
That's a different one.
Oh, that's a different one.
Yeah, They happen to have the same range.
Yeah, but what I'm concerned, what you're describing sounds a little bit like a script of Chuck Ferrer, you know, with a good ending. But yeah, it's yeah.
Well, I don't know if one bombing in response to an ecocide is a good ending, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Let's be careful, you know. I saw some tweets about people saying from, yeah, Ukraine did level up the water from the lake, but it only could be done from the occupied side. You know, things like that. And yeah, it's amazing what people invent and where they come up with. And recently I find out that humor is a great tool. And with that, I try to attack that. But yeah, whatever happens, I think we must be ready for a lot of hurt on both sides. And yeah, everybody is counting from oh, they lost tanks. Yeah, sure, it's a war. It's terrible to say from my position. I'm sitting home. But yeah, people who fight a deadly fight, then somebody gets killed. And luck is not always on your side. But if you see the numbers, if you see what's ready, then yeah, it's. But it's a matter of doing. And yeah, tonight I spent writing to my politicians from defense, for instance, and. In between, they gave me a number to identify myself because that way it was easy for them because I'm coming back from and asked the question, why not? Like I said before, I'm a little bit jealous of the people in America because I can reach some people in cabinet, but very, very difficult. And nowadays, in the social climate in Holland, it's very difficult, and only by an anonymous email. So the connection is gone. It's no. It doesn't feel like you know her or she or of him of whatever. And so I'm glad that MriyaReport is here and to keep us real informed on a truthful and respectful way. And I thank everybody who is listening here for its attention and all what we're doing. And yeah, I just want to help and say the word around. Read the space and support the MriyaReport.org. Slava Ukraine.
Ram Slava. Thanks, Duke.
Oh, one more thing. Can I come take pictures if you're going?
Sorry. Are you talking to Alan and going to Kyiv?
Yeah.
Can you come take pictures if I'm going?
Yeah, make a video out of it and whatever.
Yes, I guarantee you. If I get to Kyiv, you will see plenty of pictures. You'll see plenty of videos, and I guarantee you, I'll be joining this space from Kyiv. Different time zone, but I would be here. It takes a lot of planning. Not a young man, and I'm looking into it. And if I get to Kyiv, it will be in July. So of course, I will never lose contact with MriyaReport. If I were in Kyiv, it would be the most space, and who I'm meeting, it would be, I guarantee you, the greatest experience in my life.
I think Duke wants to be there with you, Chuck, and John Spencer, so he can be the photographer of the group.
Duke will be in an undisclosed location.
You see him here, you see him there, you see him everywhere. Scarlet Pimpernel.
That's exactly right. There will be 3 Scarlet Pimpernels, we hope, sometime soon in Kyiv. Scott, do you want to take us through some more of the news?
Sure. Let's do the flood next. So a whole combination of stuff, as you know, we've been talking about this for 3 days. The latest from daylight in Kyiv, right? It's night now, middle of the night already. But there's critical water levels at Enerhodar, but not so. It's the reservoir is below the level it would need to be for the nuclear plant to cool itself directly from the reservoir. But it's not an immediate panic, because they have their own pools at the plant, and they have enough water in there for at least 3 months. So the thing that the Ukrainians and the international community has to figure out is how to get them enough water from the Dnipro River, just with its normal flow, rig something up so that they can fill those pools and keep those at the right level. But it does tell us how far the reservoir has gone down. Reactor 6 of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant was shut down, not directly related to the water level in the reservoir, but rather because of issues with the maintenance, and it needing to be shut down. So that happened. There are a couple stories about the rescue. The story that cheered me the most was the Ukrainians. Oleshki is on the left bank, and it was the town. It's not a huge town. It's not as big as Novokhovka itself, but it was the town that there were tons of tweets. The citizens organized themselves into a communications group, and they got a Telegram channel up and running, and they were begging for help. The Russians were totally ignoring them. We all know the stories of them shelling rescuers and even citizens who were trying to escape in small boats. They didn't have any boats to give. They didn't have any emergency services that came to rescue. They apparently didn't care about the citizens. So what happened that I was so excited about was that a Ukrainian team from the right bank risked the shelling and crossed the river in its flood stage, although the water's receding now. Crossed the river in flood stage and grabbed this family from their rooftop in Oleshki. So that was really cool. I mean, I hope they can repeat that, scores more times in the coming days, and that people can hold out until they can get there, because it's a complete humanitarian disaster in Oleshki. Not that the whole situation isn't, but this is where people are, dying on the rooftops, because it's situated right on the river, right in the floodplain. On another story that caught my attention is to do with the equipment that the Israelis gave for the rescue. Immediately, we heard today that the Israelis were the first ones to condemn it and say that it was Russia that did the destruction. They have this cool truck. They call it a mud truck. It's called a Bogon, and it can go in the water as well as in the mud. So it's got these huge. It's like a truck pull contest in the United States. Huge buoyant tires, and then they've got treads that are so deep that they work as like paddles, like the old time paddle wheel boat. And it cruised and buoyantly across the river to pick up people. But one of them was damaged today by some kind of projectile fired by the Russians. And it was that kind of truck that the chief rabbi of Ukraine was in the other day. I don't know if you talked about this on the space. I didn't hear it while I was listening, but the chief rabbi of Ukraine was there the day before yesterday, and actually got shelled. And I don't know if he was hit, but the cameraman just hit the pavement, who was recording his interview, and then he was hurried into a truck. I don't know how he's doing, but he was using that same kind of vehicle, which was those were super cool.
Yeah, sorry, Dr. Scott. I've seen a follow-up, and he was okay, and he did another video again. Yeah, incredible. But it was frightening to see. He was talking, and he's poof, knal, bang.
Yeah,
But,
exactly. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that he's okay.
He's got good people around him. He had great cover. But sorry to interrupt. Thanks.
No problem. Did anyone see about that 93-year-old guy that was so happy to be rescued the day before yesterday, and then was injured in the head?
I saw that video, Scott. It is amazing what the Ukrainians are doing to rescue folks from the flooding. I also saw the chief rabbi of Ukraine, and the second video I saw, he had a bandage around his right hand, but he is safe. He's well. He wasn't terribly injured at all.
That's awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. I thought that was really brave of him to go right to the riverside, you know?
Yeah, I mean, both Zelensky has been to Kherson.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that next.
Yeah, this is leadership. This is what leadership looks like.
And you saw Putin down by the river on the occupied side, right?
Yes,
just kidding.
I believe he was underwater blowing bubbles.
Yeah, exactly. He had a very long table under the water in a submarine. And then one more thing on the flood, the water levels, as I mentioned, are declining. There's a regional hydrometeorologist, and she's from Mykolaiv, and she was down at a press conference at Riverside today, and she said that the floodwaters are now dropping 4 to 6 centimeters every half hour. So I just calculated it out, and it's between 200 and 300 centimeters during our 24-hour period. So roughly, for North American listeners, or for U.S. listeners, I guess, about a foot, a third of a meter every day. So, you know, that doesn't clear your second story very fast if the floodwaters came to your roof, but at least it's going down, right? And there's big reports of how much above the reservoir, or upriver of the dam, so much decline in terms of the shoreline. Right, the shoreline recedes a lot faster than the depth of the river, but it's gone in some places 20, 30 meters from where its high water mark was on Tuesday or Monday night.
Yeah, above the dam, there have been tremendous fish kills. Below the dam, continued flooding. But the real danger now, of course, would be things like cholera. The waterborne diseases. There's sewage in the water. The water is polluted. It's no different from any flood that any of us have witnessed, whether it's someplace in the United States or in Asia, in Europe. Europe has had lots of flooding this spring from high rains. There's a dangerous health situation developing downstream from the dam.
Yeah, the risk of cholera is real, and that is a nasty disease. So we got to get people water, right, or at least purification tablets and the kind of filters, high-tech filters that can create drinking water out of dirty water.
So, Scott, we have a couple of hands. We have War Osint and GP and Meta. War Osint, please.
Thank you, Alan. I just had a quick question for Scott. To what degree does he expect the northern reservoir to shrink in coming days and months?
I think it's going to shrink down. I mean, there's talk that the complete foundations of the dam are not destroyed, and although it would be expensive to rebuild the power plant aspect of it, the dam could be rebuilt for less money than the complete. You've heard the estimates that it cost $1 billion to repair the entire power plant, the hydro facility, but to repair the dam, it would be substantially less. So if I was going to, my simple answer is it's going to go back to the historic levels of the river, which is not that horrible. I mean, I spent a lot of time in Dnipro in the last month, and also in Zaporizhia, and the river is huge. I mean, it's a big. The Dnipro is a big river. It's sort of like the Mississippi. It might not be quite as much water flow as the Mississippi, but it's in that same league. So it's not going to be an inconsequential river. It's just that reservoir has been there for, since the 60s. So it's
since 1956.
So it's, civilization has gotten used to that shoreline, so it'll be substantially, greater shoreline than, if it goes back to its natural bounds. But then there's the fact of this, the foundations of the dam, and I haven't seen like elevations in the water of how far that extends. It seems to me that would not create a new water level in the reservoir. It would just be an obstacle for fish and deeper boats. So I imagine it's going to be a very wide river, but I don't know in meters how, exact, because I don't know the basin, and I'm not a hydrologist, and I haven't seen a report about it. But does that partially answer your question?
Yeah, I think there will be places, Scott, where you can wade across the Dnipro, as big a river as it is. There are 5 dams above the Novakhovka Dam. So the complete watershed is controlled by dams. And as I say, there are places where you and I could walk across the Dnipro if that's what we wanted to do. I want to go on to GP and then back to Meta. GP.
Good evening. Thank you for the mic. I have a question for, I guess, Dr. Scott or whomever may be in a position to answer it. I received a number of lists of high priority critical infrastructure targets from sources in Romania, Ukraine, and Russian Federation. I'm just wondering if you see this as a starter on I guess shock and awe level type critical infrastructure targeting, or whether you see this as a tactical play in a regional context.
Well, when the Russians blew the Novakhovka Dam, they were continuing their terror war on Ukraine. It's no different than Russia striking power infrastructure, for example, during the winter, in an attempt to plunge Ukraine into dark and cold. Striking other infrastructure like the railways, and Ukraine has been very successful in repairing rail wherever it's been struck by Russia. The railway in Ukraine runs on time. It still connects major Ukrainian cities. So, in part, GP, I would say that blowing the Novakhovka Dam, which the Russians did do, there's no question about that. This is part of their attack on Ukrainian infrastructure. It is also part of their attempt to make Ukraine unlivable. I mean, this is what they wanted to do by striking the electrical power grid, the power infrastructure in Ukraine. It's what they attempt to do whenever they hit civilian targets. They want to envision a Ukraine without Ukrainians. And so that's how I see the context of their blowing the Novakhovka Dam. There, you had a second question, and I've forgotten it. Can you remind me?
Yeah, thank you so much for the first response. In terms of whether it's a scorched earth, as you say, render uninhabitable strategy, what is the next highest shock and awe profile, high value target in the regional or the theater landscape that you see as susceptible to a similar attack in the near future?
Well, there are other dams in Ukraine. In fact, the Novakhovka Dam is not the only dam that Russia has blown. There are other places in the theater of operation where Russia has either overfilled something even like a farm pond to create flooding, or they have blown canals to create flooding. Why is Russia doing this? They thought they would do it to slow or to interrupt the Ukrainian counteroffensive. As it so happens, downstream from the Novakhovka Dam on the Dnipro River, there were many Russian fortifications along the left bank of the Dnipro. This is the south bank. There were many Russian fortifications that were flooded out. We actually saw videos of Russian soldiers climbing trees to escape the flood. So it's not clear in any way that Russia achieved some tactical advantage by blowing the Nova Kakhovka Dam. As a matter of fact, Chuck Farrer and Nuno Felix pointed out the other day, this would be on Thursday, so that was yesterday, that the opportunities for Ukraine to cross the Dnipro are better today than they were before the dam was blown. This is both upstream and downstream.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. That actually was another question I had, but you answered it by extension, because the number of units of Russian fortifications on the south bank of the Dnipro, as you say, has rendered that area more accessible by the Ukrainian armed forces. So it seems to be Pyrrhic in its nature. So I'm quite confused just in terms of some of the messages I'm getting as to what clearly it's a morale thing. But yeah, as you say, it displaced and flooded a huge amount of Russian positions on the south bank of the Dnipro. But yeah, thank you for your considerate and thoughtful answers. I'll drop to listeners. Thank you so much.
I want to just add, Alan, that obviously the nuclear power plant is probably the highest value target in that regard. And it appears, at least for the moment, that the warnings from the West have raised the cost or the stakes for Putin high enough that he is not willing yet to go that far. So that we're grateful for that, and that was the conversation that Meta was referencing earlier. Why isn't the West or Biden doing that more broadly? And that's a good question.
My guess, Scott, is that back channel diplomacy has probably been used to forewarn Putin that any accident at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant would result in an immediate response by the West. And we also have to remember the United States helped the International Atomic, the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Association, to put radioactive sensors in Ukraine, so that that any discharge from the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant would be detected immediately. We don't have to wait for video. We don't have to wait for eyewitness reports. The sensors are already in place. Any extraordinary release of radiation would be detected immediately, and there would be a response to that, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I 100% agree.
So, Scott, what do you say we go to Gregory and then to Meta?
Sounds good.
Oh,
Go for it, Gregory.
It sounds so good. Hey, good evening, everybody. There's several things I wanted to bring up tonight. Thank you for letting me join. And GP, I guess, dropped down to listener. But the first thing I wanted to mention actually was it sounds like GP was talking to people, had some list of potential infrastructure type targets inside of Ukraine. And I just want to caution everybody from speaking hypothetically about targets and or even elaborating on them in some public forum. It's I think it's quite dangerous, especially if you have some technical skills, to be saying, oh, there's this ammonia plant across the river here and it's not locked too much, and boy, those giant tanks, and if somebody went in there with a truck, they could do all, so anyway, I think everybody understands what I'm saying here about that topic, but it's important to keep in mind that One of the things that's happened with this attack on the dam is that here we all are. I don't know if there's 600 of us on this channel tonight, this space, or there's 1,000 or 1,200, but this is on our minds, and we are not in Ukraine drowning under the floodwaters right now, but we all have a little bit of sense of foreboding of, gee, what could happen? And immediately our minds go to, Zaporizhia nuclear power plant and other things that might be out there as potential targets. So this is a terror campaign by a terrorist state, and it is impacting us today, wherever we're sitting with our nice telephones and computers and internets, so this is something that has actively been done on purpose to affect not just Ukraine, but to inflict terror on all in the world who care about the freedom and democracy and independence of Ukraine. So I did want to mention that element of what's going on here. There's another topic that Alan alluded to a little bit earlier, and is also on all our minds, is what's going on? Where is the commentary that says we're going to do something immediately about this attack on the dam? And it's tremendously frustrating for those of us who care, and perhaps unbearable for those in Ukraine. To try to fathom what the heck is happening here. And I have one thought on this, which is to, I try to explain what I think some of the politics are in it, but I think that, trying to frame this issue as Russia is committing an act of terror that's impacting the whole world, that what they've done is they've used Ukrainian infrastructure and they've improvised a weapon of mass destruction. Now, the world has been afraid of, with all these nuclear threats, or maybe we're not afraid, or I don't know how you feel about it, everybody individually, but we hear the nuke talk like crazy coming out of these Russians. And I'm a Cold War kid. I didn't hear this stuff before. This was not going on in the 80s and 90s. This is not what we heard before from the Soviet Union fell apart. We didn't hear this level of kind of threat. So it's something that's unique to this regime, but maybe not unique to the future of the world with nuclear weapons. So they've held that fear over our heads, and I'm certain that worldwide leaders have planned out a careful response if there's a nuclear attack anywhere in Ukraine of some form or another, or a nuclear accident of some form or another, and we all go to that wonderful scene in The Godfather where Marlon Brando says, if this happens or that happens, but if anything should happen to my son, so we know that there's something back channel or otherwise, and we hope it's with somebody with the seriousness of Marlon Brando has delivered that message. But nonetheless, here Russia has done something and muddied the waters, not just physically, but also metaphorically with their cross accusation. I'm also surprised. You all are. This hasn't been fully gamed out. You can see, I came across something from, oh my goodness, one of the military channels today, some Marine Corps publication on, lessons from the Novakhovka Dam, and it cites the, pre-planning for the 03, Iraq attack on the attack on Baghdad, and concerns about dams in Iraq being used as potential weapons, and there are plans put in place. The military people think these things through and plan them out very carefully, as we've heard on this channel from the wonderful military personnel who've been on, John Spencer and Chuck Farrer and many others. And these things are carefully planned out. So I'm surprised that the Novakhovka Dam has not been fully planned out by our worldwide leaders as something that they would have a set of responses to, and a set of emergency responses, both in terms of humanitarian aid, but also in terms of communication. Now, responsible CEOs of big companies, they have all kinds of plans for if the website's hacked and somebody says our product is terrible or on the thing, or they put up an ISO flag on our, bank website or whatever kind of, thing befalls some corporation. Somebody's arrested and somebody does something. They've got plans. They've got communication strategies set up. If that happens, we're going to do this. So and so is going to say that. They have things planned out. So I'm actually technically a citizen of both the U.S. and the EU, but I live in the U.S. And where is the plan? Where is the communication and the plan for this kind of a disaster? We haven't seen it, and there's several reasons why we haven't. I think number one is it's not. It wasn't pre-planned carefully enough. They don't have the responses ready to go, and the waters are muddy. The waters are a little bit murky, and they do have to get everybody together. Now, Sunak and Biden were meeting this week, just a couple of days ago. Surely they discussed this and the response. John Kirby, the National Security Council communications officer or person at this point, he made it very clear that the U.S. was going to be sending, responding with aid within the coming days and weeks. There's a very large aid package announced today in D.C. Just out of curiosity, I put a list of my thread about some of the ammunition that was listed there. This is not a very military conversation, so I won't go any further into that. But $2.1 billion of aid was announced today. There's a lot that's going on in terms of ongoing support. Some members of the U.S. Congress have announced a bill to declare Russia a terrorist state. And it's kind of nice to hear that five bipartisan Congress people got together and made this announcement, and they're talking about it. But that's not the end point here. I think the one thing I noticed this morning is Mikhail Podolyak, in Ukraine, advisor to the president Zelensky, and had an interview on Radio Svoboda this morning, and he said something about the West is afraid to announce that this is uh, an act of terror by Russia, because then the very next step is simply, well, if they're doing a terrorist act and hurting so many people, destroying so much territory, then why don't you declare Russia a terrorist state? So, kind of circling back to something I mentioned a little bit earlier, which was the this is an improvised weapon of mass destruction. And for what it's worth, I took a look at this nuke map website and tried to think about how big a so-called tactical nuclear weapon is. And there's a lot of debate on how big those are. But I put something up in the nest, sort of trying to compare like it is visually. If I looked at a map of a so-called tactical nuke of 10 kilotons, which is pretty big, actually, I think that's as big as Hiroshima. I'm not sure, but powerful weapon. It only destroys part of the city that I put on the map and press the button on. And if anybody wants, they can go and pick a city or place and see how big the area of damage is. And then I sort of scrolled the map down and said, well, how much of Ukraine, how much of Kyrgyzstan does that cover up? And it doesn't even cover up all of the territory that's flooded in terms of the length of it. So the affected areas from a tactical nuclear weapon are literally smaller at first than the scale of this flood disaster. Now, this is not you can't compare apples and oranges, and the fire damage and the casualties and so forth are going to be different. But just in terms of the areas affected, this is a gigantic, this flood is a gigantic area that's been impacted. And so that's really why I think that it might help the leadership conversation if more people refer to it as a weapon of mass destruction, an improvised weapon of mass destruction at that. So, that's where I was going with that thought. The comparison of areas it's really kind of stunning. I mean, this is also one reason why I don't think tactical nuclear weapons are not that useful in this particular war, because they only destroy a small area, and if a military is large, it simply goes around that area. you lose the troops that were hit by that weapon, but then everybody else goes around it. Or, they get contaminated with radiation, but they just keep going. It's a war. So it's not a very particularly useful weapon in this conflict. So I don't think it would serve any purpose militarily. You can ask yeah, go ahead, please.
Greg, what I was going to say is it couldn't be used by Russia. I mean, this is probably the only definitive red line the West has drawn, that any use of nuclear weapons would result in a massive, devastating conventional response. And I believe this does include tactical nuclear weapons. But I do agree with you. What Russia did by blowing the Novakhovka Dam was improvising, very good word here, improvising a weapon of mass destruction. So the problem with using a weapon of mass destruction, WMD, is apparently it comes with a kind of definition. Some people won't be able to equate the destruction of the dam with a weapon of mass destruction. To me, it's very simple. And for all the reasons you just pointed out, the area of devastation wide, the tens of thousands of Ukrainian citizens affected in huge numbers, the destruction that will go on for years in terms of the agricultural productivity of this land. It has been devastated. Already the harvest that Ukraine can expect from the region that's been flooded, this will result in a 15 or 20% reduction in Ukraine's harvest. The spring planting has been washed away. It means there's no summer or fall harvest. It's that simple.
It's tremendous devastation, and that's a huge impact over, as you say, it's going to be years, and there's environmental damage. So, in terms of messaging and communicating, I mean, the phrases, it's so hard with the phrases like ecocide, and a flood, and that sort of a phrasing. It's just, I'm looking for some other way to explain it, and also perhaps spur some of our political leaders to action. And the challenges that we as Western societies are facing is that we have leaky societies in the sense that there's rule of law, but there's all kinds of rules and things going on that people do that aren't 100% within the strict up and up realm of things. There's a large number of people that make a lot of money off of trading with Russia, trading in doing some type of, I might moralistically call it money laundering businesses, but there's a lot of money laundering going on. And there's a lot of money in trade and banking and so forth. So the challenge of declaring Russia a terrorist state is that it's going to be a big economic hit on the West. So that's a you be careful what you ask for type of a thing. Now, I'm personally think that it would be better to do that now, but it is a reason why leaders may not want to respond. I think that they absolutely must respond in this case because there's more to come. And if they don't respond now, then it's as many people who have watched Putin say, well, he takes a step forward, sees what happens. Oh, nothing too bad happened. Oh, I just grabbed, South of Abkhazia out of Georgia. Great. Look at that. Nobody did anything. Oh, that George Bush guy didn't do anything. Obama didn't do anything. Great. Let me just keep going. And, unless there's some really firm lines and a more firm response, I'm afraid of some other type of improvised weapon of mass destruction, be it something that's some other types of facilities or some other types of infrastructure that could be used to create at least a mass casualty situation, if not a larger scale destruction as this one was. So,
well, one thing I would say, Greg, it only took one Western leader within 30 seconds to say Russia did this, Russia is responsible. It would have changed every headline around the world. And when you stop to think about it, all the information anyone needed was available when the Novakhovka Dam was blown by the Russians. The Russians have already said they mined the dam. They have held this dam since the end of February 2022. It's all you have to do is connect the dots. No one needs evidence from satellites or from seismographers in Europe to record the explosion that the Russians set. You simply need to connect a couple of dots and say, Russia is responsible for blowing the dam. Russia is responsible for the humanitarian catastrophe that has resulted. This could have been said within 30 seconds of the explosion. It would have changed headlines around the world. No Western leader had the courage to do that.
It's very interesting, and it's unfortunate. Now, I do feel that the strategy out of the Biden White House is to wait for Europe to go first. Wait for the European leaders to decide on what their course of action is going to be, and then go along with it. So, as we saw with the tanks and the jets, and we've seen with other weapons systems, that there really is a wanting the whole of NATO to go together. There's some perhaps smartness to that strategy, but there is a waiting for Europe to lead on this. There's also something that, so in terms of what's going on, I think that the first leaders that have to say something are going to be leaders in Europe, and they're going to have to come out first and say something, and they'll get backed up immediately by the White House. But Sunak was there Wednesday, Thursday, and he didn't make an announcement about it. I wonder what he's going to do back in he's back in the UK. He did make one announcement. He did say that the UK and the EU and the NATO are going to have to share a greater burden of the defense of Ukraine. So that's a slightly different topic that gets a little bit more into the weeds of U.S. politics, which perhaps we wouldn't do right now, Alan, but we can go back to some other time if you feel people are interested. But so that's another challenge, is also aid long term, and his commentary on that. So there may be some need to be sure that there's full support for whatever the next steps are. I was actually very hopeful that there might be something that would come out tonight, like late in the day on Friday, that would be sort of oh yeah, by the way, we're announcing this, and that means it's going to cost a lot more money, or there's going to be this additional type level of sanction, which is going to be tremendously painful for certain groups of banks, or that type of thing. But that did not happen. So,
Greg, you've been on for a while, and you've made lots of great points. So, can we move on to the other some of our other requests?
Dr. Scott, if I may, because I was addressed in Gregory's comments, and I have a meeting in 5 minutes. I just wanted to address. Thank you so much. Just for the avoidance of doubt and to clarify and to assuage any concerns that Gregory might have with respect to my comment about lists I've received. You will notice from my timeline the utter absence of any commentary on the conflict in Ukraine. And also, full disclosure, I'm an owner of a private military security company whose contractors were mainly Ukrainian and Russian. So we're ITAR restricted right now, obviously. So the concern that you have, Gregory, with respect to individuals, many of whom I've come across on spaces over the last 15 months who declare various OSINT or or other intelligence reports that they have open and in public are a danger both to themselves and to whoever it is that they're speaking with respect to. So I just want to assuage any concerns with respect to the danger of people with OSINT or human who come on spaces and declare this type of stuff. So I just want to make that absolutely clear that I do not. I have in receipt of information both from Russian Federation sources, Ukrainian sources, Romanian and Polish sources, and I have not shared, nor do I intend to share any of that on a space, nor do I publish it on my timelines. I just thought I might also add that the particular acronym that you're looking for to describe the use of water as a weapon or the weaponization of water is widely known within the industry as WASH, which is the weaponization of water, sanitation and hygiene. It has a precedent in recent conflict in Syria, where we were in the Rojava cantons of northern Syria. The Al-Hasaka province was the subject of repeated and ongoing attack by Turkish and Syrian government forces, and approximately 400 to 600,000 people were directly affected by the attacks on that particular water infrastructure. So the nomenclature is WASH, as I said, which is the weaponization of water as a weapon of mass destruction and water infrastructure, and it refers to, as I said, water sanitation and hygiene in order to create preventable communicable disease and also crop destruction, as well as civil disorder and morale issues. So as a asymmetrical or hybrid linear or whatever domain of geopolitics you come from, it's an asymmetrical tactic called WASH. So thank you for the mic. I just wanted to assuage any concerns and to be absolutely clear that I do not share any information that I receive with anybody. So thank you for allowing me to clarify that.
Let me ask you a question about that. Are there covenants, as there are with other weapons of mass destruction? I mean, as Gregory was talking, I was thinking a lot about the implications of various terms used in diplomacy and the commitment to action, right? And so are there covenants that the nations of the world have signed with at the United Nations or elsewhere to deal with those incidents, the WASH incidents?
Yeah, so the only formal one that I'm aware of is the WHO Surveillance Center for the observation of tactics regarding WASH in military conflicts. So it's I think the name of it is the
WHO.
Yes, the
Is that who you're calling
WHO.
the WHO?
Yeah, WHO Surveillance Center, I believe, is the only formal international mechanism by which those type of incidents are. Hang on a second. The WHO surveillance system for attacks on healthcare. It was introduced in December of 2017. So it's indirectly applicable for WASH as far as its mandate is concerned, because WASH attacks under the WASH nomenclature are considered attacks on healthcare because, as you previous speaker mentioned, it results in the contamination of water supply, sewage, and so on, and the creation of preventable disease.
So it happens sometimes outside of warfare, and that's why the WHO has jurisdiction. You reckon?
Yes, sir. I Katrina and other events like that, where an international response, natural disasters, exactly. So, as a global body concerned with healthcare, I think that their mandate is dual, obviously natural disaster based, but I believe I am open to being corrected, but the military. As a byproduct of a military conflict, it also falls under their mandate.
GP, could you tell me one more time what it is you do, or what it is your companies do?
I'm an AI ethicist, but I've owned a private military security company for 30 years. We're not the equivalent of a Blackwater or Academy, as it's called now, or Triple Canopy, or Blue Hackle, or Edinburgh Group, or Aegis Defence. Our firm is employed by corporates to repatriate or protect in situ stranded assets, whether human or physical, generally oil and gas exploration or high ticket value items that find themselves in hostile and remote areas. Yeah, that's we do not do embassy protection, close protection, or convoy protection, or take any part in what one could notionally call the outsourcing of war under the ICOC or the Montreux document type activities. So we are repatriation, human and physical asset repatriation or protection in situ outfit, as opposed to what you might be normally used to hearing in the context of a private military security company.
And so you have national contracts with nations around the world?
No, sir. We don't work for nations. It's corporates, and typically in recent years, it's been for the purposes of documentary making, on behalf of recognized Emmy and BAFTA award-winning organizations in areas like Donbass and the Kurdish Regional Governorate of Northern Iraq, the Rojava cantons, and Mali and Chad.
And so you work for both Ukrainian and Russian-owned corporations. Is that right?
No, sir, we don't work for any Ukrainian or Russian organizations right now, because that would be in breach of ITAR restrictions. So we have no activity, and I have no contractors of either nationality on the books right now.
Okay. Thank you very much for answering my questions. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much for coming up to speak. I think you're a first-time speaker here at MriyaReport.
Yes, I am. So, as I said, I've got a meeting to go to right now. So I hope I answered all your questions clearly, and thanks for the opportunity to clarify what Gregory mentioned regarding the lists I mentioned previously. So yes, I am the first-time speaker.
Well, thank you very much, and please come back. I wonder how much you listen to MriyaReport. Are you here every day or from time to time?
I'm a time-to-time listener. I have a very busy schedule with respect to the AI ethics and in particular cognitive warfare, and also I'm heavily engaged in the campaign to prevent the destruction of free speech in the Republic of Ireland. So I would say that I am a very irregular listener to the MriyaReport. But yeah.
Well, thank you again, GP. Good luck with your meeting. It's now 2 minutes away. You better get in there. Put on a tie. Meta, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I don't know what I'm doing up. It's 4:23 a.m. in Finland.
I was gonna say that, Meta. You were saying 3 hours ago.
I'm insane. I'm gonna sleep all day tomorrow. It's been so interesting, and thank you, thank you, Gregory, thank you, GP, for the interesting bits. I just had, some news is that Russia is now shelling Odessa. And Odessa has been where all the refugees are going and where the security is going, and it's just like But I sort of when I was listening to John Spencer and Gregory, and my thoughts are in and Dr. Nick has taught me so much about terminology. You shouldn't call this, and you must be careful with this and this. And what they're doing is ecocide and crimes against humanity in Kherson. And but I mean, Ukraine has been the only country who has said, if they want to nuke, then nuke, because they will get just as much as radiation as we will, and the area will be small. They are so brave. They are the only country in the world who say, just bring it on. if that's what it is, but stop threatening us about it. And the rest of the world is like, yeah, they're gonna nuke. Nobody thinks about that. Russia is the one who's getting all the radiation, and Ukraine is prepared for it. This, what they did with the dam, it's not okay. It's not a mass weapon, but it's comparable, and the consequences are much more severe. There are 50,000 dolphins have died. Black Sea is polluted. There's not going to be crops, and Ukraine is feeding whole world. It's like, if that isn't mass destruction weapon, then what is? But I don't know. It's the terminology, and you have to be careful what you say. I understand that. And I'm noble about it. But it's just like they are so evil and they are so hideous. I'm just so angry about this Kherson. I did you see this little dog who had come over to Odessa, and now they're shelling Odessa, where the rescued people are. So
Yeah, I saw that. That was
so
so touching.
so
Oh my gosh.
so I'm sorry, I don't know about this mass destruction and weapons and nukes and who's saying. Well, we have evidence that there's been a blow, and but we don't know it's Russia. So, who in their right minds would ever think that Ukraine would do this to themselves? They live from the wheat and the crops and the harvest. And, this will be a 10-year recovery and their most fertile grounds. It's so stupid. I'm sorry. But I don't want to use any wrong terms. I'm just so angry. And now they are shelling Odessa, their last harbor town that they have. Thank you.
Yeah, I can bring you an update of what is happening in Odessa. Tonight, Russia attacked Odessa with Shahed drones. Air Defense Forces of Ukraine destroyed all of these drones.
Oh my God! Thank you, David.
Certainly, Meta. But debris from one of the drones struck a 9-story apartment, causing a fire. And the emergency services in Odessa are working to put this fire out. And I think they are obviously succeeding in that. Unfortunately, 3 civilians were killed. More than 10 civilians were injured in this drone attack on Odessa. And we'll have more information, more updates about that as the night goes on. Gregory, I'd like to go back to you for a moment, just to talk a little bit more about the dam. I mean, we had speakers on earlier tonight who cautioned us about using the phrase weapon of mass destruction because it carries a certain impact. It's defined in a certain way. But I agree with you. To me, and maybe just adding the word improvised weapon of mass destruction is all you need to do. But when the Russians blew this dam, they unleashed a weapon of mass destruction. All we have to do is look downstream to see it.
It's absolutely, that's all you have to do. You look and you see it, and it's at a giant scale. Now, it's interesting. I guess I am not familiar with any international treaties that say anything about WMD. Those of us who were born, I guess, before 1990 heard an awful lot about WMD in the early 2000s. So it certainly has, it's certainly a phrase and a word that people born before 1990 would all relate to and understand. Oh, that's some really dangerous stuff, and where stuff can be, biological or chemical or nuclear. That's bad stuff. So that's what interested me about using the phrase. Now, the in the United States, now maybe this the WMD has some meaning in the UK or the EU context, but in the United States, I'm not familiar with that. Now, the designating someplace a terrorist state in the United States, if the executive, the president, does that, that has a very substantial impact. So you'll have seen in U.S. politics from time to time, they'll ask, is so and so, the president tried to ask, is so and so a terrorist or is that a terrorist? And the president will hedge and not say they are, even though it's some heinous action and so forth. And as we're seeing now, they're not saying that because in the U.S., the designation of a terrorist a person or an organization or a state invokes a set of extremely harsh laws that apply uh, both to both to economic transactions as well as actually to communications. So if Russia were declared a terrorist state, for example, then anybody who's getting paid by Russia to do something or another, so if you get part of your paycheck from Russian television, you're going to be subject to investigation in the United States, and you're committing a crime by taking money from the Russian government to do your work for Russian television. And that goes across the board. Where it becomes extremely complicated is in the international trade, because what kicks in is that the US law says that the United States will no longer trade with a country who's trading with this designated terrorist state. So if there's some country in the middle, say, for example, India, that is trading at some level with Russia, they trade 10 times as they trade like 80, $90 billion a year with the United States, and their trade with Russia is 8 or 9 billion. If they keep their Russian trade, then the law says that the U.S. has to cut back on that. Now, I'm not sure how fast the president would be forced to, or the Secretary of Treasury and so forth would be forced to take action. I assume that it could be done rather slowly, but it's a very, very big step. So that's for the terrorist designation. Now, WMD is, I will look it up, absolutely, and I will consult some serious attorneys on this one, because I certainly don't want to be encouraging people to use phraseology that has a particular legal meaning. So I'll check that, and I'll get back to you tomorrow on that one, Alan.
Yeah, I don't think there are any international treaties about WMD. I think it is part of the political conversation in the United States. But in terms of declaring a nation a sponsor of terrorism, the United States has declared 4 nations. It's North Korea, it's Iran, it's Cuba, it's Syria. I believe those are the 4 nations. Duke, you have a hot mic.
Sorry.
Please mute your mic. Thank you. I think those are the 4 nations that the U.S. has designated. It not only has effects in international trade, it also has effects in actually individual transactions and in how the U.S. Can treat assets of these nations. It's political wheels within political wheels. It's a very complicated law here in the United States. It should be simplified, and maybe Congress will attempt to do that. I don't know. But I also think that simply for lots of reasons, moral reasons, and moral reasons are all you need. It is high time to declare Russia a sponsor of state terrorism. We've all seen it. They are clearly a terrorist state. Let's just declare it, get it over with, and let the chips fall where they may.
Well, Alan, if I may, that is, the chips falling where they may. That's one of the biggest challenges. And you may recall last year in March, President Biden gave that speech in Poland. I'm thinking the 24th of March or so, 1 month after the beginning of the war. But his speech was the "Be Not Afraid" speech, and he talked about things that were very reminiscent of, the challenges faced during the Cold War. And the one of the challenges during the Cold War is that, guess what? The entire world is made more poor because there will be less trade, there will be less, cross-border interactions with these regions that have become terrorist states or are designated that way, or that are, just hell-bent, determined to destroy, the independent democracies of the world. And this is something that, is a big factor with declaring a terrorist state. There's a lot less trade in, and how much trade can there be with Russia? I mean, good grief, the place is only, what was it? It was 1.4 trillion GDP. I live in the Metro New York area. Our GDP is 1.8 trillion. Or 1.2. Sorry, only 1.2. Texas is bigger, than Russia. California is bigger than Russia. So their GDP is nothing compared to with individual states, but it can have a substantial impact on many places, and the challenge perhaps of the food supply, the grain produced in Russia, so forth. That could be a problem, but the the resulting slowness of all our economies, because everything has to be done more carefully. Everything has to be examined more closely. You can't do this type of transaction that way because it has to be checked. The bank has to know who you are. Now, maybe in some moral, regulatory, legal senses, that's a good thing, right? You should know who people are. When the U.S. passed this Patriot Act after 9/11, there's some big loopholes in it, by the way, that people use all the time, but it is something that can be applied further. So that the cost and the challenge for the world is that we will have less money. There'll be less trade. There'll be less going on. So for the people that are born after, good grief, I guess anybody born after 1980 doesn't know what the Cold War is, right? Is that right? I mean, because you didn't grow up in the circumstance of like the notions in school that children were taught about the Soviet Union and the communist Chinese. They are hell bent on destroying the United States, destroying Europe. Half of Europe was controlled by the Soviet Union. So it is a big effort. It takes a really coordinated, determined effort over a large number of years to advance as societies and continue going on in the face of these types of challenges. And right now in the world, if I may, Alan, could I continue a little bit further?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think that one of the things that I really, I really, you're fighting in Ukraine has really brought up for me is that this is a battle, and people kind of allude to it, and Zelensky actually says they're fighting for democracy. But we can see within our own individual countries, I know this is late in Europe, the people that are still on in Europe, but we can see in our individual countries this conflicts and these people that say, oh yeah, we should end this thing now, and they give up some territory. And then people say, oh, look at all these countries in the world where the leaders of those countries say, oh gee, we're kind of like more on Russia's side. What's really happening is that it's the way it's always been in the world, that the oligarchs of the world have an affinity and a kinship which will bring them to support each other. So if an oligarch who grew up in a repressive regime and now owns Twitter decides that that Putin is a better person to sort of support than others, he'll do it because he's got more in common with the oligarchs that rule that country. And the oligarchs that control some of these other countries that have signed up or said that they support Russia, those aren't the people of those countries. Those are the people that are the oligarchs who are in control. So this is really a worldwide situation where the peoples of the world that want democracy, they want some, guess what? There's a lot of oligarchs that have a lot of influence and control in the United States and in Europe and so forth. But there are limits to that. There are laws, there are controls, and there's a process to deal with that. So those limitations are things that are unfettered in Russia and in other places. And we want those controls, and we have a better life and better societies. Our societies are more productive, more artistic, more creative, and greater scientific advances in this type of society, as we have seen. So this is really a conflict at this level of scale, and it also is something related to the climate, the people that Putin and these oligarchs that want to live and control things like it. They don't care about anything in the environment. They would actually, it's in their interest to stop anything having to do with environmental concerns or to co-opt them in ways that are non-productive for the society in question. So this is a very large scale conflict, and we are the battlefield, us, the people that are exposed to all this information and are trying to process it and deal with it. And we are hearing this and trying to come up with something to make sense out of things. And this space has really been wonderful in terms of the positive elements that were illustrated just today. For example, I tuned in early and I heard the later things about people contacting their politicians or certain authorities, with the situation in Hungary and the Ukrainian prisoners from the Wagner Group. And this is something that's very interesting. It's encouraging the democratic process to take positive actions within the regions, countries that we live in to do something to help a situation. But the conflict that's going on now and the brutality on the battlefield and the terrors that we're being subjected to, albeit nothing like the ones of the people on the ground in Ukraine, but they're present for us nonetheless. This sort of thing it's here and now, and we're going to get so much more of it with the information, so-called information war. But it's I shouldn't even say so-called. It's real. It's going on. We're getting blasted with all kinds of horrible crap. And I don't want to go into that too much, but I see this as a much larger scale conflict. I see this as the world is going to move more into a situation of a Cold War. Let's hope it stays cold than it had been in the past. That all the young people who may be on this right now, the last 30 years have been a holiday with the superpowers not at war, but the holidays, this interregnum of peace is kind of over. So we had 30 years of unfettered, large-scale superpower conflict, and now we're back in it. So some of the decisions that are made vis-a-vis Ukraine and Russia, there's influence of China. And the U.S. conflict with China, the Western conflict with China, is going to be a very hot issue and a very major situation. And so I think that's also part of what's going on. So I think that Prime Minister Niisto of Finland spoke and said that he saw the world moving into blocks and said, well, it's time for Finland to pick its block. So the Finnish neutrality, or spinning in the orbit of Russia is 100% over. So Finland joined NATO.
Yeah,
so the leaders see that happening. Please.
It's very much a Cold War. The world is on the threshold of a Cold War. I agree with you. Keep the war cold as long as we do everything that's necessary to win the hot war that Ukraine is fighting. And I feel, Greg, once Ukraine is victorious and this hot war has been brought to an end, and Ukraine returns to its 1991 borders, becomes a member of NATO, is integrated into the European Union, the Cold War will take a different shape. But you are absolutely right. In the Cold War, our minds are the front line. So you need to understand how to filter out disinformation. You need a bullshit filter. Just ask Carl Sagan, what is a bullshit filter? Go look at Carl Sagan's writings. He can tell you how to arm yourself against disinformation. It's useful today. It's especially useful today. I also think that young people today uh, are aware. They do understand when social media is trying to manipulate them, whether for consumerism or for some other reason. And I think this will help them become aware of when Russia or China, for example, is trying to manipulate their political leanings. And especially here in the United States. I do wish that that more young people actually educated themselves about how to identify disinformation, how to respond to it, and frankly, how to ignore it. And there are probably two things you can do with disinformation: ignore it and diffuse it. Here at MriyaReport, we diffuse it. We never ignore it. We call it out, we call in the evidence, and we diffuse disinformation. It's I don't have 30 more years left on the earth, Greg, but I do know that the remaining years I have will look much, much different than the years I've lived to date, just in terms of journalism, information. That's, what I do. But I, I have no idea where the Cold War and the Hot War will take us. No idea whatsoever. No one does.
It's so true. Now, Alan, I see a couple of hands up. Should we move to let some other people talk here? I can continue on a few other topics if you like.
We should go to hands. We should go to Meta and then to Duke. Meta.
Oh, me here again. I'm just picking your brains, because I think there's a difference between Europe and US in a way, because US hasn't been in a war for how long? When was it, David or Alan? When was US in a war?
Well,
War.
the United States has fought a continuous war. You could say that the last war the U.S. was fighting was in Afghanistan.
Yeah, but it's like a voluntary war. You're defending an alliance or something like that. You haven't been attacked. And I want to remind you that the only time that the Fifth Amendment of NATO was used, it was on 9/11, and it was US who asked for help. And we in Europe, we have sort of sorted our things. And I mean, I'm from Finland, okay. I know I'm a bit warmonger in that sense, because we have such a grudge to Russia. But the thing is, they do things like that, and you haven't. I mean, when did you think that Canada would attack you?
No, the last time the United States has been attacked was in the War of 1812. That's a long time.
Exactly. And you don't have, your grandfather wasn't even alive then. And, my grandfather was in the front lines with Simo Häyhä, with the sniper. And, it's totally different, sort of. And Europe, you have to understand it. Okay, it's like United States. We are 20 states, sort of. But everyone has different legislation. I guess it's same in the US, but there's so as sort of memories and understandings about things in Europe as in US. I mean, Texas and New York are totally different. I've been to United States and I know there are differences and good people mostly. I love US. I just love them. But there's something that they don't get is the Russia. It's Russia. It's making me so mad that people don't understand that they will never change. That's just a fact. Pick up a book about Vlad the Horrible, or what was his name in the 1400, and he was throwing people out of the windows and picking his pets and throwing them out, and he wanted the atoll sea. SOC was a obsession for him. They won't change. They are the same. Imperial, yeah. Sorry, but
Meta, I was just going to say, I think Americans are getting this message.
I hope so. I hope so.
I think we are. When I travel to Europe, there are many things about Europe I don't understand because I'm American. When European friends visit me here in the United States, there are many things they don't understand. They don't understand the size of the country or the diversity of the country.
Exactly.
They might come from Portugal or the Netherlands, small countries. I won't call them homogenous, but they are united in a way that the United States will never be united. I mean, Portugal has 10 million people. That is less than the size of many, many U.S. states, which have states in the United States have a lot of power. We are a republic, and there are lots of states that are intent on exercising their power in the federal system that governs the United States. It's difficult for me to understand. My God, I grew up here. It's extremely difficult for Europeans to understand.
David, I love you. I just want to say it, in this space, which is so wonderful. And now I'm awake here while United States is awake. I just want to say, I understand each of the, they all have their problems and their landscapes but every time I've met an American, I've been friends. And I have so many friends. I visited so many different parts of US, and I just love US. I can't deny it. But there are people who don't understand Europe maybe, but they haven't traveled here. But I think it's time to unite, really unite. I welcome any Texas redneck, what they say. That's what they say here in Finland. There are Texas rednecks. Every Texas redneck is welcome to visit me here in Finland, and I will show them some Finland rednecks. There are rednecks everywhere.
Yeah, there are rednecks everywhere. Lots of Texas rednecks I know would love Finland.
Thank you.
Meta, thank you so much. Be united in support of Ukraine. I just want to go to Jameson. Go ahead, please.
Hey guys, how are y'all doing?
We're all good. How are you?
I hope you're well. I'm good. I felt like I was in a unique position to talk to Meta's point. I feel like most Americans feel like since the Cold War was over, it's kind of like binary. Like Russia's a problem, but they're not a threat, right? To too many. And I've been to Europe and I've trained with NATO soldiers, and especially Latvia and Estonia, they're like, no, Russia's a threat. We're concerned they could really come across the line every day, any day. And so it's like, it's hard to wrestle with that sometimes as an American, because in your mind, the Cold War's over, right? And so you have to fight that emotional side of you. And whenever I go to NATO, they run when they see me coming. I mean, that's a joke, because I want to try to understand how they think and how they see the world. I think that's crucial. But I do take a little bit of umbrage with the America hasn't been attacked. My uncle was at Pearl Harbor. I had friends in New York, September 11th, who were actually in the Twin Towers. They were fine. But I get the point. I get the point. And we do tend to get a little too lazy here sometimes and sit on our hands when there's evil in the world. But I think that a lot of Americans are now, I mean, like Mark Twain said, God invented war so Americans could learn geography, right? There's a lot of Americans who didn't even know where Ukraine was, and this whole struggle versus the East and West. So I feel like in many ways it has brought it to their attention. The problem is America in the last 20 years has become too politicized. There's no one in the middle. There's roadkill in the middle. You have to be on this side, you have to be on that side. And so I think that that's a lot of people who would have been empathetic and sympathetic and would try to be understanding are now caught up in the red versus blue game. Are you an elephant or are you a donkey? And so I think that that makes the water a little murky too. So at the end of the day, though, I do want to ask a question. I saw, and I've been kind of out of the loop. I haven't been listening like I normally have been. I've just been doing other things. Can someone inform me? So there was I saw something about a column of tanks, and this time it was Ukrainians on offensive, and they were really bunched together. And I saw a lot of people were upset about that. And what came to my mind was, these are green soldiers. They don't have, because what should have happened is the commanders of each vehicle or each tank should have been concerned about spacing, and they would have been in their driver's rear end, constantly reminding them, slow down, give them space. But that's what green soldiers do, especially when they've been waiting for a year and some change for this moment. And they know they can die any minute. Their adrenaline is going. They're so anxious. They just want to get it started. And so everybody immediately was like, crucify the commanding officer. I was like, no. If he's constantly incompetent, that's a thing. But this is an experience. And if we've learned anything about the Ukrainian military, is they adapt. And so what's going to happen to that commander? Everybody's going to ream him out. Candidly, redemption's a powerful tool. If he's allowed to command again, he's going to do everything in his power to not bunch up. And he's going to make sure that his men never bunch up, come hell or high water. And he's going to live with this for the rest of his life, whether he dies tomorrow or 50 years from now. And so I know that we're only getting bits and pieces of information, but once again, remember, we are in an information war here, and that you can duplicate and you can confuse a lot of people. You can easily manipulate pictures and video footage and graphics and all those kind of things. So I wouldn't believe anything until I got it from 3 different sources that aren't connected to each other. That's how military intel works. Oh, go ahead.
Jameson, I don't know if you follow Thomas Tyner, who's a frequent guest on our space, but he has a really good thread on that topic. And he basically said the commanders, the only fault that they had in that incident was that they didn't have anti-drone coverage. Yeah. Dialed in for that battle. And the bunching was probably, well, first of all, it was a result of the minefield. Second, it was
right.
It was a result of probably the tank. He thinks the tank going back for one of the Bradleys because it was stuck or it lost its track treads, and that they were trying to be careful because the minefield was on both sides of them. So he says the positive thing that there's been probably scores of columns like that across the front line, and that's the only picture that the Russians can come up with today.
Right.
So it's for us not to get the sort of false doom feeling that the offensive's not going anywhere. And the other thing, of course, is that those first few kilometers with all those trenches and all those pyramids and all those mines are going to be the hardest, and they're going to be the slowest. And so we're not going to see 50-kilometer sprints on a daily basis until they get through those first
for sure.
few kilometers.
And the other part too is no matter how well you train or how experienced you are, there's going to be situations where you're going to bunch because the terrain or the situation dictates that. The only thing I saw today was a bunch of people getting all upset, like we've already lost everything. And it's like, no, I know you're upset, but this is what warfare looks like. It's the most destructive, wasteful thing that man's ever come up with the exception of maybe politics. Okay, there's my bad joke for the night. But the point is, this is what it looks like. It's nasty, it's dirty, it's sad. I mean, how many people potentially could lose their lives doing something like that where it's just mindless? But it's not that they fail, because failure is part of war. It's what they do next is the only point I wanted to make to people who saw that footage and was upset. And you're right, because the real deal is if the Russians would have kicked their teeth in, they would have had video footage up front and close with those tank holes, taking pictures to show the world how tough they are. So let's give it time and let's see what really happens, because the information war is going on right now. Well, the Ukrainians are using OPSEC like they're supposed to, so they're not telling you the good things they're doing yet. They'll give you that information when it's time. And I know it's grueling to sit here and think about what all could be happening. I just wanted to put some clarity on all that. And yes, I'm a South Carolina redneck about to move to be a Texas redneck. And I agree. I think that most people in the world, Europe, America, wherever, we have a lot more in common than we have differently. And back to the threat of Russia, this is, it's kind of like if the whole body of the Soviet Union was all the satellite states. In the 90s, it got paralyzed. But this is potentially a battle, not just for Ukraine, but I really think that they've lost so much blood here that it could very well be the fight and struggle for the country of Russia still staying intact or still staying with its old ways. My fear is they like strong men in Russia. And so I think the first strong man with enough that can offer enough stability is going to be the winner if something happens to Putin. So with that said,
Jameson, don't you think that Ukraine is also fighting for you and me?
Oh, 100%. Like I link this to, we could go back to Thermopylae, right? And throughout history, they are fighting for freedom for the world, not the Western world, the whole world, and they are the shining city on the hill right now. So yeah, it's from the Spartans all the way up to what was it, the captain of the gate, Horatius, right? Like they're the underdog, and they're David taking on Goliath, and it's not just for their glory; it's for their defense, but it's for the defense of freedom. I don't know if you guys talked about this, but originally there were plans leaked from the other side that showed they were going to punch all the way through to Moldova, and then try to hit Poland. And I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere in that, if they were successful, Latvia and Estonia, Lithuania, So yeah, he wants the Soviet Union plus, and Ukraine. I mean, the best writers in Hollywood could not come up with the truth of what's happening in Ukraine and how well they're doing. And I think that, you know, the first line of defense / the second line of defense is going to give them trouble. But once they punch through in that terrain, their problem is going to be, it's like Patton, they're going to run out of fuel because they're going so fast. So anyway, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thanks for coming up, Jameson. Scott, back to you.
I want to say goodbye to our wonderful listeners and participants of this evening, and to you, Alan. And I am going to be replaced by the wonderful Prince Heather, who's ready to go. So thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Scott, for being with me tonight. And I know we'll be together again in the next few days. I haven't looked at the schedule, but I know that you and I will spend a lot of time together here at MriyaReport.
Yes, and I'll be with you on Tuesday.
Perfect. So this is a great time as we wait for a new co-host to come up to ask people to please retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we have been here through 470 days of Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine. You can retweet this space, bring others here who need news about Ukraine, what's happening, who should hear from Ukrainian voices. And the other thing you can do is go to MriyaReport.org. That is MRIYA report.org. Tap on the donate button. Make a generous contribution, because so much help needs to go to Ukraine right now, tonight. And thanks to you, that can happen. Prince, welcome. Good to see you.
Good evening, Alan. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I missed most of you today because I was busy doing stuff around the house, and then I decided that today was a day that, whether I thought I could afford it or not, I was going to take time for a nap. So I took a nap.
Nothing wrong with a nap. So let's go through the hands we have right now. I think it is Alex, Sussex, Gregory, Duke, Meta. Alex, go ahead, please. Alex, are you with us? So if Alex is having audio problems or is just simply away from his phone at the moment, we will go to Sussex. Sussex, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Sal. Thanks for having me on the channel. I don't know what's wrong with my button, stuff like that, but you know what? The one thing that, right, as a British man, a lot of people talk about, hey, what reminds me, you know who Zelensky reminds me of Churchill. Winston Churchill, his defining moments, we're facing Nazism. He's fighting. And he had to go to America and convince the American public that we need your help. And thank God he had FDR there, who like tried everything. And that's, we should never forget that. It's a British thing. I love Churchill. I think Zelensky reminds you of that. He's asking NATO, his country is getting bombed by a fascist regime, and he's doing the same thing. And we're going to do everything as a British man. We're going to push for all this. And I think Zelensky is going to be remembered as sort of the future Churchill, where us people, us lot, we're like, you know, we're here. And because like in history,
America in a way was isolationist, wasn't it? It wasn't really. Are we prepared to get involved and that sort of stuff? It's kind of interesting how history, in a way, Western our Western history, sort of sort of repeats itself, where we had Russia again and again in our history putting this sort of nonsense and war and stuff like that. But I'm just putting that perspective. But I was just wondering if you know anything about what's happening in Algorod. You know what I mean? There's sort of different movements there. Is that like a strategic thing you think, Alan? And you know what I mean? I'm thinking like, stuff like that. But hey, we're here for Ukraine and thank you very much for this space and thank you guys. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sussex. So what's happening in Belgorod? Sussex, remember to mute your mic. Thank you. What's happening in Belgorod? The Free Russian Legion continues to be active in Belgorod. Hasn't been a lot of news out of Belgorod lately, but we can be certain that this daring raid into Belgorod Oblast of Russia, no Ukrainian troops involved whatsoever. These are all Russians who have been fighting on behalf of Ukraine. These Russian soldiers, I would actually call them partisans now that they're inside Russia. They are anti-Putin partisans. They are still operating inside Belgorod, and not a lot of news has been coming out of Belgorod. But we do know it has distracted Russia terribly. Russia has actually redeployed troops into Belgorod to protect the oblast there. But that's all I know, Sussex. Hope that helps. So I can't remember the order of hands I said, but we'll go to Gregory, Alex, and Duke. Gregory.
Oh, hi, Ellen. I was going to comment back to Jameson, but I believe he's dropped. And I'll just say what I was going to say. In any event, that one of the elements of as situations get to be, as a whole society begins to realize that we're all under attack and we all have something to lose by Russian influence or other foreign entities influencing and trying to conduct warfare on us, is we realize we have fewer differences and we have to settle them differently. So there's some changes that happen in societies that are under attack. You pull together. So I was going to mention or comment on that with Jameson, but he's left us. So I think, Alan, I'll say goodnight and pass it on to you. Have many, many hands up now. You have 4 or 5 hands. So I'll pass it on to them. So thank you again for letting me speak. And I'll continue to listen for a little while, but it's been very interesting. And thank you all. Good evening.
Gregory, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Really appreciated it. Great conversation with you. And you know that you are welcome here always. So on to Alex, and then Prince and I will figure out the order of hands. I have no idea, Prince, and neither does Prince. Alex, go
I
ahead.
made notes.
Oh, okay.
I made notes from the first time you said it.
Alex. So Alex is still not listening. So Prince, this is back to you. What the hell is the order of hands?
You said Duke was next. Duke and then Mede and then Curie, and then maybe we'll try Alex again. Go ahead, Duke.
Do we have been drinking again, Brewer?
Possibly.
Okay. Well, I can bring shocking news, but wait for it. The Russians didn't blow it; they blew it. But the bad thing is they will do so again, I'm afraid. But yeah, about facts, fiction, and whatever. Historians are kind of reporter of pure song, and yeah, it's difficult, but I thought it was a great conversation, and I bless Mette for her great comments and way of saying things. And but indeed, the difference between America, the United States, and Europe. Imagine this: if I stand at the highest church in Holland, in Utrecht, in the middle, and I bring on my new big lens, then I can see the border, you know, and that's it. And what we called a province in our minds in Holland is it's something like a state. But if I learned it a few years ago that like the state of New York had more BP as Russia. Excuse me, you know? Oh yeah, we do it all the time here, you know, on more states. And yeah, that's the difference. But like Mette said, I know I'm born in 1960, and I've seen it all. I've been feared by. We had a famous song when I was 15, 16, a Dutch band, a reggae style, Doe Maar, Like You Go, something like that. And it was when will the bomb drop? And everybody was singing it, and with a smile, you know. And some folks are born before internet and even email and all the nice abilities of these days. And yeah, sometimes I wonder what would have happened if in the Second World War we had mobile phones like we now have, you know. Would we react the same or not? But yeah, we have seen in Europe, and I have traveled a lot through Europe. The border was closed with Russia, you know. Some countries you were not allowed, or under very difficult and complicated situations. You could, like a tourist, you could have a tour of 1 hour on a route in a bus through the occupied part of Berlin. And that's about it, you know. And we heard every week about people who were shot dead at the border because they tried to flee. I spoke drivers from the occupied territory behind the Iron Curtain. I say, why don't you stay here? You know, you got a big truck, sell it, and I will help you out finding home, paper, whatever. He says, no, there is a trick. And the trick is, when you work behind the Iron Curtain and have to go across, then you have to have a wife and at least 4 children. And they prefer 6. So there is a reason to go back every time, no matter what the beauty of the West may offer you. And yeah, that's the tactics, and that never changed, you know. And
so in other words, Duke, if you had family behind the Iron Curtain, you know, 4 children or 6 children, then the authorities would assume you would always come back. You would always come back through the Iron Curtain, because who would abandon their family, right?
Right, and that was the tactics, because they would be in trouble, they would be in prison, they would be punished or whatever, but it would be no good, and also for the rest of the family. And yeah, but the borders were closed. I've been to Yugoslavia 2 years after Tito died, and at that time it was a weird country. every part of it. I've been almost to Belgrado from coming from Italy, that side, so a little bit. Yeah, the people differ a lot, and yeah, just as I encountered people from in Holland, and we kept contact, and they experience a different world. People from behind the Iron Country, they had not the ability we had in the West of thinking for ourselves or even speaking out loud in public. You know, everybody was an enemy, and but the fear for the battle is less in Europe, it's I think we understand that it's inevitable. There comes a point we have to go in. They don't stop. We have seen it before, and it's terrible. And
Yeah, we saw it in 1956 in Hungary, 1968 in Czechoslovakia,
yes,
and I think this is one of the gaps that Americans have in understanding. Americans have never ever lived behind an iron curtain, as problematic as some pastimes have been here in the United States. There has never been, obviously, an iron curtain here. I'm thinking especially the 1950s during the McCarthy era. I'm also thinking about racial differences here in the United States. This is part of U.S. history. It's difficult for people in Europe to understand about U.S. history, and it's something that Americans are coming to grips with. But you know, history unites us, but history also makes us unique.
yes, it is. But for instance, a little difference. My parents, I was the fifth child, and my mama was already 40. She is. They are bombed 30 times in the Second World War, for instance. And that's the difference. I think that Meta also meant that nobody, yeah, except for Pearl Harbor. And I consider 9/11, of course, yeah, it's. I never forget a day. I know exactly what they doing, and my colleagues were on their way to go, and certainly they didn't, and I didn't believe it at first, and but that's from an order of magnitude as whole towns get occupied by another country, you know. And internally, you had a dreadful civil war, of course, and but yeah, and yeah, I worked for 18 years with a lot of Americans in photography labs and film labs, and the nice blokes, but and I envy the Americans have a very great and feeling about freedom, you know, and yeah, the way you think and do things, they're all major, and but yeah, sometimes there is also the blues and things are minor, but well, the only good thing about the blues is that you don't die of it. But no, I think there is a difference, and that is not a problem, but we got to understand there is. And yeah, I understand that for me, Russia is more dangerous than perhaps for you. And I'm really serious that if there was no intervention in the beginning, and Ukraine would be overrun, me
Well,
and my brother would get arms.
the good news, Duke, is that in the United States, more and more Americans understand that Russia is a threat. Polling that I respect, it's by the Pew Trust, has recorded an uptick in the number of Americans, the percentage of Americans who view Russia as a threat or even as an enemy. And this is, it's necessary. It is necessary to keep the public conversation going in a positive direction. But Prince, I'm not going to be here much longer with you. I'm actually going to take this opportunity to say goodnight, to thank all of our speakers, all of our listeners, and to ask all of you to please retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bringing you Ukrainian voices, the voices we need to hear more today than ever before. So please retweet this space, bring others here. And if you can, go to MriyaReport.org. That's MRIYA report.org. Tap on the donate button, and your generosity will make a difference right away in Kherson, in Ukraine, in so many ways. With that, Prince, I'm going to say goodnight and Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava Alan. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the hours and all the time you put in. Very much appreciated. Alex, we're going to try you again real quick here. Alex, can you hear me?
Me?
Yes,
Oh,
we've been trying.
I had my hand.
Yeah.
I forgot what it was. Sorry. Yeah, I'll skip this one.
Okay,
Oh, right. We I wanted to. I remember. Sorry. Yeah, about Russians. You know, it's dangerous to believe they would not change. Like you know, in prisons they comply with the rules. They try to come up with some of their own. But I mean, we've never really tried to make them change, honestly. And again, you know, we can only draw lessons from the past, but the past was different. You know, we cannot really compare First World War because all nations were fighting, and everybody was tired of that fighting. Nobody really. And the Russia was kind of far, and the impact was small. So they decided to whatever. And then really, First and Second World War, it's almost one war. Like there was what 20 years, less than 20 years between them, and it was one directly came after another. So again, the world was very different at the beginning of 20th century, and there were still colonial colonies was normal thing, regular thing. Um, Even the laws and rights in the United States were very different from what we have today. It was just different world, and yeah, like saying that Russians, they will go through, um, collapse of their colonial empire, um, and yeah, try to become a normal nation. I think they will have to let go many nations within Russia proper, but that's between them, the nations inside Russia and Moscow. Some of the things will happen by itself, but anyway, I would not be very fatalist saying that no logic works with Russia. They do understand strengths. They do. I've seen them. They comply. You just need, they comply when they see force and they see the resolve to use the force to make them comply. So they can be very tamed, and they will be. Yeah, just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Always appreciate your insight and insight that not everybody has because of how where you grew up. So I'm glad I called on you. I'm glad you heard me, and now we'll go on to our other hands. And good evening, Nancy. Thank you for joining me up here on the co-host spot. I don't know that
Hello.
we've really, yeah, we haven't co-hosted a lot together, but I don't think that matters. I think we're gonna have a very interesting night.
Yeah, we've walked into a really happening room already. So good evening and good morning and good every other time zone we've got today.
We'll make it work. We'll make it go. I am here with you guys. Well, for me, it's straight until tomorrow. Um, but of course, it's only 7:30 for me right now, and the tomorrow for me comes in a few hours. Anyway, let's get our hands going again. Mete, you're up next. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm already in bed. I've been up. It's like 5:30 in the morning. I don't know why I'm up still, but there's been many interesting speakers. But I was originally voting for wanting to say that South Carolina sounds fine to me, but he's already gone. And then there was Duke, the Duke. I just wanted to say, but this is maybe why I hanged up. Hanged in, not out. Is that I'm Finn. I'm a Finnish person. My grandfather fought in the Winter War, but I was also born in Denmark, raised in India, and my half of the family comes from Holland. So for the Duke, my grandmother's sister married a Dutch brain surgeon, and they had 13 children. So I have such a huge family in Holland. But, and I was sent there as a teenager in the 80s to calm down. So it was very calming to come to the blooming fields of Holland. So I have a very close heart to Holland. But I think anyway, traveling teaches you and knowing cultures teaches you. But one culture you don't want to know is Russian culture. And that's what I want to say before I go to sleep. Thank you.
Thank you, Meta. And I just a little
Thank
tip,
you,
and,
Mette.
and I know it's not a really popular tip, but don't sleep with the. I know people sleep with the report on. I am always in the room, but sometimes I turn the volume down. And I have found that if I leave the volume up and I wake up to go to the bathroom or something like that, then I get distracted and I get pulled into what the conversation is, and
That's
then I end
the
up.
problem. That's the problem. It's now 5:30 in Finland, and my cat will wake me up in 2 hours. So I'm damned.
So yes, I know some people criticize me because I mute the space when I sleep, but trust me, I'm much better to you all if I sleep well. Yeah, me not sleeping well is not a fun thing. Anyway, let's move on to our next hand. Curry, it's good to see you. I hope you had a good week. Curry?
Well,
Okay, maybe.
yes,
Okay.
I'm here. I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. Uh-huh.
The button didn't go. First of all, I feel honored to follow Meta because I'm a Finnish American. So a quick reading to it. Meta, tervetuloa Duluthasta, Minnesotasta. So
Minä tulen Minnesotaan koska tahansa. Tervetuloa Helsinkiin.
Kiitos paljon. So, well, we had a little Finnish conversation. I really appreciate hearing Meta's voice. Well, that's not the whole topic, but I feel honored that I get to follow Meta. So this is kind of cute because we have FinFest here in Duluth here this summer. What I wanted to talk about was some people are talking a little bit, I wouldn't say about American politics, but some of the things we are doing. And our president seems to be, with the Defense Department, making some good steps. But we need to keep, I wouldn't say keep the pressure on, but we need to let him know, calling the presidential hotline, sending emails to our local state and well, not only state, but Minnesota representatives, for example, or whatever state you're in, and your senators, because we're heading in a little bit of a phase where the American public can be particularly easily distracted, especially with all the legal stuff going with our former president and so on. And not only write to our state representatives and our senators or our representatives who go to Washington, but it would be good to send messages to those media outlets saying, hey, we need to hear about this. Yes, we are getting into a bit of a political season, and I think this is a concern that this will distract from the important business and the important effort and war that is going on in Ukraine. And I haven't been able to follow all of the news previously so strongly, but I saw a few things on the web about, we had a few tanks get destroyed that were Ukrainian and so on. Let's be careful about this. I mean, let's be mindful. I mean, when we landed on D-Day on January 6th and 7th, I mean, how long did it take for us to break out and to make a real effort, push into the French neighborhoods and land? They were climbing up cliffs, granted for that, but they have just begun some of the efforts in the Ukraine to free their territories and their land. And we saw a couple Ukrainian tanks that were supposedly disabled. I mean, tracks were off or whatever, but they weren't destroyed. I mean, we have an obligation to keep the Ukraine conversation and conflict as part of our local conversation. And so I'm going to ask my not only my representative here from Minnesota, but nationwide. Let's not get distracted. This is, I will, to quote Alex, this is our 1939 moment. And I think Alan maybe have said something similar. This is the most important conflict. They are the ones who are on the front lines and and during the most terrible costs, where not one of our American troops are online unless they are volunteers. So come on. I mean, I almost want to swear and finish, Meta, but I can't because it's just not fair. Let's just do the job.
You're so excused, but please read Thomas Tyner's tweet on this. Thomas, you know Thomas C. Tyner. He
Yes, I
wrote
do,
about
Meta.
this. Yeah.
Yes, I have read it. It's fabulous. I agree, and it's just fantastic, Meta. Cool.
And is that the post from 2 hours ago?
I might have missed one, but he had a little bit one earlier, so I'll have to look back, Meta. So at the end of the day, we have a responsibility in our own small way. Like I ask my friends who go out for coffee every week and say, and I added the money up. It was not insignificant, but it wasn't huge. Going out for I'm a retired person now. It was a no-brainer for me to say, okay, whatever I spend at coffee to go out with my friends, I can certainly give to MriyaAid.org. This is the most important, and I've done beyond that. Not to be a bragging person, but I've done more, and we have to do more. And so I want to ask my American friends who happen to be listening to pay attention, please. Call your congressperson, and if you're listening, I think you're probably are interested in this regard. Call your congressperson in a polite manner, and say where are you on this? Your senators, and call the White House hotline, and write a note, and to express your support for the war in Ukraine, because I mean I grew up with people who were actually survivors from the 50s, after the war ended. They were my neighbors, and not so much up in northern Minnesota, but we have huge Ukrainian populations and other immigrant populations. I know their stories, and I can't forget them. So thank you for allowing me to chat a little bit tonight. I really appreciate it. And each of us can do a little something. $1, $5 a week, a call to your senator and your congressperson. It's no effort on your part. You're not on the front lines, but what you do say matters to those who are there. So thank you, my friends. I really love this report because you have educated me. I'm a fairly well-read person, but you have really expanded my understanding and education about this whole war that is going on and what it means. And so that's it, my friends. Thank you. I'll cut off for now. But kiitos paljon, Metta. Tervetuloa. Ciao.
Thank you so much, Curry. It's good to hear you tonight. And yes, that's one of the things that we keep emphasizing. And I was thinking about it earlier today, that it's something that I really wanted to emphasize tonight while I was co-hosting, is that there are going to be losses. We are going to see leopards that get destroyed. We're going to see Bradleys that get destroyed. We're going to see Abrams that get destroyed. It's going to happen. It's war. Not everything is able to be as protected and secured and kept safe as the Patriot system or the HIMARS systems that have a really fast shoot and get out of the area ability. So these are items, the tanks and the infantry fighting vehicles that are going directly on the front line, and they're going and directly engaging face to face with other Russian tanks and Russian soldiers and other Russian equipment. And so we are going to see losses. And Ukrainians will lose their lives. I'm still, it's still Friday, June 9th for me. I know many of you, it's already Saturday, June 10th. But you know, a year ago, we lost a friend of the space, Roman Rotuzhny, who came and spoke on the space quite often, and he died in battle, and it was a day. It was a hard day on the space when we found out that Roman died, because it was just a couple of days earlier that he had been talking with us from where he was stationed near the front. You could sometimes hear the explosions of artillery in the background. I remember one time he climbed a tree in order to get good enough reception to be able to call in and talk to us on the space. So, you know, so we're going to have losses. There are going to be losses of people. There's going to be losses of equipment. It's war. It's going to happen. And Ukraine knows this. We all know this, but it's something to keep in mind as we see a Leopard or an Abrams or another piece of equipment that we were so excited to have supplied. As we see these things that will get destroyed on the battlefield, we need to keep in mind that is the cost of war, and that is not something that is unexpected. And we just need to be prepared. We need to be prepared to see that kind of thing happen. I've heard that a lot from Yehuda lately. I've heard that a lot from other military people on this space. So it's just something that's always good to mention. So, Nancy, did you want to add anything before we go back to Hans?
Yeah, and I'll just add in briefly there. Some of that was talked about earlier this evening, or well, I guess yesterday for some of you, when John Spencer was on, and somebody asked, "What are the things that we need to look for right now and look for next in this front?" And John said, "Patience. We're not even seeing the tip of the spear." And that dovetailed perfectly into the most recent post from Thomas Tyner about the front. He's had a few others since then, but when it came to the front, you know, he talked about human error that was made earlier today, but he said perspective 2 hours ago. So far, Ukraine has sent in 10% of the assembled force for the offensive. Russia released video of the destruction of 1.25% of the force sent in, which equals 0.13 of the assembled force for the offensive. 99.87% of the offensive force is still in the fight. And that's the thing, you know, we have to remember as individuals, as human beings, with the care and love that we have for the Ukrainian nation, the Ukrainians, and the cause that they're fighting for. Every loss of equipment, every loss of a human being is devastating to us. But they know what they're doing and why they're doing it. And every loss is still tragic, but it's a tiny piece of the process of learning complex combined arms together. They've been through all of the training, but there are still skills that get sharper and sharper with actual implementation, just like any other activity that's trained. And the beginning, the tip of the spear, is the toughest part. So don't give up hope, don't panic, and as John said, patience. Back to you, Prince.
Thank you. Let's just go right to Hans, but other than to say you are completely right. Arrow, go ahead. Oh, Arrow just dropped. Arrow, when you come back, you can go right on ahead. So we'll go to, is it Jesse or Yusi? Yeah, you can go ahead. How do you say your name? I apologize. You can unmute your mic, bottom left hand.
Yeah, good morning. It seems that
Good morning.
it seems that the Finnish people have invaded the space.
That happens.
Yeah, unlike Mette, I've been actually sleeping. I was just having my morning walk with the dogs and started listening to the space. Just one comment about I think I'm not sure who was it. The guy who left. He was talking about the Russians. I've had fair share of the Russians in my life since I was basically raised just next to the Russian border. I could basically walk every day through the border and go to Russia. And in my professional life, I've had projects in Russia. I have even today. I've got people working for me that are Russian. I've got plenty of friends and acquaintances that I've been talking about about the war, and I'm not saying this as a super pessimistic way, but I'm saying that Russia will not change. I mean, and if it changes, even though they get beat up so badly that they have to go yet again, to their little caves and stand there for like 50 years, it takes more than one generation for them to become something different that they are now. And why I'm saying this is that all the people that I know, I mean, there are plenty of Russians who say that things have to change. I'm not saying that, but it's so deep in their roots, and it's so deep in their I almost could say in genetics. Even the good people that are working for me, I mean, I can see that they are Russians, and they have the traits and everything in their behavior and how they talk and how they um, behave when they get angry and all that stuff. It will be a really, really long haul for Russia to really change and become something we call democracy or a civilized nation. So I'm very sad to say that. And then one comment about the losses that you were talking. Um, the turns have changed. I mean, we've had our fair share during the time that when Russia was the attacker. When you're the attacker, you get losses, and we've been watching all the losses reports for months, a year. How many soldiers and how many equipment have perished during the attacking phase of Russia. Now, Ukraine is now the attacker, and Russia is now the defender. It's more than natural that Ukraine will have losses, and this is something that people need to understand. It's pure and simple. And of course, the propaganda machinery that Russia has is now taking advantage of. The only thing you can really say, like was it Nancy, or who was it that was saying about the losses and the percentages and
Yes.
how many of the forces is still working over there, is that Ukrainians will lose and have losses dramatically less than the Russians, because the Russian way of doing the war is putting those soldiers and equipment and those vehicles into the meat grinder. Ukrainians are fighting way differently than the Russians are. So I would say as well, patience, and we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have to tell you, we often look through the profiles of people whose names we don't recognize immediately before we let them up. And I have to say, before really looking at your tweets, which is something that I tend to do, I noticed the wiener dogs and the dachshunds, And I knew right away you were a good guy, because anybody who loves a doxy is a good person. So I just had to say that. My heart animal, my heart dog that I have had in my life was a doxy, and I miss her every single day. So anybody who can live with 3 doxies has my respect.
Yeah, they're lovely dogs. I've had them taxis for over 20 years now, and these 3 that I have are already number 5, 6, and 7, and the oldest one, which is 17, is still alive. Thank you.
Wow, that's awesome. All I can say is rub their silky ears for me. The best part of a dachshund is the feel of their ears, in my opinion.
I will.
Skykiss, what? Yeah, thank you. Skykiss, go ahead.
Oh, I just have to, I'm having a good laugh because my first dog, I was 9 and my sister was 7, and they were an early Christmas present to litter sisters who were doxies and standard short hair. They were just the cutest babies, and they were just wonderful dogs. They were 11 and 12 when we lost them to health problems, and it does happen with doxies, but I'm so pleased that to find other doxy lovers too. I wanted to, thank you. I wanted to mention, what was it, about the last thing I did when finally I heard the birds chirping outside my window, and I said, oh no, it's even later than I thought. I need to get to bed. So the birds were chirping, and oh, somebody's got an open mic.
Oh, I apologize.
It's okay. I'll find my way in just a second. Oh, Thomas Tyner. So about the last thing I did, because I was all over, with NAFO, where we were like going after the UN and demanding that they do something, and why don't they do something? And someone said, well, even Greta finally woke up when she sees the ecocide, and I said, it's just because it's stuff in the environment. It's like, God, people wake up. So most of us here have been awake for more than a year. The thing that I found was Thomas put together a thread showing old photos of the actual construction of the dam. It's so fascinating. So I went through that whole thing. I did retweet it, but of course now it's like buried underneath today's tweets, which, it's like 100 tweets a day. So, but it's really, really good. So you should be able to find that going to Thomas's profile, and just, yeah, make that kind of a daily or twice daily thing to go and check to see what he's put out, because as wonderful as it is to have him visit, and hey, I was here for John Spencer, Colonel Spencer. I did have a bunch of questions and things to say to him, but I didn't get a chance because I fell out of the space twice, and then I got back in, and at least I was able to hear the great conversation this afternoon. It was truly amazing. So anyone who missed it, definitely look for the recording of this afternoon's space. Thank you. I think that's it for now. Thanks.
Thanks, Skykiss. And I think we're going to talk about Thomas Tyner's tweets today a little bit more extensively a little bit later. But I would like to go to Alex next, because I have a feeling that he has some things he wants to say. Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to come back to that idea that changing Russia. I mean, I'm not trying to make them better people. And this is almost like discussion of whether, if you lock people up in prison, will they come out of it better people or worse people? And this is not this kind of discussion. Well, those who commit crime go to prison. I think we all agree about that. Now, whether or not they come better people out of prison, that's another story altogether. And I'm not trying to improve them by all means. But what I'm saying is they will not be able to do the same damage. I mean, again, we are looking in the past, and in the past, Russia was one of the most populous nations in the world. And that one of most populous nation, they 90% was living in slavery. So there was no problem saying to somebody, okay, you're gonna go to army and you're gonna spend in your army 25 years. This is how Peter made the army reform. He needed a lot of soldiers. So from every village, there was a quota. This village sent this many people to army. And the military service was 25 years. These were slaves. They would either die. But there was no notion of retiring, like veterans or something. People were most likely dying. Like this was slaves, they spent the rest of their lives in like fighting different wars. Again, Russia cannot afford that anymore. They do not have human resources to begin with. We're trying to compare the time in history when there was no birth control. Now birth control is available, and Russia is gonna have less population than Pakistan or Nigeria. Now, which one is great superpower, Nigeria or Pakistan? I mean, in terms of threatening, I have nothing against these nations, but in terms of threatening their neighbors, and declaring Third World War, like this would be ridiculous, right? Speaking that Nigeria will start nuclear war, like Third World War, but there is not that much difference between them. In terms of technology, we are already seeing that they are way behind the West, way behind. I mean, they depend on the West to buy whatever it is, ball bearings or ball bearings. Very basic stuff. And imagine that under sanctions, a few more years under sanctions, and like their young people are leaving Russia. Like their IT specialists, they understand that within Russia there is no future for them. They have to leave. One reason is immediate reason is mobilization, but like more strategically, they understand that under sanctions, the IT sector will die. There will be few, probably hackers, working for government and special services, but that's it. Like there will be no IT. And same with other stuff. Like if you look at what students think, or what professors think, or these things. So yes, this nation has problems to organize themselves for protests. They are not like French, or even Britain. Like you deny them some right, and you will get riots in the streets immediately. Well, Russians are not the same way, but it doesn't mean that they are happy. Like students, like who had a future, to learn something useful, and earn nice wages, and live better life. Now they have to go and die somewhere in the trenches of Bakhmut, or lose their legs there and then spend the rest of their life, pretty much begging, because they know that there is no such thing as like social network in not social, but like safety network in the country. They will have to beg pretty much, because they will become very difficult for their own relatives, for their moms, wives, whatever, family members. They will be a burden. And what are we even talking about? That Russia will be able, under sanctions, to regroup, gain forces somewhere, and start a new war? Never in this life. We should finish the job. We should let Ukraine win. We should continue pressure on Russia. We should make them pay for the reparations to, all this damage. We'll have to rebuild the dam. But I don't want, and I don't think that I should be paying for rebuilding the dam. I think Russia has enough resources, like, whether it's mining or whatever it is, to rebuild that dam, to demine territories, to build bridges. They will have to pay a lot, like a lot of bills, and still have enough money to do what? Like to create second military in the world? I mean, give me a break. It won't work. Like, they will have pensioners more than like 3 times more than kids, because, like I said, for young people it will be unbearable to stay in Russia. A lot of them will do anything to leave that place. They will have to turn into North Korea and again control, the way people leave the country, so that they stay within. But it won't help them, have kids. It won't work. You cannot force people to have kids. Anyway, yeah, I think it will take time, but it's totally possible to basically. All I'm saying is, can the threat be mitigated, reduced, or totally eliminated? And pretty much it can. It can, and I'm pretty sure that we are on the right path to that. Can it happen faster? Well, if we have more resolve and kind of more will, then it's totally possible. And again, more Russians will decide to leave the country, faster it will happen. I'm pretty sure that very soon Russia will try to limit, they're already doing it, to limit ability to leave the country. But yeah, things are fluid right now, but I think, and again, this demographic problem with Russia, it's not something new. It's not invented last year. Like, for the last 30 years, it's been the situation. And the only reason Russian population is growing on paper is because a lot of people from Central Asia are migrating to Russia. But it creates all kind of different problems, because, Russians in its core, fascist Russians and Tajiks, they don't go along very well. And you could see, like, a few days ago in St. Petersburg, there was mass street fight between Tajiks and I don't know, like, on the other side there were young white males. I'm not sure who they were, but again, it creates all kind of problems, and I guarantee there will be Tajiks won't go and die in Bakhmut, for some crazy ideas. They probably will, sign up for ability to get citizenship faster. But even that citizenship may be, the value of that citizenship may be questionable, and will become very questionable very soon. So, yeah, I don't think we'll see Russia in its might, because again, empires have their life cycle. It's like expecting that somebody in his 95 years suddenly became, as, I don't know, energetic and attractive or strong as he was in his 20s. It's just ridiculous. The concept, it doesn't work that way. Again, empires have their aging, and Russia's time is pretty much ending. Russian Empire's time.
Thank you, Alex. So go ahead, Nancy. Sorry.
Yeah, no, Alex, as you were talking through that, I had the same thought as far as the people from locations that have migrated to Russia. The value of doing so is definitely diminished, and probably will be for some time. So I think you're spot on there. Go ahead, Prince.
No, I was just gonna say it's I always appreciate Alex's perspective, because he grew up there. He grew up in the Soviet Union. He grew up in that environment, and he has seen the people who have left change, in the way the people who have stayed not change. So knowing the potential for change is something that he's experienced. The question often is that potential for change something that can be found within Russia as it is now, and that remains to be seen. I mean, we have ideas and can speculate and have our opinions on how that might take place. Alex talks from experience, from what he's seen throughout his life. So anyway, I know, Arrow, you had to drop, and I told you when you came back, you could go next. So sorry for making you wait just a little bit longer, Bloke, but we're going to go to Arrow next.
Thank you, guys. Alex, a minute ago, you were talking about migration of those who had gone to Russia, and I wanted to share something about migration in a different way. The Duke was up earlier, and he said, you can go to basically the center of you can go to a tall building in the center of the Netherlands, and you can see the border. And I wanted to contrast that, and that's one of the things I love about this space. You get the American perspective. A week ago, I found myself on an unexpected road trip. We had somebody in the family pass away, and so we decided to the lemon that life handed us, we were going to squeeze that and make some lemonade. One of the good things about being from Kansas City, you can take a 2-day road trip and be most places in the United States. So we traveled to Billings, Montana to be with family, but then we happened to we went to Theodore Roosevelt National Park in North Dakota, and it was that part was especially kind of unplanned. And what we had no idea existed between there's a north and a south part of Theodore Roosevelt National Park. They're about an hour apart, and we were driving down the road to get to the other part of the national park. And this is North Dakota, and for you Europeans that are not, I don't know how familiar you are with American geography, but there's less than 1 million people in the entire state of North Dakota, and it's a huge state. And you can drive 5 minutes on a highway and not see another car, and that's how it was where we were basically. And we were driving to where we were going to stay that night, which happened to also be by the southern part of the park. And my wife looked over in the middle of nowhere. There was a Ukrainian Catholic church. And I mean, there's no town here. There's literally no town here. There's farmland everywhere. And there is a Ukrainian Catholic church and a Ukrainian cemetery and a Ukrainian marker on the other side of the road. And we didn't see it. I didn't see it right away. My wife saw it. And so we turned around and I was like, oh my gosh, are you serious? That's crazy. And we stopped at the marker, and it was a marker dedicated in 1914 to Ukrainian immigrants. And I had no idea this was here, of course. 10,000 Ukrainian immigrants came to the United States, or actually just North Dakota. 10,000 immigrants came to North Dakota between 1897 and 1899, just within a decade of North Dakota even becoming a state. And so we stopped at the cemetery too, and the very first grave marker I see has a trizub on it, and it just about brought me to tears. And we have a different, not as long of a history as you guys in Europe, but we have one that's a melting pot, of course. And there's a huge number of immigrants there in North Dakota, and descendants of these immigrants that are from Ukraine. And the little motel that we stayed at was owned by Ukrainian, and they had a Ukrainian flag and an American flag at the front of that little motel. And there's not even 1,000 people in this little town of Belfield, North Dakota. And there was a second Ukrainian Catholic church there too. And so we don't always think of that, but Ukrainian culture in Ukraine, it's part of the building block of America too. And so it's one of those things, it was a really special experience. I didn't think was going to happen, of course, and came across it, and just it just makes me reflect on our American history, and we owe part of the building of America to Ukrainians. And just all the more motivation with everything that's happened in the last week to continue, as others have said, to contact our representatives of government. And I've done that, and I will continue to do that in the future. And I just wanted to share that little anecdote, and that a very unexpected anecdote in the middle of North Dakota, nowhere North Dakota. There are many thousands of people that are descendants, it's into the tens of thousands surely now, they're descendants of Ukrainians.
Our country was populated by people from other countries initially. I myself am technically a first generation American because my parents came from Canada, but their parents all came from Europe, so they were first generation Canadians. And it's nice to see the impact that Ukraine has had on countries like the United States and Canada, as our Canadian co-hosts and listeners remind us of very regularly how large the Ukrainian community is in Canada. And speaking of Canada, I think it's time for Friday Night with Bloke. Good evening, Bloke. I hope that you are well.
Good night. Well, yeah, I'm well, thank you. But I really wanted to turn my attention to Alex because, Alex, I just want to say that I so much appreciate your emotional intelligence and the way you break things down so simply. And you said a couple of profound things, that I really take to heart. When you said that, I'm not trying to make Russia a better country or the Russian people a better people. Just like I'm not trying to make someone who has to be thrown into jail a better person. I don't know what's going to happen to them after they're out of jail. It's not my concern. I just need to make them stop doing this, right? And it's such a simple statement, but I think it speaks to a profound intelligence of the way that we've been overly concerned with the aggressor and not enough with the defender. And I really appreciate what you said. I could boil it down to the priority is to stop this invasion and to reverse it. And after that, it doesn't matter what happens. But this is the most important thing. And I think you summed that up so beautifully. And of course, you have such a deep knowledge of so many things that it's really wisdom. And I appreciate that. And I know why people love to hear you speak so much, because I certainly did tonight. And keep being you, because you said some beautiful things tonight that were so simple and so emotionally intelligent and so profound, even geopolitically, right? That I just really love listening to you. And enough respect, Alex. Enough love, and please, like Battle Moose Trash Panda Angry, whatever he is, you know, my buddy, like just what he said. Please continue talking on this space, because you mean so much to us. Thank you.
Thank you, bloke.
Hope that wasn't overly, you know, whatever. But enough love.
No, you know, it's you know, I love some of the things that we've learned and heard from Alex. And I think Alex, you know, and there are others in the space, but I think the way that Alex portrays it and the way he communicates the information, having somebody who grew up and spent time as part of the Soviet Union adds a lot. You know, we talk about that a lot, of course, but I always go back to it. It helps us to understand a little bit. It helps us to understand, I think, in some ways, how far Ukraine has come, how far Ukraine's feelings and attitudes and way of life has come since the breakup of the Soviet Union, because they have made progress in so many ways, and you know, including the work they're doing on anti-corruption still through what is happening with this war in their country. They have had attitude changes on LGBT rights. One of the things that I noticed a couple of weeks ago was that, you know, there is legislation going on in Ukraine working to give gay and lesbian couples or LGBT couples rights more like a married couple. I don't know if they will go and legalize marriage, but that's not the point here. The point where I'm going is the military said, well, while we're waiting for this to happen, we need to do something in the military so that our LGBT service personnel have the same rights as a married couple would, because we don't want our LGBT soldiers' partner to be in a situation where they have no right to any compensation that may come if their partner is killed in action. We don't want them to have not have any rights to make the decisions for the funeral. So they're working on making some changes within the military structure so that there are equal rights between husband and wife and LGBT partners, if that comes up. So just seeing the difference in movement, in change, in progress between Ukraine and Russia in the same amount of time, or close to the same amount of time, just really makes you realize how far Ukraine has come and how strong that Ukrainian identity is, that they're going to make it and they're going to do it their way. And we've seen that, going back years with the different revolutions. But it's often good to be able to remember where they came from, and sometimes listening to Dr. Nick or Alex or other people in the space speak about how things were, how those experiences were growing up in the USSR, or a country that was strongly influenced or occupied, such as Anda in Romania. Those stories are always very valuable and very important. And you hear about the effects on the language and all kinds of things. So I'm going to quit monologuing and ask Nancy.
Yeah.
Nancy,
And
go ahead.
yeah, and I was going to say the one thing that continually comes back to me when Alex talks about life in the Soviet Union compared to those countries who are freed, or those individuals who are freed from what that life was, is, and we see it with the laws that Ukraine continues to change and improve and refine, which is that continuous movement on the path of self-agency, personal agency, to make their own decisions, to make their own communities, and to make their own country, is so crystal clear in the will of the Ukrainian people. And that's not a simple path. It's not going to be a perfect straight line toward, absolute ideal liberal democracy. No situation like that will be. But I've been very impressed this last year seeing them continue to fight corruption by changes in the laws and by enforcing their existing laws and holding individuals accountable. So those individuals still had agency, they still broke the law, and they're held accountable. And that is paramount to an effective liberal democracy in the classical sense of the word. I'm not saying that they're liberal or conservative in the United States of America sense of the word. I'm talking about classical liberal democracy, and that right to self-determination that is what they're fighting against Russia to maintain and to improve and strengthen. And I think that every time we have somebody like Alex come up and talk about the differences before versus now, it reinforces that for all of us. So thank you also, Alex. Always love hearing you up. Back to you, Prince.
All right. Well, I was just going to say, Professor and Tom, you both have come up but not raised your hands. Is there anything that you wanted to say, maybe? You can raise your hand and we'll call on you and see where the conversation goes. Go ahead, bloke.
I got a couple of points, right? So one point that I picked up this week was when people say, well, aren't you getting too emotional about this, right? Well, my answer to that is that if you're not getting emotional about a genocide, then you need to see a psychiatrist. So don't let anyone tell you that if you get emotional about this war, it's a problem. It's a problem if you don't. And that's one thing. And second thing is, what more can I say? Everything to the defenders. You know, there is nothing certain in war, but the incredible bravery that the defenders are showing, the love that they have to achieve what they need to achieve, we'll see them, you know, we'll see them to victory. And our job is to support them. Everything to the defenders, Slava Ukraini, and we Godspeed. And that's all I have to say for tonight.
Thank you so much for coming up, Bloke. I always appreciate your insights and humanity. That you're an interesting dichotomy of military side and military experience and such humanity that you periodically smack us upside the head when we need to hear it. And I love how you express that, because if you're not for Ukraine, you're basically supporting genocide, plain and simple. And I got no time for you either. So thank you.
All right, Nancy. Yeah, you mentioned
Yeah.
the Thomas Steiner thread.
Yeah, exactly. I figured you had a few things on your list to talk about, so go ahead.
Well, actually, something that I didn't have on my list when the night started, but I came across that impacts that we don't think about that are starting to get back to normal a little bit in Ukraine. And the first heart was delivered by the sky, Ukraine's first wartime aeromedical evacuation. So we know how the skies have been very dangerous in Ukraine for the last 16 months. And today, or within the last couple of days, I don't know that it says extremely explicitly, but a helicopter took off into the sky to save a 15-year-old boy from Mykolaiv Oblast. And this was the first aeromedical evacuation of an organ since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This young man, 15-year-old boy, had contracted COVID and started having heart problems and was diagnosed with a serious heart issue and ended up needing a heart transplant. And he spent a month in intensive care, but the heart of this deceased 40-year-old woman who had had a brain aneurysm saved his life. In addition, it also made it possible to save the lives of 4 other people. Four total people. So I think it's good news to see that things like this are starting to be able to happen again. The additional organs, a kidney went to a 16-year-old boy from Poltava. The liver went to a 46-year-old woman from Kyiv. And the second kidney went to a 22-year-old man, and it did not say where from. So I just thought that would be a really good uplifting thing to point out, that, you know, being able to fly those organs to different places is what saves lives. I mean, we know, you know, in the United States, because most of us here at this time of night are in the United States, that organs fly around the country all the time. And it's to save the lives of people who desperately need them. And not being able to fly those organs around the country would mean a lot more people have passed. And so it makes you think of who has passed because they haven't been able to get an organ. And now to see that they were able to have that first flight, and hopefully there will be more, it's all good news. So that was the first thing that I had sort of on my list, because I had just come across it and just started seeing it all over Twitter too. So I thought I would bring that up.
Yeah,
Go
that's
ahead.
awesome, Prince.
Go,
That's
go
a
ahead.
really uplifting story. And if it's okay, Tom, I know you had problems getting up to the speaker panel before, and I saw your hand up, but I just saw it drop. So did you want to speak, or do you want us to circle back to you?
Sure. I actually just had a quick question. And I saw Bloke was up, and I thought maybe he would have some insight into this. It's kind of a military question, or it's just general for anyone who happens to know. I recall a few weeks ago seeing an article that the Russians were withdrawing some troops from the left bank near Kherson. And, that was a few weeks ago. I'm wondering if that was in anticipation of the blowing of the dam. And I guess as a second to that question, have we seen any indication as to how many Russian troops were affected by the flooding, and how many, Russian, how much Russian hardware was affected as well?
Yeah, those are good questions, Tom. I know that we've been trying to get information on that. The best consolidated thread to look at for up-to-date information is going to be the one that Doman is posting daily. And I don't recall seeing that on his. I'm right with you as far as the summary of facts that you provided. I know that I had also read that some of the Russian troops in that area were withdrawn. I think it was about a week before the dam was blown. And I know we've seen video of swamped equipment. I couldn't tell you what it was, but swamped equipment along where the flooding had occurred, as well as stranded soldiers. But that was more individual information. I haven't seen any aggregate information, and I've been focused more on their attempts to get civilians from the left bank of the river. But I see Bloke came up, and Bloke, do you have a answer or insight on Tom's question?
Absolutely not. I will say that.
Go back.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding.
These are complicated things. So yes, do we know if it was planned at that level? Probably not, because we've seen videos of Russian troops climbing trees to escape the floodwaters. Right, there seems to be a complete disregard for not only civilians but their own troops. We do have some information coming in more and more, and I can almost guarantee you that European and U.S. intelligence, NATO intelligence has already knows whether or not the dam was blown, and they're collecting evidence. We'll see. But honestly, I have no more information than you do. And from a military point of view, this will not make the big difference. The big difference will be made by the attacks the Ukrainians are making right now, which are really, really difficult. This is the hardest part. And they have to break through lines and exploit a breakthrough. And I have nothing else to offer other than that. So to answer your question, no, I have no evidence that the of the damage to Russian equipment or troops, and probably very few people do. We'll just have to wait.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah. No,
pretty well
it's
just about a useless answer, right?
no, not at all. It's good to hear your voice, Bloke. And I would just say that I didn't mean to imply that I had any doubts as to who blew up the dam. I'm absolutely convinced from everything that I've read that it was Russia. I believe the theory that they didn't intend to blow it up as much as they did, and that's why they flooded out some of their troops.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. I actually think that they had it set, and you know, whoever was ordered to do it went, oh shit, because they had been negligent up to that point about the water levels and so forth. I don't know. We won't know until after.
Yeah, I think the one challenge I have with that is that, to me, that's like being partially pregnant, you know, with the level of water in the dam and the condition and lack of maintenance that the Russian occupiers had done to the dam. The odds were so high that even attempting to blow it up at a certain height, that was just bound to go disastrously wrong, you know. I mean, so it's I understand exactly what you're saying, and it makes sense, but it to me, it's just like being partially pregnant, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Bloke. Yeah, I don't mean to let the Russians off the hook at all.
Oh, I know.
They're
I know.
100% responsible. In fact, I was having a conversation with a family member, and they brought up the news story that apparently the Ukrainians had some sort of plan to blow up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and the CIA had that plan, and somehow that means that they did it. And I reported, you know, the British probably had a plan too. The CIA had a plan, or the U.S. military. That doesn't mean it was used. And I also said it doesn't even matter. This war was started by Russia, and
Exactly.
everything that falls from it, all the consequences that we're seeing, all the destruction, all the damage, all the death, it is 100% Russia is morally responsible for it, including Nord Stream 2.
Yep.
Thanks, Tom. I just don't really want
Absolutely.
to add to that. You know, you've nailed it. And I think that people geek out a bit too much, and people know, and they're deciding what to do about it, or they're collecting evidence, and then we'll decide what to do about it. But the point is, we just have to keep our eye on the ball, just like Alex said earlier. The important point isn't what happens to the criminal afterwards. The important point is that you stop the criminal from doing what they're doing, and that's why we have jails. So it boils down to that. I probably have more to say, but there are other hands up.
Yeah, well said, Bloke. And if it's all right, Skykiss, I'd like to jump to Dryfly, because since this man is very familiar with wide rivers that have a tendency to flood, he probably has something to say about my statement.
May I, please, may I just say, Prince, I sent you a link.
Okay, I'll look
That's
for it.
all. That's all.
Thanks, Skykiss. And Dryfly, we'll go to you.
Hi, I was just listening to that, and I kind of agree with Polymath on that one. I'm not saying that they're not accountable; they are, but I can easily see how it would be both. They planned to bomb it, they planned to blow it up, and they just plain overdid it, and just didn't compensate or consider all the possibilities, because Russians are just that bad at that stuff. I mean, we've been watching this war unfold, and all the mistakes they've made, all the incompetence, all the massacre, and it's a race between, are they more evil or more stupid, or both? And I think this was a situation where it was both. I don't think it benefited them to have this massive a flood. It would have benefited them much more
to have a smaller flood dragged out over many more months, like 6 months, as opposed to having the whole thing go poof and then having the flood be over in 3 or 4 weeks, which is likely to happen, and then to expose the whole reservoir bottom to a possible easier crossing on the part of the Ukrainians. I mean, it's just made it much harder for the Russians in the long run. But in the short run, I could see why they would want to blow it up to make the river harder to cross there. So I think it's reasonable to believe that they're both evil and stupid, and it was both. And I don't see how they're incompatible. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're to blame. It was stupid. It was absolutely awful. And yet they still didn't pull it off the way they wanted to because they're just that incompetent. And I would love to hear what others have to say.
Bloke, go ahead.
Drively, I completely agree with you. The couple of things, I almost don't know where to begin. We have to remember that there are people who are dying because of this, right? Like innocent people who are dying. There are people on the left bank who are under Russian occupation, who are on roofs, who haven't eaten for 3 days and are waiting for rescue. And there was no notification by the Russians, no attempt to save people. In fact, they're shelling in Kherson, for people who are trying to rescue people who are trapped. So this is really, really serious. At what point do we say this is a weapon of mass destruction? Whether it was done by incompetence and a combination, whatever combination of evil and incompetence you can come up with, at what point do we say enough is enough and release the ATACMS and everything that Ukraine needs? And again, we go back to the defenders. There are young men and women who are breaching a line right now in Zaporizhia, and they're doing it with incredible bravery for their homes and the country they love. And we could have been a lot better by providing weapons earlier. But right now, the most important thing is phone your elected officials, make them know that we cannot allow this to continue. Just like Alex said, he said, I'm not concerned with what happens to a prisoner once I put them in jail. I hope for the best, but the most important thing is to stop them from doing it. And the way that's going to happen now is through the bravery of Ukrainians and our support. And that's why it's so important that you ensure that you phone your elected officials and make sure that Ukraine is armed to the teeth, because that's what they have, a righteous cause, the love of their homes and their country and their families, and the willingness to defend it. And everything is uncertain except that. The only thing we have to do is provide the strength to allow them to achieve what they need to achieve. That came out wrong, but whatever.
Well, I agree 100% with what you're saying. And to put it in an analogy, is that it does, if you're in a mall, and this doesn't happen in Canada much, but regrettably it happens here in the US way too often, that somebody gets into the mall with a weapon and starts killing people. Okay. You don't stop and say, is this person insane or is this person evil? And then debate amongst yourselves. You got to stop that person. You got to stop them. You got to get the gun away from them. You got to clean up the mess. You got to do all those things. Then you can kind of look at your navel and decide why. But the reality is you got to stop the guy first. And that's why, yeah, you're 100% right. We can't let this stop us from doing what's right, which is calling our officials. And frankly, here in the US, it's a perfect time to do it. I don't know if you're paying attention, but there have been some other news going on in this country, and a whole lot of politicians would love to have something else to talk about other than
Yeah, something
trial.
about some guy who did something that would put me in
Yeah.
jail for 30 fucking years. And
Exactly.
like he thinks he's gonna get away from it.
Except you're
Oh my
Canadian,
God.
so they wouldn't put you in jail. They'd probably shoot you in an alley and send a guy after you. But the point is that, yeah, I mean, the politicians right now, I think, are right. I mean, I think they're really, in U.S., I think they're really right to have someone call them about something other than Trump. So I'm just putting a word out to Americans, and you might mention that to Axel and the guys during the day shift, because I'm going to be tied up this whole weekend with in-laws, or excuse me, with grandchildren, or I would call in. But I do think that's the first thing I thought when I saw the indictment, is that I said, yep, put that guy in jail. One. Number two, time to call my congressman to let him know, I don't want to talk to you about Trump. I want you to talk to you about Ukraine. Send them weapons. So anyway, that's my input. And thanks for what you guys do. And thanks for keeping it in front of us in a way that we don't tear our hair out. And I will drop down and let others go.
Yep. And dry fly, I think your point about, particularly here in the United States, but pretty much everywhere, about reaching out to your elected representatives. I'll tell you, I am in the minority whole full-scale invasion that I have them, and not them, but their staff offices. That's still a huge, amazing improvement. And it's all I would expect. But I got responses from them related to this flood because, here in the Southeast, that's something they can relate to, and they know it's near and dear to their constituents' hearts. So at this point, for this cause, I'll take that inch and run for the mile. And it definitely is an opportunity for two reasons. Number one, because of that human interest side of the story for them, as well as, to your point, hey, it's something that is a little bit more cut and dried than some of the other crap they could be focused on. So this has been a very effective week to be able to get response from representatives and senators that I hadn't been able to previously. So I think you're spot on there.
And just if I can add real quick, a couple of things have come out in the last couple of days. There is a letter that was signed by a bilateral group of congressmen from I believe they're all on the House Foreign Relations Committee. I could be wrong about that, but there was a letter sent strongly encouraging President Biden to send ATACMS to Ukraine with all haste possible, as quickly as they can. And then also today, I believe, I don't know that it has been introduced yet, but it was announced that there is a resolution that is being submitted to the House. Now, of course, as we've talked about before, resolutions don't mean that it is a for sure thing, but it is a indication of what the Congress wants. And I haven't looked to see if there is a matching one in the Senate yet or not. So and that one also has to do with sending ATACMS to Ukraine. So these are all little things. Little things add up. And of course, for a resolution to go through Congress, it takes time. However, it doesn't mean you cannot look it up yourself. And for some reason, I can't find it right this second. But I know I shared it. You can call your congressman and call your senator and encourage them to add their name as a co-sponsor to this resolution. Co-sponsors matter, and in the long run, voting for it matters. So I just wanted to add that on those couple of points, Nancy. I think Tom was next. Am I right there, Nancy?
Yes, you are. And then
All
Luca.
right, Tom.
Yeah, I actually had a follow-up to Dryfly if he could come back up, and I was very curious about his comments about the the release of the reservoir, making it potentially easier for the Ukrainian forces to cross at that point. And I'm wondering if he had looked at the various lines of defense on the edge of the reservoir that the Russians had, set up there and or not set up there. And
well, they're
you know,
all
and how-
gone now. Well, they're all gone now. That's how boneheaded this is, right?
No,
Like,
I mean, like on the edge of the reservoir upstream from the dam, they probably didn't have many defensive lines along the reservoir, because obviously the reservoir was a huge barrier. And what Dryfly was talking about is once that dries out, the reservoir will harden, and tanks and armored vehicles will be able to drive over.
He's the guy to ask. He would know far better, or a couple of other people would know far better than me. I
don't know if he can come up, but yeah.
I did my stuff in a hole in
Maybe
the
I'll
ground.
I'll DM him and maybe he can come up and speak on it. With that, I'll hand over the mic.
Thank you.
All right. And Luca, you're next.
Well, hey guys.
I think Polymath had his hand up, but he might have put it down by accident because he pressed the mic button.
Did you not just hear Polymath speak?
AKA
sorry.
Tom. What?
Okay, I got mixed up. Sorry about that, Luca.
I go.
You can go.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah. Happy Friday. So, yeah, like I like to say that the silence is deafening here. From our institutions. I mean, of course, there were comments, or the Russians did it and this and that. There was a good package. It's like $2.1 billion, but it's mostly air defenses that they're needed. Don't get me wrong. There is this offensive underway. There is an information blockade, so we're all kind of in trepidation. At least I am. I'm sure many of us are. And yeah, like there has been bipartisan bills and resolutions, like we discussed, introduced. So, and this is a Biden supporter speaking, but ultimately, yeah, the silence is deafening. The time would be now, not to procrastinate even further. Again, no military expert. Maybe they have it figured out, and Americans are not needed like tomorrow. Maybe they were needed a month ago. Maybe now it's not gonna make a difference. Though I heard from some of our military analysts that they can probably be introduced pretty quickly. So, yeah, right. The congressman increase the pressure and all of that. I'll certainly do that as well. But at this point, it's on the Biden administration to do it, to do something, and to do it now. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure, or a lot of pressure, or any pressure can help in that process. And I don't know how at this point we're not sending them. I really don't. It baffles my mind. And especially, this week after, I have to tell you, hosting while that dam exploded and we were getting all the news of it was a very interesting experience. I'm not complaining. It was, I think it's the first time I've ever co-hosted when something big like that happened. And it was very challenging. And it was not only challenging to find the information and to bring it to people, but it was challenging emotionally, just trying to process it, because it's like this could mean so much. Yeah, so it's been a bit of an interesting week, and it's been a challenging week in many ways for our listeners and for the co-hosts and for the team behind MriyaReport. And I just hope we've brought you as good as we can. But the point is push for everybody to send everything that they can right now. I don't like getting focused and bogged down on what shoulda, coulda, woulda. We are where we are, and we have what's promised now. But we can continue to push for things that are still needed. Nancy, did you want to add anything before we go to Jeff?
Nope, I think we're ready to go to Jeff.
Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing this evening? I just had I have these things that I post occasionally. I call, Jeff's Mad Bomber Thoughts. I've got my Mad Bomber file. But I've been looking at the pre-1955 maps of the reservoir, and just a wild card, just a quick aside and a thought about this. There are existing road beds under the reservoir. And it strikes me that a enterprising individual with a sufficient number of amphibious armor vehicles could actually cause a great deal of havoc exploiting some of those old road beds, because it's completely going to be, in another few days, it's going to be completely open. And that what has happened here is that Russia has created a strategic liability for themselves with the reservoir being drained, because they now have to worry about incursions across what was previously a pretty much uncrossable obstacle. So that was just my thought. I just wanted to interject that into the conversation just for the moment. I may have some other things to say a bit later, but that just came to my mind.
I thought of that. That would be sweet. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, that could be a real oh shit moment. And Tom, back over to you.
Oh yeah, no, that was a great comment, Jeff, and I really wish Dryfly would come up and share his thoughts, but I guess he's on to other things, and just as a listener now. But yeah, no, I just wanted to comment, Prince, that it was. I totally get how difficult that must have been to host the day the dam was blown, or when it released all that water. It's just incomprehensible. It's awful. It's absolutely horrible. The consequences of this, yes, weapon of mass destruction. Thousands of people stranded, tens of thousands of homes, severely damaged, if not destroyed. All kinds of livestock, just killed off. The wildlife, millions of animals, I would imagine. I saw one photograph of all these stranded fish who were just stranded in the mud, and some Ukrainian was filming it in utter dismay and horror. And there was nothing he could do to save these fish. So it's just a horror. It's probably the most horrific, disastrous event since probably Chernobyl. Another act of hubris and folly and incompetence and so forth. So it's really unfathomable the scale, and it's even hard to take in. So hats off to you for hosting that day, Prince, and to Doman for, putting together so much information. I haven't dived into his threads on the subject much, but I intend to do that. So
Yeah, his threads are very worthwhile. They're collating a lot of information very effectively, day over day, as the flood continues to wind its way down the coastline. And there, of course, I think earlier today we saw the pictures and the videos of the debris fields that, with the Black Sea currents, head south along that shoreline. So they were in Odessa, and next they'll start floating debris to Moldova, and then Romania and Bulgaria. And I'm keeping an eye out so that when we have our Romanians come online, that maybe they can give us an update on what the local news is providing them as far as information about that, because it is, spring it's just getting warm enough for people to be heading toward the Black Sea coastline there for vacations. And the risk of them needing to close beaches due to debris and contaminants there is also very high. So this is a catastrophe for that entire western side of the Black Sea, and not limited strictly to Ukraine. The immediate impacts are clearly to Ukraine, but the long-term impacts and the health risks associated with the contaminants and everything else are not limited to Ukraine. So that's something that will have to be watched for and monitored as well. And when I saw how the flooding was taking place, with the dam having been blown at night, very, very early in the morning, while it was still dark, while people were sleeping, it reminded me a lot of kind of that slow motion hell that was Hurricane Katrina for the Southeast United States in 2005. Because again, that was one of those situations where the hurricane came through on a Sunday, strengthened in an unexpected fashion. And this was this was not man-made, this was nature. But people, as our people's nature, disregarded mandatory evacuations and thought, okay, once the hurricane is fine, when it hit just after midnight, everything will be okay. Until the following day, August 29th, when the levees were breached. And that caused catastrophic flooding to go into an area that was below sea level. It took a few days, and by, 3 days after the hurricane hit, they estimated that 85% of the city of New Orleans was underwater, but that the water had stopped rising. It took a long time for it to finish rising, and it was only about then that we started to see the news of the rooftop rescues that were going on, and all of the water rescues. And those rescues of stranded residents continued until September 9th. So that was almost 2 weeks later. And of course, in and amongst that, when the waters in a floodplain like that start to recede, then you see where a lot of the damage is. And that's unfortunately when the corpses of individuals, of animals, etc., start to become visible, which makes the rescues that are still needed even harder. And the reason I bring up this comparison is because this will also still be a disaster in slow motion. And we've seen the immediate shock, but we probably haven't seen the biggest challenges for the rescuers and the people who are being rescued just yet. So I just want to brace everybody that from a civilian catastrophe perspective, we're not out of the woods yet on this one. It's now going into day 4. It's light. It's dawn in Ukraine now, and I know that the rescue efforts will continue. I did see good news yesterday that they were actually able to start rescuing some people on the West Bank without being shot at. And there were actually some good interviews of people who had been trapped on the West Bank, and that, the Russians had not made any attempts to evacuate them and things like that. So it was very good to see some Ukrainians finally free after so many months of being under Russia's thumb. It's a hell of a way to get free, but it's still free. Thanks. Back
I
to you,
think
Prince.
just a correction there, Nancy. I think you mean the southeast bank, the left bank of the Dnipro.
Yeah, I thought I said left bank. Yeah.
You said West Bank, but
Okay.
left bank.
Yep. Left bank. Yep. Correct.
Okay.
Thanks. Yes, you are correct.
Yeah, there's a lot to comprehend when it comes to such a mass event like this. And I keep on seeing estimates of those who are missing and who are dead, and I'm just like, I can't even I'm not, the numbers aren't jiving with what I would expect and what my brain thinks will be. I told Mockers earlier today that I'm not going to pay attention to any numbers of missing or dead for a while, because I don't think those numbers will be able to be ascertained for a few weeks until the water recedes. And we may never really get a handle on this, because, as Nancy said, we're seeing things wash up in Odessa. And some things may never wash up. Some people, some animals may never wash up. And, you think about the coastline, and I already last night I was looking for information about things for Romania specifically. I sort of skipped Moldova. That was probably not smart of me, but I went right to Romania, and then to Bulgaria, and then of course in the long run to Turkey. And and those things include things such as explosives, which have already washed up in Odessa. And so it's going to be something that we'll need to keep an eye on, and we will keep an eye on for many weeks, and probably months, because there's going to be a lot of reconstruction, and there's going to be a lot of health problems and a lot of other kinds of problems in the area as a result of this huge ecological disaster and humanitarian disaster and economic disaster. And which makes me then think of the UN Security Council meeting that I watched a couple of days ago, and those were the points that everybody, no matter what they said about other situations, was that it was going to be a huge ecological, economical, and humanitarian problem. Everybody acknowledged that. So, the Duke, good morning again.
Yeah, I try to leave, but somehow it's hard to do sometimes.
We pulled you back in, right?
Yes, but it's my favorite night. It's lady night, so lucky me. No, I just want to tell a little positive story about all the tragedy of the drowning of the land and the people and the animals. I believe a lot of people saw the video of the boy who was handed over by a drone, a bottle of water when he was on the rooftop. And everybody thought, oh yeah, well, great. And today I saw a little video of that boy and the guy from the drone. They've met each other on the spot in a boat, I believe. And yeah, I thought it was a great end of that story. It was a nice touch. And yeah, it's amazing. I saw a guy smiling today because he saved a cat, you know, and I don't see that doing on the Russian side. And yeah, to speak with Orson Welles, some animals are more equal as other animals, but some people are more human as other people. And God bless you all, and good night.
Thank you, Duke. Appreciate it, and sleep well.
I will.
Did you stay up all night, Duke?
Yeah, then I'm typing and doing this, and I think, oh, I'm tired, and then it's coming around, and then yeah, like you said, Axel, you know, that even for me, for a European, it's a rather unknown world where he is living and coming from. So it's amazing to hear, and I hear things here that I don't hear on the news. Things get explained, or if somebody say something, and no, it's like this because, and oh, I didn't know that, you know, and yeah, it's. But yeah, also for I hope for young people nowadays, it's been proven you can't really fool them around. There was some research on social networks, and the outcome was that they really understood when things were going over the top, and they are not all blindless followers of fashion and other things, but they really do care, and perhaps the way of expression is different from an old dude like me, but I engage a lot with young people around here in the block because they hang out a lot. They don't cause trouble, only the leaving the a little bit garbage of the cigarettes and all the other stuff they smoke. So that's what we talk about. But no, they really there is a generation young people. I think thought we had a hard time, you know, 1980s, Cold War, economics were lousy. If you want to pay a mortgage interest, it was enormous in Europe. I can remember my parents paying up to 13%. It's a lot of money, and nowadays we've got have had COVID, the lockups, the blackouts, almost emotionally spoken, and now some joker starts a bloody war, you know, and economics going up and down, and yeah, it's a complex world, and it's a struggle to to have a sane mind and a clear view, you know. And luckily, I found out that in my neighborhood there are a lot of spots where you can watch the birds in a cabin, and so the birds don't see you right away. So I think I'm gonna spend there some time just to get a clear mind again, and love nature and all it brings to us. And yeah, but yeah, it's up to you, Prince. And you started something interesting, or someone of the listeners. So yeah, it's I don't know. It's a thing of the heart, I guess.
Yeah, we tend to go a little bit more to the heart in the U.S. evening sometimes. We tend to bring those kind of more emotional stories. I think it's because we don't actually have any former military evening co-hosts. But I also like to, share some fun and interesting stuff sometimes also. Um, and if you listen to me at all in the evenings, you'll know that I have, a favorite person in the Ukrainian government. I also have a favorite Ukrainian website. And, well, one of my favorite Ukrainian websites, I guess I would say. And one of them, of course, is the Resistance. The Resistance. They do have their own website, and there are instructions on how to steal a tank. There are instructions on how to build a Molotov cocktail. There are instructions on how to bomb a recruitment office. There are all kinds of instructions on there. But every now and then you get a little tidbit of fun information like this. The Yellow Ribbon movement, if you've not heard of it, I'm sort of surprised. But the Yellow Ribbon movement, which is within the occupied territories, calls for resistance action in the temporarily occupied territories. On June 12th, the Rashists want to celebrate the Day of Russia. We will burn their flags and symbols, the activists write. Yellow Ribbon calls on all residents of the temporarily occupied territories to tear down and collect Russian symbols, but don't forget about your own safety, please. Burn Russian tricolors, burn Russian newspapers and propaganda products, burn Colorado ribbons. I had seen something similar to this yesterday, and I couldn't find it again. But now I'm finding it on their website, because last night I saw a video of in Crimea, in the occupied territories there in Crimea, of somebody burning a bunch of, they looked like T-shirts with Russian flags on them, but they had this little fire going with a bunch of T-shirts being burned. And so it made me think of this info that I had seen, and I wasn't able to find it again right away. But I found it tonight, and it made me think about it. There was also a statement made on their Telegram page, and I didn't listen to it because I don't speak Ukrainian, but I watched it, and it is somebody who has clearly hidden their identity, which is safe for people within the resistance of the occupied territories to do with the partisans. But they have said that we are ready to reclaim ours and free our people from slavery to Rashism. The statement said, the Ukrainian partisan will not forgive the collaborators or their betrayal. We are very angry. We will systematically and methodically destroy them. So yeah, you know, we see all of the things out in the surface, but sometimes it's interesting to go below the surface and see the things that are happening in the occupied territories. You know, they update people very regularly on information of things that are happening within the occupied territories and actions that the partisans are taking to make life difficult for the Russians. And then sometimes, and we have heard before that that there have been instances where oh, I don't know, an occupier's car blows up or other kinds of information. And very frequently, that is this part that is the partisans. Those are the partisans who are getting this information. I will say they do not have how to blow up a car on the website that I've noticed, which is probably a smart thing, but they do have how to disable a car. Nancy?
Well, I'm going to have to look up how to disable a car. So
It is rather interesting, yeah, or how to disable. They've just got this huge long list of how tos that is very interesting.
Some people can't even replace the tire, so you have to look it up how to blow it up.
I think
yeah,
one of the sorry, I
for
think
some
one of
people,
the
go ahead, Prince.
I think one of the pieces of advice was to stuff a potato into a tailpipe, but you got to make sure you put it up the tailpipe far enough so it can't be seen.
Now, I used to do that as a kid, and then the car won't start. So, and if you try hard enough and it was not stuck deep enough, it would come out eventually. And the rubber is more fun because it makes a big bang.
Sorry, Nancy, I interrupted you.
Oh no, I was just thinking, and here in the United States, the all of my friends tease their teenage kids now that the best way to disable a teenager's car or a young adult's car is well, basically buy him a stick shift car, because it seems like none of people under our age have really kept that skill around. If it's not an automatic transmission, they don't know what to do with it. It's the best
Well,
anti-theft device you could ask for.
well, and teaching kids interesting lessons with telling them to go into the auto repair store as they're teaching them how to work on their cars. Go into the auto repair store and ask for the blinker fluid. That is another one that absolutely cracks me up. You go in there, son, and you get us some blinker fluid and don't come out until you have it.
Yeah, I heard a Russian try to blow up a car, but he burned his mouth to the exhaustion pipe.
Oh, jeez. Sorry, but that was funny. Oh, Nancy. Do you have any interesting news that you have found in the last, day or so?
Yeah, in the last day or so, actually, I follow a court reporter who follows The Hague and other interesting courts in the Netherlands, and found an interesting item on the Crimean treasures. And apparently, back when Russia invaded Crimea in 2014, there were a number of beautiful cultural treasures that were from museums there that were on display, on loan, basically to a Dutch museum. And the collection of archaeological objects, some were more than And that, of course, sparked Russia wanted the borrowed pieces repatriated to Crimea. And it had made it through the appeals court. And, because the Ukrainian government in Kiev and the 4 Crimean museums that had loaned the artifacts demanded the objects back. Amsterdam said, let's store them for you until the dispute is resolved. Well, the Supreme Court of the Netherlands on Friday ordered that the museum's historical treasures were ready to be returned to Ukraine, because at this point, they know that they are Crimea heritage, and that is Ukrainian heritage. So they will not fall into Russia's hands, and there is not that risk anymore. And I was just trying to find the best article to tweet. I've actually found Radio Free Europe's website has pictures of some of these pieces, and they're just absolutely stunning and definitely part of a key cultural heritage. That very glad to read that ruling, and just wanted to pass that on to you guys as well. And that just tells me that once again, there's yet another court that has ruled that Crimea is Ukraine. Back to you, Prince.
Absolutely. I had come across that story also. And ironically, I had it on my screen to share when I had the opportunity next.
And I sniped it.
That's all good. That's all good. It's all good. It's much appreciated. So go ahead, Stephen. How are you today?
All right. How about you, Brent?
Hanging in there.
So I came across an interesting story from a tweet from 12 hours ago, but something I didn't know about. The Insider's investigation reveals that in many countries, Russia is using Aeroflot airline operations as cover for GRU, military intelligence, and SVR, foreign intelligence officers. Many Aeroflot offices around the world are headed by these spies. And that is something that there's documented cases all over the world, and something I think our public needs to be aware of, and our governments need to look into.
All righty. There is, where did I see that? Anyway, just looking through my news feeds, and different things come up, and I think I have saved them, and I haven't. I need to get better about that. Go ahead, Duke.
Yeah, it's right, Stephen. I saw that article also, and to my surprise, more or less, but the surprise was more from are they still flying around? But yeah, but to accomplish what you are saying, to my surprise, and yeah, I'm also making music, and but there are a lot of Russian artists and making music, even about the war, the Russian side, and shaking hands with the Moscow midget. They're making big money on Spotify, and yeah, there has been some roars on Spotify because people were not agreed on how artists behaved, so they start boycotting or the Spotify or the artist. But in this case, there is a little rumor or perhaps knowledge about this phenomenon. So yeah, I thought that's they're making really big bucks. So that is my last surprising article I saw. Thanks.
Thanks, Duke.
Thanks.
So
And just
since
if anyone, oh, sorry, I stepped on you again. And if anyone does want to look in the nest, I did post the link to the article on those Crimean treasures. Just if anyone wants to take a peek and gawk at some pretty cool historical artifacts, I figured I would share that up in the nest, as well as the other link was to a rescue of one of the residents from the left bank of the Dnipro River, and a reunion there. So those probably won't stay up in the nest long because we'll have probably a jam-packed morning of information, but I wanted to share that with you since we were talking about them earlier and give you guys a chance to take a peek at them. Back to you, Prince.
Yeah, they try to clean out the nest, otherwise sometimes it gives us technical problems. I do remember what I saw. What it was some reporting that, according to the general staff, the Russians are now starting to evacuate some stranded people, it sounds like, from the left bank. However, they will only evacuate you if you have a Russian passport. Not surprising from everything that I've read about the way that people are being forced to take Russian passports in the occupied territories, and the way people are treated differently if they do not have a Russian passport. So to me, this is just another way of making people take that passport, which we've heard about for months. So not a surprise. And yeah. Good morning, Amos. How are you? Or good evening.
I'm good. I just wanted to circle back real quick. You guys were talking about basically the Scythian gold treasures. And there's also an older story from a while back about the fact that Russian troops or FSB or somebody was actually looting Scythian gold from a museum in Melitopol. And I did post that in the whatever this thread is that you use for your space, if anybody's interested in that. So, Russia's definitely, not just after gold, they've looted all kinds of art and archaeological artifacts and things like that from Ukraine. And it's just another depredation of Russia, on Ukrainian culture. Wanted to also just mention that the history of Ukraine is just so interesting because it goes so far back. A lot of people think about time of Ivan the Terrible and the founding of Kievan Rus and all of that, and the culture there, the history goes even so much further back with the Greek history and the Scythians, and it's just kind of just a whole wealth of history and culture there. And we had somebody months ago, and I don't remember who it was. There's a person that had served on the OSCE monitoring mission around the time of the 2014 incursions into the Donbass. And I believe that's the guy, and he had talked about his travels down in the southern part of Ukraine, and how he learned about that ancient Scythian civilization that was down there. There's archaeological mounds down there that they've been excavating for a long time. So, and I'm kind of getting into the weeds a little bit there with the history, but just wanted to mention that in case anybody's interested. You can grab that link in this thread for the space.
Yep, and thank you for posting that. So that's in the, we have a pinned tweet that is our active space, and so it'll be in the comments to that active space then, Amos, it sounds like, and that's a perfect place for it. And I remember very distinctly those same items, you know, and it was just devastating to think that when the Russians first captured those territories, that the first thing they did was looted and pillaged not only the individual residents and the stores, but the museums of their artifacts and the art and things like that. And it was devastating to see that. So that was one reason I was doing a little happy dance in the background about this particular set not having a chance to make it into Russians' hands, because again, that's just another classification of war crimes that Russia must pay restitution for as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Amos. And Steve, over to you.
Yeah, the Russians aren't even good at looting. There was cases where I remember a story where they stole cheap painting while ignoring a very expensive piece of art in someone's house. They're just terrible at everything. Now what did I want to come up here for? Prince, you mentioned the story about only rescuing people with Russian passports. I'm wondering, do you think they're going up to people's in houses with their boats and saying, "Show me your passport if you want to get in"? Or, what do you think? I read that story too, but what is your opinion on that? Or are they forcing them to get it if they are rescued?
The things that they are doing for two people who do not have Russian passports are horrific. And truthfully, it wouldn't surprise me. I don't know for sure, but it would not surprise me in one bit if they are going up to the window and saying, "You got a Russian passport? Okay, get in the boat. You don't have a Russian passport? Well, you can take a Russian passport, then you can get in the boat. Or you can stay there." It wouldn't surprise me one bit. I mean, I believe it was last week. There were stories about a child who was refused admittance to a hospital because they didn't have a Russian passport, because their parents didn't have Russian passports. They are denying people medication because they don't have a Russian passport yet. They are, the list goes on and on and on and on and on of the things that they are doing to people in the occupied territories. Now I believe that they are telling people that they can only evacuate to safety if they have a Russian passport. I can't remember exactly where I read that, but I can look. I have a rough idea, but the things that happen to people or don't happen to people because they have a Russian passport or have taken a Russian passport are vast. There are all kinds of things that they try to use to make people get the Russian passport, and so yeah, it's not at all surprising. Go ahead, Stephen.
A follow up to that. What happens to a Ukrainian that is forced to take a Russian passport down the road?
Well, nothing. I really am. Realistically, what these people are being told is they're being told that Ukraine does not want them, and and now that they have taken a Russian passport, they won't be welcome. And if they do try to go back to Ukraine, that they will be arrested. And that's just not true. We've had, I've read statements from the ombudsman and the Minister for Reintegration, who have both said that, yeah, you know, if you can avoid taking a Russian passport, that would be best. However, we're not going to prosecute you for taking a Russian passport to save your life. You know, they know that there are horrid situations in the occupied territories, and some people are going to be faced to do that, forced to do that, is you know, and that's just an unfortunate reality. Go ahead, Jeff.
I was going to say, I think Zelensky, as much as said, it's either that or I'm trying to remember who it was. It was a Ukrainian government official anyway, said as much as this, that anybody who is in the occupied territories should do whatever it is that they need to do in order to stay safe. If that meant taking on Russian papers in order to be able to be safe, then they should do that. It's been very clear that the Ukrainian government has said that there is that if you are not collaborating with the Russians and you are just simply taking their paperwork because you are being forced into it, there is no onus on you. At which point, you know, at the whatever point it is that the Ukrainians actually reestablish political control. So it's a nothing burger in terms of you know, the threat that the Russians are applying to this, because the Ukrainians know that people are going to be under duress, and they're also clear that, you know, they do not have some sort of odd, peculiar sense that you know, you should either stay Ukrainian or die. You know, that's not what they want. You know, they're very sensible about it, and I don't think that the people who decide to take the Russian passport are at risk, especially considering the duress that they're under. That's all.
Thanks, Jeff. And you know, Stephen, I don't know. Go ahead and say what you want to say, and then I'll respond.
You first.
Well, I was just going to say, I don't know if you were listening when Daniel gave the explanation about, because it was news to me, so maybe it's worth repeating a little bit of, is that, you know, when what we're talking about here is not what you or I typically think about when it comes to a passport. This Russian passport that we're talking about is a document that you need to move from like one oblast to another. This is the kind of document that you need basically to drive from Oregon to Washington, which is, you know, 20 minutes away. This is a document that you need to be able to move within Russia. So they're basically telling people, if you want to be able to evacuate from Zaporizhia and go to Crimea for safety, you have to have a Russian passport. And that's the way they do that. It's not the passport that you and I think of for international travel. You know, and for us, those are the only times that we need a passport. We don't need a passport to travel between the states of our country, where Russia does need those documents. And so, you know, that's another way they're putting them in between a rock and a hard place. And so, just making sure and understanding how the document we're talking about is different than what at least we in the United States are accustomed to when it comes to a passport. Go ahead, Stephen.
Oh, I just had one other topic I wanted to bring up, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, we may not have military experts on the space, but at right now, but the one interesting effect of blowing the dam has been to, the Khyber Peninsula. The only road leading to and from it is underwater, and therefore giving Ukraine quite an option, quite a few options to destroy some Russian troops that can't be resupplied. So some side effects that Russia wasn't expecting potentially.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Not a military expert, but a military historian. Um, there's no need to do anything about the Russian troops in the Clyburn Peninsula at this point, especially with how thoroughly thrashed everything along the Dnieper in terms of Russian defenses, the state that it's in at this point. Yeah, take a moment to consider the island hopping campaign in the Pacific in World War II that was put together by Nimitz and MacArthur. That there's a lot of Russian troops, which I think the Ukrainian High Command is really intent on simply bypassing. And it's not necessary to destroy them if they are rendered effectively useless operationally. And there's not a lot that the Russians can do from that peninsula right now. You know, the resources that they would need to be able to put a threat onto Mykolaiv or Odessa from there is far and away exceeded by the need to keep those resources where they are available for some sort of maneuver force, such as it is, if anything significant really exists, for the Russians to respond to the counteroffensive. So, you know, doing anything on the peninsula, or even really much of anything along the entire south bank of the Dnieper from Nova Kakhovka, you know, to the Black Sea, really is pretty irrelevant at this point. You know, so there's not really a lot of benefit to the Ukrainians trying to do anything with that, and there's not really a lot that the Russians can do except for potentially shoot at people trying to escape from the floodwaters. You know, what happens in another couple of weeks after things subside, because the Russian fortifications in the area have been thoroughly thrashed, is another question entirely. You know, so we'll see what happens when we get there.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. You know, if they can bring in some special forces, take out some people, and eventually lead into raiding parties into
There's no need. There really isn't any need. And any forces that the Ukrainians might send there would be far better utilized elsewhere. It really is. There is no strategic benefit from the Ukrainians trying to do anything on the Clyburn Peninsula right now. There just isn't. You know,
No.
the resources that they might expend there would be far better utilized, you know, around Melitopol, or infiltrating or through the Russian defenses towards Berdyansk or Mariupol, or for that matter around Bakhmut. You know, so there's lots of better places for the Ukrainian High Command to apply those resources than to just simply poke at Russians who are essentially, you know, completely out of play on the board, you know, out there. You know, so anything that Russia sends out in that direction right now is force that isn't going to interfere with the major pressure that's being applied by the Ukrainians with the counteroffensive. So if they want to keep troops out there, you know, the only thing that I would think that they might do something, Ukrainians might do something like that, is to try to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt. There might be some benefit from that, but it's very limited. And to commit a lot of resources to that really, just to my mind, isn't indicated.
Maybe a small amount of resources just to tie down some troops, or no?
No,
You think no?
I just don't. I don't think so. It's cut off. You know, what are they going to do right now? They're going to run out of ammo. They're going to run out of beans, bullets, and bandages. And then what?
Pretty much.
yeah, they're going to run out of beans, bullets, and bandages in no time. And then maybe they will find a wrecked boat and drift off into the Black Sea by themselves. I don't know. But you know, they really, yeah, there's no point. I agree with Jeff, and I'm not a military person nor a military historian. It just doesn't make any sense in my mind. So I see mockers. Good morning, mockers.
Good morning. I'm still being looked at by cats because I literally, I'm just on the edge of the bed. But I'm up and awake, and thank you for that reading material this morning. That was terribly interesting. Well, I'm waiting to see what the numbers look like this morning because, well, yeah, I have a funny feeling that there was some action yesterday. I don't know if you noticed that there was there was some booms, but there was also some movement on the ground. I know me. I know you need food. All right. Yeah, here we go. There was sorry, I'm just catching up with my notes. So we had the what's it called? Report from Oryx, who has visually confirmed the destruction of 7,000 vehicles for what's it called? Russia. That's the one. Sorry, early. Still early. But yeah, here we go. So yesterday there were a bunch of things that seemed to be on fire. And Hennichensk, that one, at the mouth of Crimea. I think that's quite interesting, worth keeping an eye on. It says that yeah, all the Russians' access into Crimea is going to be very difficult in and out of there from now on, I think. Yeah, so morning.
Morning. You probably need to feed the kitties and get yourself some coffee. So, you know,
Yep.
just
All of
just
the
the-
above, yes. I'm being stared at by 3 very determined looking chaps.
yeah. Well,
Somehow I think that they're going to be your priority because they're probably going to block you from the coffee until they have their food.
and I will keep refreshing and looking for the numbers. But while I do that, I'm going to throw a story in the nest. I thought I bookmarked it. Oh man, are you kidding me?
Mine does that sometimes, and you have to sort of pull them down because
I did that.
It hides it up there somewhere.
I did that 3 times, and then I looked on the desktop version, and it's just not there. But I will find it again. There is a house. Have you heard about this, Nancy? Have you heard about the house in Kherson? In Russia occupied Kherson on the left bank, that is underwater. Have you heard about that?
No, because I think there's more than one that is, so I'm not sure which one you mean.
Oh, is there more than one famous? This one has like murals on the wall.
Oh, yes. I saw photographs of that one.
Let me see if I can work my way around this. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I was going to say for anyone who hasn't seen that, and I know I had something bookmarked on that earlier too, but I'm not sure I can find it again quickly. It's absolutely a stunning building filled with murals that again as I recall, has a lot of historical relevance as well too. And I know that it's also been flooded, so I don't know if it's going to survive the water table or not.
Yeah, I did just get that into the nest. It is the house of the late Ukrainian artist Polina Reiko, and it's said to be flooded by the dam. And I actually haven't taken all the time to read this specific story that I put in there, but it is a quite lengthy one, and you can maybe read about it, and you can see at least one picture. And if you look about, it's in Oleshki, it says here. It's in Oleshki. But if you look just at the main picture in this article, it is just stunning. I don't know that I would want that in my house. It might be cool for a kid's room, but it is clearly this person was very artistic and very very interesting if they painted the entire house like this. And it is a museum. And yeah, it's sort of stunning, but to see the culture that is being lost in Ukraine because of this, with the gold that you had mentioned, which of course is now going to be returned to Ukraine, and that's great. But how many other treasures like this that I don't know that its fate will be totally destroyed, but I'm sorry, but if it's in Oleshki and totally underwater and it's painted walls, I don't know how it can be recovered. So just thinking about things like that, and how many other, like you said, there were other houses of artists that, but there was other art, for sure, that was
I need to
destroyed.
add something here. There
Go
was
ahead.
also, you know how you would have plaster on the front of a house and you might, see patterns in it and things like that?
Yep.
Just say yes. Right. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, have you heard of the stone Vishivanka?
No, I haven't.
No.
Well, these are houses which have been, they've had like additional cladding put on the outside in a nice colour. And then an artist has come along and carved Vishivanka patterns into the stone so that the original colour of the stone comes through. So you get like maybe a house that's very pale green with the Vishivanka carved into it, and the pattern itself is like the original white stone of the house. And there are a number of these houses apparently, which are stunningly beautiful, and it would seem that they may also be completely destroyed, which is an awful shame. But you know what? You can build stuff again. You can recreate art. You can make new art. But the people and the wildlife and the diversity, that's the stuff that, I think it hit me yesterday. It really did. Slapped me around the chops yesterday, just how awful it was. And I'll be honest with you, I had a bloody good cry, because the minute somebody gave me something that was a problem, I just wept because I'd had enough. And it did me the world of good to have that. So yeah, if you sat there with a big like stiff upper lip and you're like thinking, I don't cry, I'm a big tough guy. Well, I'm a big tough guy as well. And yesterday I had a bloody good cry and it made me feel better, because apparently I'm not made of stone after all.
You're
No,
softer
you're
than one
not.
of those Vishivankas, huh?
We know you had a heart. We knew it. We knew it all along. Um,
And One thing I would suggest real quick is that take a look at that article that Prince Heather posted, but also just do a Twitter search on the name of the artist, Polina Reiko, and you'll see a lot of other assorted photographs of the house, both different interiors as well as the exterior, and some of the artwork that she did there as well. It's definitely worth a view. It's yeah, kind of the same thing. I don't know that I'd want to live there, but it's absolutely stunning to look at and would make a wonderful museum. And it's sad to see that happen to just a very unique and quite lovely artistic style.
I'm curious to see what Lita has to say. Go ahead, Lita.
Oh, thank you, Prince. Well, Polina Reiko was her name, and if you don't mind, I could read you a little bit of something that was written about her by Olya Hercules, if you've heard of her. Has anyone heard of Olya Hercules, the chef?
We
I
have
have
now.
not.
Okay, she's amazing, and she's from Ukraine and lives in the UK and has published beautiful cookbooks. Mamushka is one of them, and Summer Kitchens is another, and I forgot the name of the third. But anyway, a friend of mine posted on or shared her Olya Hercules' post on Instagram. And Olya Hercules is from the Kherson region, and this has all been very devastating for her. I haven't read her stuff in the last week or so. I've been super busy with response stuff. But here's what she wrote. And on Olya Hercules' Instagram page, the photos of the rooms are just really stunning, beautifully lit. And there's a picture of the artist herself, Polina Reiko. Born 28 to 2004, Oleshke. And she writes, I have been researching the life and work of Polina Reiko, who was originally from Oleshke, now flooded on the occupier's side, a Ukrainian artist, for the past year. Her story and art gave strength and inspired me immensely. Her house museum has been flooded and lost forever. Only photographs and documentaries on YouTube remain. I cannot stop crying. Raiko's art was unique. She picked up a household brush at the age of 69. Double exclamation points. Her daughter was killed in a car crash, and her husband died soon after in the 1990s. Her son started drinking and doing drugs. She worked in her garden by the Plavny, which is the floodplains. Her house was just on the verge of the river. She was inspired by the fauna and plants and the water of the beautiful floodplains, Plavny in Ukrainian. Once, her neighbor suggested she paint some doves on her fence. She did, and then she could not stop. She painted every inch of her house, often working at night behind closed shutters so neighbors couldn't see her. But the neighbors knew, and she became known and inspired so many artists and people in general. Oh, now I'm going to cry. Her art was a way to deal with extreme grief, and it is utterly beautiful. She started in one room which had very dark images to begin with: a black raven stealing a baby bird, a mother bird crying beneath. And with each room, the motifs became different. Each room had a theme, including one where Raiko's dead sisters are angels. I grieve today and every day for every human, animal, bird, plant, insect, and also art that is being destroyed, in my home region. An irreversible, painful loss for us all. Do watch the documentary about Polina Raiko on YouTube. She is remarkable. At some point, she says, "When it hurts so much, I go to the garden and work hard, then take a break and run inside and paint a bird, and then back to the garden." She says it was such, words fail me. I don't know how to describe. Now under murky water of the catastrophic flood. And then she has hashtag stand with Ukraine, ecocide, genocide, culture side, Polina Raiko.
That was beautiful. Thank you.
It was like, which of us wasn't crying enough to be able to unmute our mic?
Aw.
It was,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. I could
You
hardly
said
do it, barely do it.
you
There
said
was
that's on
also,
Instagram?
yes, Olia Hercules is OLIAHERCULES. And please do look
HEC?
like Hercules,
Okay.
HERCULES, all together.
Okay.
And check out her cookbooks. And she's been profiled in articles and probably other social media like YouTube. She's done things like cook borscht in her kitchen in London and show people, and you know, she showcases Ukrainian cuisine. I also wanted to say about another. Oh, sorry, it's so late where I am. I want to say primitive type artist, Maria Primachenko, who was very well known in Ukraine and celebrated, and there were stamps made of her art years ago. And I believe that was in Mariupol. And early in this big invasion, there was worry that her museum building was being destroyed or shelled, but people had gone in and safeguarded the key pieces ahead of that shelling that had happened. So that's another one, Maria Primachenko, which in English would be spelled Prymachenko. So I could find an article about that and post it. I don't know how to post in the nest, but in that chat thread under this space, I posted a couple of historical things because people were talking about Scythian gold. There's also the Trypillian culture, way early in BC, and you know, most Ukrainian diaspora families have at least one ceramic piece with the Trypillian motifs on it, which are black, white, and kind of terracotta color, or on the clay itself sometimes. And then also going way, way back, linguists believe that, scientists have evidence that the steppes north of the Black Sea are the origin of the Proto-Indo-European language, which means the mother of all the languages of basically from Europe all the way to India. So culture in that region, which is now Ukraine, um, is has quite ancient roots indeed, and probably because of the fertile soil there that, you know, was a great base to spring from.
Thank you so much, Leda. There was something that you said there which really sort of resonated with me, and I've heard it before about being almost the birthplace of language for the entire area. And this is like just my sad little thing to add into that, that I learnt a wee bit of French at school, and I do mean a wee bit. I couldn't have a conversation in French, but I could just about get by in a shop or a cafe. However, those French words that I learned, some of the sounds and meanings are similar to words that I've heard in Ukrainian and almost feel like I've got a bit of a step up to be able to understand the way the words are said, just because of the fact that I have a tiny little bit of knowledge in another language. And I'm a British person, so we don't tend to learn a lot of languages. And I'm not sure if it's because we're an island or just because of our education or what, but it's not terribly encouraged in the UK, I don't think. I don't see a lot of emphasis on it. Maybe it's much better now. I don't know. I've not been to school for a long time. But just that tiny bit of offhand knowledge, I almost feel like I could use that as a stepping stone to learn and understand a bit more Ukrainian. I mean, I'm absolutely baffled when it comes to it written down. Obviously, Cyrillic is, it's like somebody threw the alphabet up in the air and mixed it all around for me. But maybe we did that to their alphabets. I don't know. But sometimes it looks a bit more complicated than it needs to be. But I get the sounds of some of the stranger looking letters now. Just from, having that tiny bit of knowledge and being able to the funniest thing is it's music and listening to the lyrics of music and reading the lyrics of music that's actually helping me understand the written word better.
It may be some of the sounds from French that could sound like Ukrainian would be like the j sound.
Yeah, and I think it's the word for ocean, Kianu. Kianu, is that right? Ocean
in Ukrainian?
Yeah.
Okean. Okean.
Okean. There you go. You see, so I've got like some of the word just from other languages that are, maybe not exactly the same, but there's pieces of it that you can pull out and hear the same sounds.
Well, and maybe if someone would like to learn the phrase for Black Sea, it's Chorne more. Black Sea, Chorne more. So sea is more, and if you go back into kind of linguistics and see like mare and maritime, you see that, if you go back far enough, you see a lot of the roots. I took a bunch of linguistics at university, and it's fascinating to it is kind of a math or a music, and where the notations that are used to track the changes between languages or between phases in excuse me, history of a given language. And yeah, just super fascinating stuff. And you see that in the Germanic languages, and how things changed between English and German, or in the Latin Romance languages. But the PIE, as linguists call it, can then be traced to Indo-European, and then the branchings to the European languages and to India. So, I just loved all that. It was kind of a advanced level of electives that I took. I loved it.
Yeah, and it also proves that that the history of Ukraine. I believe Kyiv was like a major trading post at one point, and a meeting place for a lot of nationalities. So it shows how it's spread from there, basically spread out into the area around it, and you can sort of see that all the languages there have links. They're not the same, but they have links, and I found that really interesting. It's something that, being here cut off on an island, I didn't fully appreciate before. We have Karen with her hand up. Go ahead, Karen.
Well, since it's so quiet tonight, I thought I'd ask a quick question. If you can understand and speak Russian, is Ukrainian enough like Russian that you could also understand Ukrainian?
Well, go on later. You know better than me.
Well, you can't really fake it. I mean, you could understand it, but you couldn't fake it to speak it. It's sort of like Portuguese to Spanish, something along those lines, where it's close, but you might understand a certain portion of it. And among all the Slavic languages, actually, Ukrainian is not as close to Russian as it is to Polish and Belarusian or other neighboring languages. So I actually took Russian as well in university, and I sort of needed to kind of get past what all those differences were. And yeah, it's Ukrainians in Ukraine, if they were from most decades, aside from Western Ukrainians who left in the interwar period, who maybe never learned Russian because they weren't under the Soviet Union. But aside from that period, after that, when the Soviets came into Western Ukraine, then everybody had to learn Russian. But Russians don't learn Ukrainian, right? So it's harder for them to understand Ukrainian.
Well, the reason I was asking was because I live in Alaska, and now that I'm retired and I have more time on my hands, I thought one of the projects I want to take on is to learn another language. Now, if I lived in the southern United States, I would probably try to learn Spanish. But I live in Alaska, and our not so nice neighbors speak Russian, and I thought, well, I kind of like to know how to speak Russian, because in case I ever overheard some spies talking, I could understand them. Or if I heard a radio broadcast in Russian, I could understand that. So given my location, I was thinking of doing it. But it bothers me that I'm would be learning Russian, but not Ukrainian. But Ukraine isn't next door, but it still makes me feel kind of bad. And I would want to know that, should I ever travel to Europe, if I did go to Ukraine, that, I could make myself understood. And that's all. Thank you.
Well, I love that idea, and you should go for it. I mean, the most famous poet of Ukrainian history, in Ukraine's history, Taras Shevchenko, had a line: "Учітеся, брати мої, думайте, читайте, і чужого научайтесь, а свого не цурайтесь." Learn, my brothers, study, my brothers, think and learn, and learn the foreign languages, but don't forget your own. Don't give up your own. And so I had to quote that line to my grandmother, because she was mad that I was taking Russian. How could you? Those are a historical enemy. And I said, but remember what Taras Shevchenko said. So, and I found it handy when I was in Eastern Ukraine in Kharkiv in 2002 or 03, and not that many people were speaking Ukrainian every day there. And if I hadn't learned Russian, I couldn't have spoken with everybody as easily. So it's great to learn more languages. Go for it.
Peace for Ukraine. You're up late.
Good morning. No, I think I'm up early, actually. We are 1 hour apart, so I currently am in Luxembourg. I'm no longer in your time slot in Portugal. I came back this Thursday. So good morning, everyone. What an excellent conversation, and so fascinating. And I wanted to contribute. I don't know if it was already mentioned. There's a couple of accounts on Twitter that also tweet out almost on a daily basis about Ukrainian art. One of them is Namu, which is a museum, and the other one is the Ukrainian art history. So it's a lady who's does this excellent threads about Ukrainian artists, and one of her jobs, missions, is going around the world checking the famous museums in New York, Paris, Berlin, everywhere, to decolonize and keep in touch with them and decolonize the Russian appropriation of Ukrainian art. So, and she has had a couple of successes recently, and she posted it out, and she usually, when she tweets out, she posts a thread about specific artist with several of his work arts and explains the history behind it, which is often quite sad, because some died in the gulags, some before died in the hands of Russian Tsars. So, but there's also many histories of hope, of fight, of resistance, and the artwork is simply spectacular. So, if you like art and if you like to continue to know more about Ukraine and its history, that would be definitely two accounts that I would recommend to follow. And I will post. Namu is quite easy to find. It's NAMU. The other one is UKR_art history, but the second one I will post it into our conversation thread here of the space, so you can easily find it. And yeah, basically that's it. That was just my piece of my small contribution to the art conversation. Thank you so much for this space. This is a wonderful space. I love you all.
Thank you so much. Prince, I have some numbers. Would we like some numbers?
Duh.
Okay. I'll take that as a yes, please. Let's have some numbers.
That was a duh. Of course.
Carry on. Okay. So we have some numbers this morning, and they're still pretty decent, I must say. We have 890 liquidated personnel. That takes us to a total of 214,660. That's look, see how much more awake I am today. We have 8 tanks, and that's 7 more than they had in the parade in Moscow. Did you know? We have 7 armoured personnel vehicles, 15 artillery systems. You know what? That's the lowest this month, and it's still a high figure. 1 more MLRS and 3 anti-aircraft warfare systems. I love it when they get taken out. 16 UAVs, 5 cruise missiles, 18 vehicles and fuel tanks. That's still plenty. And 5 more special equipment. Those are climbing. There's lots of that stuff. So yeah, excellent numbers today again, and peace.
Special equipment. We are now number 1 on the maximum per fortnight. We broke the record. We only needed 2. We are 5 more. Ooh, I'm going to post something a bit later when I get home. I'm just out and about and getting fresh bread. Ooh, good Saturday. Thank you so much, Marcus. I love these numbers.
I love your fortnightly updates as well, because it just goes to show the huge uptick that's happened in what's been going on the battlefield. We may not see a lot of videos and information about it, but those numbers give us quite a bit of detail, I think.
Thank you so much. Indeed, the numbers. Well, June for sure will break all records. Q2 already broke the record, absolutely. And Fortnite, well, we just broke it today. And yeah, definitely, we are not getting much information. I know some people, sometimes we see comments, people are frustrated, especially because there is operational silence that was requested by Ukrainian armed forces, and we shall respect and be very respectful and mindful of that. It can be indeed frustrating, but patience, patience, patience. Let the Ukrainian armed forces do their work, continue to believe in them, continue to support them, continue to support Ukrainians, give encouraging words, actions, write, support, be patient, care for, and culture that strength and that patience. All good things come to those who can wait. These are very wise words that my grandfather used to tell me since I was a tiny little child. And of course, when you're 5 years old, you don't care nothing for that. But since I'm 10 times more of that age, I did cultivate my patience thanks to my granddad. So I would recommend that do not lose hope, do not lose faith. Do not lose your trust and be patient, because we have watched and seen so many actions that we thought or were told by experts that they were not possible. Kyiv was supposed to fall in 3 days or 1 week or 10 days or whatever it was indicated. He still stands free, strong, and powerful. Then Kharkiv was recuperated in a flash. Then Kherson was liberated after so much suffering, and now is suffering again because of those absolutely despicable monsters. And we still believe, and we have to believe. We have no right not to believe all our arms or our faith or our courage or our thoughts or our prayers. It is our duty to continue to believe. It's the least we have to do and we must do. So take heart, believe in Ukrainian armed forces, believe in Ukrainian people, continue to support them, continue to support whatever cause you believe. If you cannot do it this month, try next month. Do a small donation, do a big donation. Tweet out, speak with your representatives, with your friends, with your neighbors, with your family, with your office. Speak out. Do not be afraid to speak out. Do not be afraid to cry out that you support Ukraine unconditionally. So thank you for the space. Have a lovely day. Hugs, love, plenty to Ukraine and to all Ukrainians out there. We are with you. We stand with you forever.
You are so sweet, and I have missed hearing you on the space. I don't know why I never catch hearing you on the space much anymore. Just only when I stay up really late at night. And I have recently caught on to the numbers that you tweet out every day, and I don't know how I had missed those. But boy, howdy, I don't mind seeing them. They are much appreciated.
Thank you so much, Prince. That's very kind. Yeah, we keep missing each other, and I love when you're at space. And I do sometimes wake up in the middle of the evening because I have the space like it's like 24 hours on playing. So sometimes I fall asleep with it, and sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, and then you're on and said, "Oh, Prince is there." But then it's like the middle of my night, and 10 or 15 minutes afterwards, as much as I fight it, I fall back again to sleep. So yeah. But today I was up very early for whatever reason. and I could not go back to sleep. So I'm very happy to caught with you and you all. Thank you so much for this lovely conversation, for this lovely place. Have a wonderful day. And yeah, keep fighting and keep believing. Thank you.
We are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, as you well know. Some of us sleep sometimes, and all it does is frustrate me. All it does is frustrate us. I'm just going to say me because it's the reality. Because then I wake up in the morning and I feel like I have to catch up on what happened all day in Ukraine. Because by then it's like 6 p.m. in Ukraine, and I have missed everything that has happened from, you know, 10 or 11 in the morning Ukraine time till 6 p.m. And I'm like, now I got to figure out what on earth happened that whole time. A lot of stuff happens in that time. But I've also been figuring out since co-hosting at this time, in the evening in the US time every day, that a lot of stuff happens at night too. We see a lot of missile attacks in the evenings and drone attacks, and those can be quite intense to follow at times. And I always make sure to send mockers the information on hits and misses and damage and things like that. And then things things sometimes happen during the night, as was reminded very clearly this week, by the dam exploding and letting loose, and that was a lot to cover also. So a lot of things to keep track of, no matter what time of day it is. I think Mockers was probably a little surprised by the amount of messages she had when she woke up that night. The dam blew. Anyway, Lita,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Something that you just said, Prince, about going to sleep and then wanting to know what happened while you were sleeping. And yeah, I burned the candle at both ends, and talking with people in Ukraine, sometimes, on both ends of the day, right? Or people on the West Coast here. And well, now you've joined what Ukrainians in the diaspora have been doing since the Maidan. Checking on that crowd, and are they okay? Did anyone attack them in the night? And we would be pinging each other on Facebook and saying, "Are they okay? Are they okay? Yes, they're okay. They're okay." That was really scary, a scary time and harrowing. I'll never forget one of those nights. And it was like for them in Ukraine in the square in Kyiv, it was December 10th night to the 11th, and 2013. And here it was like 7 or 8 p.m. and there was 1 or 2 a.m. And a small number of the crowd had dwindled to a smaller number. Um, there are a lot of reasons, but I think Victoria Nuland was in town and people thought, oh, they won't attack us this night, although there were rumors. They wouldn't dare while she's in town. And the oh, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the word. I think they were called the Berkut, the black helmeted regime police with their riot armor and riot shields did descend on the crowd, and the singer Ruslana was on the stage. It was horrible to watch because it was on live streaming all the time, and people started to pray with her. She started saying the Our Father from the stage. Okay. And I couldn't believe it was happening. And meanwhile, like Canada was having a special session of parliament. And it's like, how do you get through to your MP when they're in this closed chamber and you can't message them to say, stop all your speeches? The Maidan is getting stormed now. And anyway, so she was trying to calm these brutal forces and speaking to them, "Come on, boys, watch it, take it easy, take it easy." And she started praying with the crowd. And um, then famously in the Kyiv metro, a train conductor um, stopped the train at that nearest station and announced to the people on board, "Everybody go upstairs, go up to the Maidan and help the people. We need more people up there now." And also the bells of, I think it's St. Michael's, rang an alarm, which hadn't happened in hundreds of years, to wake the people of the city as an alarm. And people woke up at 1:30 in the morning and went out to the Maidan to help push back physically in the crowd. And all of this was being live streamed. So we've been, you know, engaged for almost 10 years with this war, and not long after those events in the Maidan, and then the events in late January and the shootings, and then the invasions into Crimea and Donbass, and that was the beginning of the war for us, for Ukrainians around the world. So sorry, I kind of diverted on that, but I also wanted to just say to everybody that I really appreciate this space and all of you so very much. And it's just astounds me every time when I tune in to listen how amazing you all are to be so to care so much. And I think this is a huge shift for Ukraine's fate, to have so many people, you know, taking an interest and becoming staunch supporters. Whereas for all of those decades, we were like the captive nation, and, you know, going to Washington and talking to Congress people about political prisoners and about freedom for Ukraine. And it was just this, you know, like our solitary voices, maybe sometimes uniting with the Baltic nations, but to be heard was pretty hard. And I think that in this war, Ukraine does finally have a chance, for reasons like this, and also um, the unprecedented level of material support from other countries. I'll just put it that way. We want to say the West, but it's not only Western nations. And finally, well, Timothy Snyder had said it, and I had the privilege of attending a gala banquet at which he was awarded and spoke, and he gave a half an hour talk about the history of democracy and leading into the history of Ukraine. And he stated that this time around, which is not the first time Ukraine has had to fight for its independence, there have been many fights like this, but in this one, there's only one um, opponent. In other words, Ukraine's not surrounded on two sides like before, like in World War II or World War I. So that was interesting to ponder and realize, compounded with all the material support and moral support from around the world that Ukrainians really feel. And finally, I also think that the way that information flies around at the speed of light now is also a big shift from the wars of the past. But mainly, I really wanted to thank all of you and express my appreciation, on behalf of all of the Ukrainians, I guess, because there aren't that many Ukrainians on this space that I can tell. Thank you.
They come in and out later. It's one of those things that usually they're pretty busy. But we do see some regular Ukrainian voices here.
Definitely.
Yeah, they've got a lot to be doing at the moment. Good morning, Fish.
Good morning, Miss Ockers. Good morning, Prince. Yeah, I have a question. My question is, I was watching some of this footage from the Zaporozhye front, and I was just trying to realize, like, where are, for example, the F-16s? Because I feel like if the Ukrainians had even some sort of number of F-16s, they could really, push the Russians out. Because even the Russians recognize this. You know, they recognize that F-16s is a real big problem for them. And I don't know. It's hard for me to watch, you know, because my grandma, she's from Ukraine, and I feel sympathy for, you know, Ukrainians, and I want them to have some sort of success, some sort of victory, but it's so hard to watch, you know. And it's like when I watch it and they're always asking for F-16s, they're saying, please send us F-16s, we need the
Well,
F-16s
that
as
is very
soon as
true,
possible.
Fish. Yeah, that is very true. They do need those F-16s, and they are coming. But like with everything, saying it and doing it are two different things. And we know that there are pilots being trained. This is something which we never even thought would actually happen when they first started mentioning them. So we've got to say that there has been substantial progress in that direction. It's it's something that at the very beginning there was an awful lot of countries going, not a chance, not a chance, not even going to think about it. And now we see that fully turned around and training actually in place. So that there is an awful lot of movement in the right direction. And there's a few people feel that they may turn up a little earlier than promised. And I think that's important to hold on to that hope that, Ukrainians learn things really quickly. But even if they had F-16s in theatre, it's not likely they would be using them at the front. Due to their long-range capabilities, they could assist with other things from a more defensive position. And I think, that the long-range fires is what they're wanted for, really, more than anything else, and their defensive capabilities as well. There is also talk of F-18s, and we want to keep an eye on that because they would be much more useful, I believe, in close air support. So we'll see what's happening with those. But yeah, thank you for the question. It's very relevant. The close air support is something that is currently lacking, unfortunately. And I suppose that's why Ukraine has made such a massive success of using drones, because it's sort of taken that, given them a bit more of an advantage in that situation, which maybe they wouldn't have had if drones were not quite so prolific. Jeff, you've had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm basically going to dovetail with what you just said, Ockers. Fish, I understand your discomfort and upset with the fact that we don't have F-16s in theater right now. I do not, while it would be nice to have the F-16s, I do not think that it will significantly reduce the effectiveness of the current offensive that the Ukrainians are engaging in. It would be nice to have, and again, amplifying and following on what Ocker said, I think F-16s will probably show up sooner than we expect. Whether they're piloted by Ukrainians or piloted by volunteers from elsewhere. Now, there's a long list of people who said that they'd be happy to fly F-16s for Ukraine. We'll see whether that actually turns into something or not. The other thing also is that the idea of F-18s showing up, that's becoming more likely than not, based on what I've been seeing coming out of the Australian press. So, what does this mean? Well, this means that there is a really serious problem for Russia showing up sometime, I'd say probably sometime mid to late August, because they are going to lose any sort of pretense that they had of having anything like air superiority or air control over Ukraine. because the combination, well, initially with the F-16s for certain, they're probably Ukraine is probably going to be receiving between 30 and 40 F-16s from the Netherlands. We don't know what else is going to be coming in from elsewhere. Just that by itself, combined with ARAMs, just simply the pronounced and very positive effect that's going to have for Ukraine in terms of their control over their skies is hard to understate. And you add to that the ability of F-16s to be able to use precision munitions that are going to start showing up, like the small diameter bombs, the sorts of munitions that are going to be showing up at about the same time as the F-16s will. That's going to have a very powerful effect on the battlefield. So, yes, we would like to have the F-16s now. There's all sorts of reasons why they should have showed up months ago, but we can kvetch, we can fight over why that happened. It's not going to gain us a lot. What we can do is we can look forward to and encourage what's going to happen later on this summer when those airframes do start showing up, and potentially F-18s as well. I'm not sure that F-18s are going to be a better multi-role platform than F-16s, but they won't hurt. And then there's also just the discussions. I remember listening earlier this evening about the idea that that Sweden might be giving Ukraine Griffins. So all those things, what they add up to is sometime later on in the summer, is that the air war is going to change dramatically over Ukraine, and that the dynamic for Russia is going to become much less favorable than it was. And I think that's going to come, even if it isn't in time for the current counteroffensive, it's going to be timely, and it's going to have a very dramatic effect over outcomes. Thinking long term over how the war progresses. That's all for now.
NATO should give Ukraine as many aircraft as they want. Gripen, pretty good.
Indeed.
F-16, better.
Gripen is not bad. It really isn't. But the question really comes down to, how are we going to get the pilots trained up to be able to fly the airframes? And I have high hopes for the ability of Ukrainian pilots to be able to assimilate and master the flying F-16s, and I think that's going to happen a lot faster than people think.
Bigger problem, not training. Bigger problem, repair, maintenance.
Oh, there's not as with F-16s. I don't think it's as big as you think. Because of the sheer size of the maintenance, if you will, there are so many people who use F-16s. There's so much in the way of support and infrastructure for repairing and supporting F-16s.
Sure, but you forget
I really don't see
all that
necessarily.
expertise, my friend. All that expertise is in NATO, not Ukraine.
I would, considering how fast that Ukraine has been able to adapt and improve technology that NATO has given them already, I really don't see that as being that significant a problem. And I also don't think that NATO is going to be just simply dumping F-16s and all of the support infrastructure for that out of the back of the truck and drive on.
I hope not. that would be a disaster.
It's the Poles and the Dutch and the other people that fly F-16s, the Baltics, everybody else, they're not going to let that happen. They're going to be doing everything. If Ukraine has F-16s, there's going to be a lot of people are going to be focused on making sure that those airframes are flyable and are reliable. It's going to happen. So
Most likely.
yeah. So I don't see that necessarily as being a serious obstacle. So it's just
Maybe.
a question. So it's
Maybe
just
not to help Ukraine, maybe not to help Belarus as well.
Well, it comes down to just how fast are they going to be able to get things in place. And considering past performance, Ukrainian pilots have, Ukrainians generally have overperformed as far as NATO expectations are concerned. Whether that has to do with, ground attack equipment, like understanding how to use Bradleys, how to understand how to use Leopards, how to use, whatever. They're going to encompass, they're going to embrace that, and they're going to be they are hyper focused on being able to assimilate the technology and to use it effectively. So I have no doubts. I have absolutely no doubts whatsoever that Ukraine is going to be able to do the same thing with F-16s, with any airframe that somebody says, here, you can have this. They're going to do that. And the advantage
Ukraine.
with the
They made radar missile work with Sukhoi. They can do anything.
Yeah, well, it is, just think about how they're using harms. So they're taking harms and they're applying them to Soviet bloc aircraft, and they're using them effectively. Who would have thought that was possible 6 months ago? So that's right there. That's just that's a point right there that says that Ukraine is going to be able to pick up the stuff. They're going to assimilate the technology, embrace it, and utilize it in ways that NATO planners haven't really thought of yet. So I'm really, once they have the airframes, I'm certain they're going to be used effectively. But until just rolling back to where we are now.
So thinking about in future, not to give Ukraine tanks, not to give Ukraine HIMARS, not to give Ukraine plans. After this, Ukraine has NATO army. When Ukraine get into NATO,
That's a deep and wide question. I've got no way to answer that because there's so many political dimensions. The best that I can say is that Ukraine is going to assimilate a lot of NATO technology, and it is NATO's best interest long term that they bring Ukraine into NATO. I don't think there's any question of that. But how fast it happens, how it happens, and all the jockeying and the politics involved around that, it's completely separate. And I have no idea right now how that played out. There are other people who come onto this forum that are a lot more knowledgeable about nuances of that than I am.
that's fair. No one can see future, but in Belarus, they see what happened when you try to get rid of one kind of government and get no support. Is similar in Ukraine. Ukraine has Maidan to get rid of Poroshenko, Petroshenko. Putin invades. In Belarus, elections, Lukashenko lose. But then suddenly he wins, and troops all on the streets. And here we are. The difference here is one country had Western help, one country did not. What help can NATO offer the rest of the Russians vessels?
That's a lot more uncertain. It really is. And I'm not certain that there's a lot that's going to play out right now with the current Russian Empire, with all of what CSTO, that whole alliance, which is already fracturing. There are already serious fissures between the various nations that make up that. I'm not sure that necessarily NATO trying to throw its weight behind political activities that are happening inside of the Russian Federation and its allies necessarily going to do that much that isn't already being accomplished by the significant and serious weakening that's taking place inside of Russia politically and militarily. There is nothing. Russia has taken a serious step down in terms of the perception by the world as to its military and economic power, and that's already being played out with nations like Kazakhstan and Tajikistan and others who are basically saying, yeah, you can do that, but I'm not necessarily thinking I'm going to go ahead and help you with it. So the alliance that Russia has assembled isn't necessarily as strong as they would like. How much NATO is going to be able to do to undermine that, I'm not so certain. The best thing that NATO can do right now, I really think, isn't necessarily trying to do anything to influence the republics. And it really is much better for them to focus on supporting Ukraine, because that outcome, that just by itself, Ukraine victorious, pretty much destroys anything having to do with Russia and its alliances.
Can I give you view of Belarusian?
Absolutely, please.
So I'm not going to say where I live is dangerous.
Yes, it is.
But as Belarusian, we are invaded as much as Ukraine. Not so much troops on ground, not tanks. Well, some tanks, lots of tanks, really. Lots of Russian soldiers. They come through Minsk. They go through the south of Belarus towards Ukraine. We are as occupied as Ukraine territories, just without Russian shooting us yet. We have the Russian missiles, the Russian nuclear missiles on our territory. We are as much ZX in Ruski speakers. ZX jail levers. Russia is over us as they want to be over Ukraine. We tried to get rid of Lukashenko. He asked Putin, and Putin sent soldiers. The soldiers they came, they enforced Lukashenko's votes, and here we are. Lukashenko, personally, I think he's dead. We haven't seen him for quite a while, but who knows? In any case, Russian soldiers continue to they fight from our home. The Russian planes they're always flying. There's sometimes missiles, but what can you do? We cannot do nothing. Who to complain? It's Russia. We in Belarus. There's no one to even say, hey, what can one do? But we view ourselves the same as Ukraine. We are fuck Russia. Ёб твою мать, Putin.
one thing, Johnny fella, is that right now, Russia's incredible mass of forces that they used to have is being whittled away. And a lot of those Oman, are they? The Oman or something? The
Oman.
Special Police, that's the fellas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of those guys are having to be moved into areas to replace soldiers, you know, in the sort of back end, shall we say, of the repairs, maintenance, that sort of, you know, guarding and stuff like that. They're moving those guys into those sorts of areas so that they can move more of these fellas up to the front. And Ukraine is successfully reducing the might of the Russian army. I have a feeling as a result of that, other things will play out in the future. But obviously, none of us have a crystal ball. But I think, you know, that there is the Belarusian fighters in Ukraine. I'm sure that at some point they're going to want to go home.
I can tell you in Belarus, there are partisans. We attack, well, not me, I don't do anything, I have family, but we as in Belarusians, they attack infrastructure, they attack train, they attack railroad, they attack warehouse. They do what they can. Same as in Russia. I hear they do things there. But let me ask you, because I hear people they talk bad about Belarus, about people not fighting, not doing anything. And so I want to ask, have anyone here heard of agency Roskomnadzor?
Not me personally.
I'll defer to Fish first.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I wanted to say, I believe that the Gripens are going to be real good for Ukraine. You know, I heard that they are a little bit shorter aircraft. They can take off from different kind of runways. I heard that the F-16 is a little bit, the intake is located right at the bottom of the aircraft. So it requires like a real clean, smooth, paved runway. They could run it off a freeway. I heard that. That's also an option. But I heard that the Gripen or the Gripen will be a little bit more better option. Also, the Euro Typhoon fighter. I don't know why Rishi Sunak, they already sent Storm Shadow missiles. They could also provide some of those Euro Typhoon fighters. That will be real good for Ukraine. I believe so.
Yeah, agreed. That's certainly something that's possible. You never know. You never know, Fish. Sorry, Johnny fella, go ahead about this group.
So the agency, Roskomnadzor, is national Russian internet censorship control organization. Roskomnadzor, they block IPs, they block websites, they monitor what you do. They can see everything you do. They if you hit block site, they alert authority. They watch everything you do. Now, there is no nothing you can do to yourself. They always know. No, I know, do not know words. They always watch. You're never alone on computer. They always watch. In Roskomnadzor, they're in Belarus as well. Notice in mail, say I visit forbidden website, but if they see you talking negative, the Russian had laws about talking bad about army. Belarus does not, but Russia punishes for treason. Is law cannot say. Roskomnadzor, they watch all. You need use internet proxy, VPN, in order to even see most Western sites. No Facebook, no YouTube, no Netflix. Talk of contact, yeah. But yeah, so people, they want to know why Belarusians, why Russians, they do not do anything. How can you? They always know. They come visit you at night. They hit you. They arrest you. If you even have sign on street, they arrest you. If you even wear blue, yellow clothing, they arrest you. Even in Minsk. What can you do? Nothing. You will die. So people ask why we do nothing to protest is because we will be killed. If we're lucky, if not, we send to Ukraine.
Yes, unfortunately, due to exceptionally brutal put downs, the Belarusian protests have not succeeded in the past, and it is a case that the Belarusian people are waiting. Right now, they're not in a position to rise up and do things, and I understand that entirely.
We tried.
It's just too brutal. Yeah, exactly.
We have government in exile now in Netherlands.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff. You've got something to add.
Yeah, I was going to say I have a great deal of sympathy for the position you find yourself in, and I do not begrudge you anything having to do with how you're dealing with it. The best that I can offer you overall is that you simply continue to not engage with, you do not support any effort that the forces that be may be to try to apply Belarusian resources to the conflict that's currently happening in Ukraine. You know, that if you cannot act yourself, you encourage and you support the actions of others, taking acts of resistance, that you engage and you support the actions of the government in exile. And if the opportunity presents, you be prepared to act. You know, that it's your life, it's your future, it's your family's future, it's your children's future that's at stake here. And I can't make any decisions about that from where I sit here comfortably in my house in Seattle, Washington. I don't have to deal with that. You know, whatever upset and political confusion is happening here in my own country, it's nothing even vaguely resembling the kind of stress and difficulty that you find yourself under. And it would be fatuous for me to suggest that you should be doing anything that I wouldn't try myself. You know, it's so it really comes down to, what can you do in terms of minor acts of resistance on a daily basis to try to undermine those who are in a position of power that are trying to cause harm to you, your nation, and the world at large. And I heartily encourage you to continue in whatever steps, because it sounds like you're doing those. And I encourage you also to stay safe, because it does neither you nor the rest of us any good for you to put yourself into a position where you are caused harm or the government acts against you. So
Thank you. I appreciate what you say, especially because you're from Seattle. I've been there before. I used to be in America during holiday. I went to Seattle, saw Space Needle. It was very fun. Great place. So I'm very tired. I've been up most of night. I want to give you some news before we go. I don't know if you're aware, but there is a rising sentiment among Belarusian people that Lukashenko's, how you say, not alive. He's dead. We have not seen him. The last time he was in public in Belarus was he went to Russia before this. Then he went to hospital middle of night. He's not seen since in public. Only video on internet. Most Belarusians think Lukashenko is dead. They have no leadership replacement. So stay watchful. Belarus may be interesting to you in future if true. But no truth for certain. Many rumors, but one thing sure, no one's seen Lukashenko. Where? Where is he? Where Barka?
I'm
Sorry, I just had an interrupter there. Go ahead, Jeff.
I was going to say, all I can say is good luck. And I hope your government in exile is able to get some traction. And I hope that the forces, the military inside of Belarus, which is resisting the overtures of the Russians to become involved in the war, continue to be successful in resisting that.